In our first year, we built ourselves a home. In our second, we broke ground on a massive castle project. Now sit back, grab a snack, and get cozy as we journey together through our third year here in Eisenholm. Welcome to the beginning of our third year. Steel is on the horizon. While waiting for the furnace to do its thing, I set out to check the tree taps to see how much resin we'd accumulated. It was a lot. I really need to remember to check on these taps more often. That is an incredible amount of resin. Upon my return home, I was greeted by an unexpected house guest. It's no chicken, but it'll do. After cooking up a quick batch of meals, I set my sights on the future and began firing another batch of iron blooms, so we'll have enough material to refill the steel furnace after the first batch. While the bloomeries fired away, I crafted a spare pickaxe and set out to give that cinnabar search another go. With it being warmer, I could safely venture out under the water to where the readings were indeed much higher. Alas, no cinnabar was to be found. I did, however, find some lead, black coal, copper, and a bit of bismuth. After filling my pockets, I set sail back home, only to be followed by a weird lost dog. He's a rescue. With the farmhouse unintentionally filling up with animals once again, I hopped on outside to collect our batch of iron blooms and got straight to processing them into ingots. Back out in the sunlight, the maple trees had grown. It was time to grab our trusty axe and shears and get to Lumberjacksville. Alongside collecting sticks and seeds, I decided to finally take advantage of the branch cutter mod to collect a whole bunch of leaves for our future decoration endeavors. With the maple trees harvested, I planted a couple straight lines of seeds. Since we have oodles of tree seeds already, I'm not worried about tightly compacting them to make wood collection a bit quicker next time. I gave a couple of the oak trees in the area the same haircut and deforestation treatment in order to gather enough resources to eventually chisel this particular oak tree into something mighty. With the wood and leaves tucked away neatly into storage, it was down to the basement to save some of the hides we had that were just rotting away. I emptied 2 of the still unused salt barrels in order to get a couple batches of leather started. I've got 2 purposes in mind for the future where we're going to need quite a bit of leather. So, soak them if you got them. Afterward, I checked on the steel once more, and lo and behold, the carburization process was complete. And so that brings us to today. We got steel! Now this marks a very momentous occasion for me, because I've gotten to this exact point, having blister steel ingots. But I have never ever had steel tools. Well, maybe I made one in like the first world I ever played in, but this is going to be all right, let's pop down the old coffin again. Let's just pop that back there. We have at least 1 brick there to replace. 3. There are 3 bricks that have been broken. That's okay. We'll fix those later. We've got to get up top. I don't care that it's medium. Maybe I should care that it's medium. It's nighttime. There might be drifters up top. Y'all best get out of my workshop. Ooh. You get out of my home. Okay, wind, strong breeze. Y'all better stay good. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Like a kid in a candy store. This is amazing. Fantastic, even. Oh, yes. Yes. Power of industry. Yeah, you got this, you got this. Come on, Hellhammer. Save me my durability. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, boy. And now we're going to do something very, very special. We're going to make ourselves some steel splitter plugs. And probably, you know what, maybe a pickaxe or something. Yeah. Maybe a scythe? Maybe a scythe? Maybe a hammer. We'll see how our hammer survives this. The durability is not looking so hot. Maybe a hammerhead first might not be the worst idea. For safety. That's one. Only 13 more to go. And for good measure, pickaxe or a scythe? Funny as a scythe would be, we're gonna get a lot more use out of a pickaxe. There's times where you do it for the lulls, and there's times where you just... You do it for the vine. I don't know what temperature steel stops being workable at, but I think I am towing the line here on it getting slightly too cold. Will I get the last voxel in? I do. We did it. We stole it. Stealed it. We're in the steel age. Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't have water up here to quench my stuff. But I do have sticks. Steel hammer. Check. Steel pickaxe. Check. Steel splitter plugs. I don't have to do anything with them. We are a check. Whew. Let's have a snack. We earned it. Okay. Let's just bring our charcoal with us, as well as 2 coffin lids, and 16 of these boys. Because there's no reason not to get a second batch of steel going. Ah, we need to fix these first. Okay. Ah. Mortar combat! These really don't make a lot. You know what, we can get these tier 1 refractory bricks used as well. May as well. They are more likely to break. But, what are they gonna do? Just sit there and... Oh, the kapok seed I bought grew. And the leaves are doing something funky. We'll deal with you later. Today is a good day. We got steel. We got a kapok grown so we can get more seeds from it. That means we have access to a new wood type. The redwood's going to take forever to grow, but that's okay. Alright, we'll pop these tier 1s in here first. A couple of those bricks back. And I am not seeing any of them up here looking bad. Yeah, I think everything there is visible from the inside. So what about under here? Ah, we got this one here. One tile is damaged. Which tile? The one that I can't see with the coffin in the way. There we go. Excellent. Now... let's get a second batch going, because why not? I got the itch. Lit up our coffin. Alright. We're good. I don't have a lit torch on me. I don't think we're going to need that torch at the entrance to this cave. I think we know where it is by now. I'm just gonna... yoink you. And place you right here. Right where we're gonna need you. Ah, there we go. Light her up. Oh, the second batch of steel is underway. This is a happy day indeed. Ah, let the rain fall down. You can't dampen my day. You can't rain on my parade, except for literally. And that's okay. 'Cause we're about to make it rain. with stone. Just gonna cool these guys off a little bit here. And we're gonna go on a little bit of a conglomerate quarrying spree just to see what these new 7x7x7 slabs feel like. We should probably clear some of this out first, though. Yes, hello, Moose. I know, buddy. It's an exciting day. Yeah. You're so excited. I, too, am also excited. Throw a stone for joy. Splish. Whoops. I also splish. Gotta say, pretty good start for the third year. There is the entrance to the quarry. I'm going to destroy you, quarry. None will survive the onslaught of the rock. Oh! Ow. That's massive. And then we're just gonna do the same thing on this side here. I'm gonna be smart the second time, and we're gonna do the top first. And here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh, of course these don't stack. That actually makes a lot of sense. They're very big. 343 conglomerate stone. Divided by 64. That's like 5 1/3 stacks. You know how much cobblestone that's gonna be? The answer is all of it. That's gonna be all the cobblestone. So much cobblestone. Oh, we're in the money. The money is in the mining business. So I'm gonna go grab myself a few more ladders, and then I'm gonna come back here and quarry out a whole bunch of conglomerates so that we can work on the castle as much as our little hearts desire. Okay, well, it might not have been that long, but it's getting to low rift activity, so I think with the 2 slabs we have back at home and these additional 4, that's like 30 and change, 30 and change stacks of stone. I think that might sustain us for a few minutes. Let's get out of here away from this boy. This whole thing here? That's what progress smells like. Now, for as much stone as this is, we have all of this to deal with. And it kind of just wraps around the back. There's a lot of granite. Let's start processing some of it. Now, oh, right, there's more even inside here. So, we don't have any of the quarry mod tools apart from rubble hammers, and that's not what we're gonna want. So I guess it's back up top to make ourselves a couple of tools. Well, we've got a good amount of wind. Let's process at least one more ingot, because we've got one sitting right there. We're gonna need another. Because there's 2 very specific tools that we're going to need. We're going to need a rough cut chisel to get ourselves some regular stone, and a finishing chisel so we can get a little bit of polished rock. How dare you? Alright, so let's get to knocking out a few stacks of, well, as much as we can get of both regular and polished granite. So that is what an entire finishing chisel's worth of rock looks like. Let's do it again with the rough cut chisel. And there we go. With just enough room for some of the other stuff that we have all of this polished and regular granite rock. Now this is going to be exceedingly useful for getting started on the workshop's more decorative aspects. Mainly the walls and the floors, which are kind of important. Can't really have rooms without walls and floors, and I guess a ceiling is really just another floor at the bottom of it. So let's grab ourselves, let's just say 6 stacks of each. Why not? Maybe a couple more polished, just for good measure. And even though rift activity is low, let's just see what we can get done in there. Let's just feed another round of coal into that old steel furnace and hope that the rift activity goes down to calm. We left the charcoal back at the house. Okay. And rift activity is very high. I see how it is. Okay, game. You're giving me a message and I am picking it up loud and clear. Right now is not the time for the workshop. Looking through this, I don't think we actually need to use charcoal in the bottom. Inside the coffin, it has to be charcoal or coke, but 2 piles of coal or charcoal. I think that means we can try using some of the brown coal that we have, or even the black coal. Let's give it a shot, even though it's dangerous in there. And then if the rift activity doesn't go down, we can always do a couple of other preparatory things that we're going to need to do. There's a lot of drifty boys outside. This might not be one of the smartest things I've done. Hello, I killed you already. Let's try with half a stack of black coal. I don't know if it's going to be any better or any worse. All I do know is there be drifty boys about. Is it good? It's receiving heat. It's a good sign. Well, since we can't exactly work on anything inside of the workshop, we still have a little bit of cassiterite back from the early days, that one and only cassiterite run that we've done. Now, tin bronze ingots. That is only 8% tin and the rest is all copper, and we have a decent supply of copper. So let's do a little bit of math here. If that is... math. Better do mathing here. Okay, maybe we can't do any of this. It's very high. I'm gonna do the smart thing, and I'm gonna sleep off this night. What time is it? 11? Yeah. There we go. A calm morning. Much better. Good morning, Moose. Bye, Moose. Now, even though it's calm and we could just go on in, I think it's going to be a smart idea to get ourselves a whole bunch of tin bronze ingots. Now, the reason that I want to make a bunch of tin bronze ingots is for lanterns, because the color scheme for the entire workshop is going to be mostly granite, with hints of sandstone for a little bit of a yellowy golden texture color in there. So I think tin bronze lanterns are going to be probably the most visually appealing for that kind of color scheme. That and how often are we going to use our cassiterite, honestly? Been sitting in a chest for a long time. We have 2 tin bronze ingots still. Good. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can do 10 molds at a time. Yeah. There we go. We'll get one going first, pour the molds, and then start this one. And then hopefully the ingots will be cool by the time this one's hot. I hope. I guess we'll find out. While that first batch is cooking, let's make sure we've got some of the other things we're going to need once we actually get those plates and want to make lanterns. Now, candles. Candles. Those ones I want to keep there. They're good decorations. We've got 3. That's brass. Any other candles in here? No? No candles? Those don't count. So the beeswax, we'll probably just use that. 7. We're gonna need more. Ah, and luckily the bees are harvestable. Our inventory is pretty much full though. But with the bees being almost ready, we're probably only going to have to do a little bit of a quartz run just for some more clear quartz. Ah. This brings back memories, doesn't it? The first night that well, no, our second night technically, we spent in a little bit of a shelter just like this. In fact, this exact shelter. It's been a while since we just sat here and watched something smelt. We've come quite a long way, I'd say, in that amount of time. Couple years in-game, and a real life year, actually, as well, now that I'm thinking about it, almost. Now, we don't have tongs here, do we? Oh, I didn't think about that. Uh-oh, I didn't think about that at all. Okay. Okay. We're gonna need another set of tongs, and it's probably quicker to make them than it would be to go and grab them from the actual elf hammer setup up top. Alright, speed on back over. It's done. Ah. You know, it's a good thing that we're starting to get everything going in that workshop, because if we don't start moving all of our smelting and everything indoors, when 1.20 comes out, we're not going to be able to pour into ingot molds outside anymore, because the second it rains, that stuff's going to shatter. It'll bubble violently, and then break apart the mold, scatter the ingots, well, probably not even a fully formed ingot, scatter the little metal bits all across the ground. And that's not good for anybody. We ruin our pottery. I don't think we lose the metal. I think it just comes out in little hot nuggets. But still, be a lot of wasted time and effort. Nobody wants that. There we go. Let that be. Hopefully these will cool adequately by the time that's ready. Let's hope. But we'll stay in the area here for just a moment. It's not quite 3 full ones. Let's pop them all in the corner, just so they're away. We'll fire those in time, but maybe not for the moment. And the timing works out beautifully. Let's just pick those up too. Pop those on there. And this one's almost done. There we go. A second pouring now of 10 more ingots, which is another 5 lanterns. That's not too bad. Now, I did put away the other 12 ingots of cassiterite just because 7 ingots is going to use just a little bit more tin in terms of efficiency than if we just did 10 ingots. Or 5. But I don't want to do 5. That's an odd number. We need even for lanterns. It would just be odd otherwise. Anyway, while those are cooling, let's go and get ourselves a little bit of that quartz we're going to need for our lanterns. Just pop the old rock away first. Where is the granite? Whoop. We got a little bit of silver down here as well. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Ooh. There's also some very unhappy wolves right above us. But they can't get to us down here. Yeah, that's right. You were wooing sadness. Sadness of the $350 fine I'm gonna throw your way. Okay, 40 pieces of clear quartz. I think that's probably good enough for the time being. It's enough for 20 lanterns. At some point, I should probably build a bridge. Okay, and then the next step is going to be harvesting all of these bees. So let's see, harvestable. Okay, not all of them are harvestable quite yet, but that's good. That just means we will not have to make as many tough decisions about which ones to keep. Let's start breaking these boys. It's the song of the bees. You know, with these two not quite harvestable yet, they do have large populations. So, yeah, just all of the harvestable ones. Just gonna break these all down. Get as much honeycomb as we can. Not too shabby. While they're distracted doing their thing, let's go fill up a bucket down below. You're not allowed down here, buddy. There we go, we got our honey right there. No, don't eat it. Forgot I have to do it into a bucket. Can't do it directly into the barrel. Well, I guess we have an even amount of stacks now, I guess. The honey collection's coming in nicely. 14.4 liters. Not too bad, not too bad. We have an extra candle down here that I did not realize was down here. Now you go on up. Get upstairs. Go upstairs. Come on. Little buddy boy. Little bunny man. Go on up. Okay, you know what? You just have your little panics down there. He lives in the basement now, man. Can you believe it? Yeah, I'll give you hugs. Good boy. Okay. There we go. There we go. 19 candles. Not too bad. Alright, let's go check on our little tin bronze ingot batch and, well, get to making those lanterns. Baby dry. There we go. Alright. Get these things hammered into plates then, huh? Onward and upward. Ah, silence. Silence is golden. Okay, so let's get all these lanterns made here. Let's just pop what we got in here. Make ourselves a whole bunch of these tin bronze lanterns. By a whole bunch, I mean 11. Pop those back down. Grab my regular lantern, pop that in the old offhand. Let's dual-wield lanterns. And let's get these boys in place so we don't... There's already boys here. Just kind of zigzag place these in here. And that lights up this whole place nicely. We shouldn't... We have one in the corner there. We'll pop one in here. Ooh. And we'll just head up top because I'm realizing we're going to need actual lanterns permanently up there just for now. Not in the end, though. Once we've put in all the axles to bring our machines down to the bottom there, we're not going to have to worry about whether it's lit up or not up here because we won't really be coming up here at all. Put a couple of these guys like so. We've got the torch in that side, and then we'll probably just, yeah, place that there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Are we coming down to the sweet sound of silence? Oh, no, they're still here, but they're going through some stuff, I think. But it is much easier to see what's going on in here now. And that's really going to set us up to be able to work on this entire workshop next episode without any fear of those guys behind me. They walk into walls and such. I don't think they're much of a threat. Oh, he's seen me. That's okay. We need to go grab ourselves a little bit of stone anyway. Because now we can actually begin working on that whole workshop.
With nearly everything else in place to begin work on decorating the workshop, it was time to grab the raft and set sail for Sandstone. Despite the dangers of being buried alive by sand, our new steel splitter plugs made gathering a whole bunch of stone a breeze. As a bonus, there was limestone just underneath that layer of sandstone we were after, and that'll come in handy as maybe a light but not too clean sealing material. With a couple of large slabs in hand, I sailed back home to plop down the slabs. Before I forgot, I made a bunch of skeps to replace the ones we had harvested last episode. Best to do it now, or else I might forget until we need beeswax again. While in the garden, I noticed the soybeans were ready, netting us almost 2.5 stacks. Not bad. Afterwards, I decided I actually would make that last 5 ingots worth of tin bronze after all. 2 more lanterns, here we come. Don't worry, I have a plan for the odd ingot out. And that plan involves a tin bronze pickaxe. If you don't already have an idea of what that pickaxe will be for, don't worry. All will be revealed in time. While the ingots were solidifying, I took a quick jaunt over the pigs to hear the unmistakable sound of squealing piglets. Soon, my porcine pals. Also, there were plenty of eggs to collect from the chickens. Less momentous, but no less delicious. After putting the eggs away, I checked on the leather and noticed there was a distinct lack of a knife in my hotbar. So I started napping a temporary flint knife on the kitchen floor. The dog, formerly known as Moose, tried to help me, and we, got into a bit of a spat. I'm sure this won't fester into some kind of long, drawn-out plot for revenge? No. Anyway, I grabbed a stick from nature to finish the knife and scraped the hides. By the time I got back home, all was forgiven. For now. And I got as many of the scraped hides into weak tannin as I could, starting a new barrel of weak tannin to later process the rest of the hides. So I wouldn't forget them forever in a vessel, I laid the hides in waiting out on the floor. Then it was time to grab the prospecting pick, collect my cooled tin bronze to carry around as my emotional support ingots, and then set out to collect some more coal to fuel the ongoing steel production. There was a whole bunch of brown coal in a cave that we had explored just ages ago, and now was finally the time to harvest it. I also nabbed a few decorative bits and a nice new piece of jewelry from the nearby ruin. Eventually I resurfaced, swam home, and was lovingly greeted with a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. And that brings us to today. Hello, Moose. Okay, go. No door. So we're gonna finally get started properly on decorating the workshop. Probably not on the entrance today, but we're getting started on the inside. Ooh, yeah. So let's grab ourselves a whole bunch of that granite. Ooh, we have a little bit of extra stuff from our little expedition. That's conglomerate. And we're gonna need a pantograph. Also gonna need our chisel. Do we need these boys right yet? Not yet. It's so nice to be, well, despite the clouds, to be here in the spring. It's very cold outside, and it's been kind of those dark days of winter here. In real life, I mean, not an Eisenholm. Look at that sun shining right there in the stormy skies. Not only do we have beautiful weather out there, look at this. High rift activity, and not a single lad to be seen in here. Apart from me, of course. I'm a little lad who's here. So let's get ourselves started with this whole thing. So I'm working with a little bit of a template based on a Dungeons & Dragons, well, dungeon. And this is going to help really keep on that whole grid-based system with, you know, having some grids for the floor. I believe it comes out about 6 blocks here. This is going to be a bit of a raised platform at the end of our second longer room. We can see where the walls widen out just a little bit, and that's kind of the delineation between this entryway here and the inner kind of larger chamber that's going to have a bit more of an open ceiling here, walkways going around, kind of circling the room. And then, of course, you know, we have our steel furnaces here, a door to go off to where we're going to be smithing, a door here for a smelting area, or at least where all of our molds and casts are going to be. And lining the walls in here are probably going to be maybe a few decorative pit kilns. I did have a very compact design for a whole bunch of them, but with the new Beehive pit kiln coming in 1.20, I don't think they're going to be all that necessary, so I might just make a few decorative ones, and that's about it. But in any case, we got floor to put down. And we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, these are gonna have to go. We need a higher ceiling. We'll deal with the ceiling after, though. Let's get the rest of this floor in place. Let's do this in maybe not quite a full-time lapse. We'll do a full-time lapse once we're getting into the decorative aspects. But let's just cut to when the floor's done. Sweep up the work site. There we go. And just like that, the floor is, well, it's got a little bit of decoration left to be done on it, but... oh. I missed a couple spots. Now the floor's ready to go. So, it is just kind of a simple little gridded blank canvas for us to work with. And canvas is a very appropriate word because exactly where I'm standing right now, in this little entry room here, there's going to be a very Dungeons & Dragons-ish symbol in the middle here. It's going to be a hammer and an anvil. Those of you familiar with Dungeons & Dragons may recognize that that is Moradin, the dwarven god. I feel like that's pretty appropriate for a workshop. It's going to be in there, and then there's a surrounding design with mountains and such that I've taken inspiration from, well, the map that I'm basing most of this off of. Where the designs are going to be a lot more industrial Not quite steampunk dwarves, but different.
Let's get a little bit of a design going here to show you what this wall is going to look like. Now, I've been working on this design in a creative test world for a little while, and I've got some brick walls. There we are.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Brick walls. Ah.
And these ones are going to be, let's go back into shape. Oh, QP. Fix any little lighting issues on there. We're going to want to put that there. And paste shape and materials. Let's copy that. Paste that to the corner. And rotate that. There we go.
What are you doing, good sir? Thought we put an end to your kind in here.
Crawling up at me like you own the place. Give me your flax. You did. I guess that means it's time for another firing in here because it's gotten dark. Alright, now let's see how good brown coal does in here. 59%. It's going. Right, where were we? Ah, bricks. So this brick pattern is pretty simple, really. It's just polished granite and regular granite on top, just to give a little bit of a darkened grout line. The corners get a little weird with the brick size there, but these entryways are going to be covered up by doors, so it's not the biggest deal. And the back side here is going to have to be dealt with as well, and we're going to have to carve out the walls. That's okay, though. Let's get a little strip of this around the bottom of this first chamber. I think we'll kind of start with this one. These wall layers are just a little too thin to worry about using the quarrying tools, but that's okay. It's pretty quick in all honesty. I blocked myself in. There we go. Now I'm definitely going to presume that I will need a new chisel by the end of this, but I think this is coming together pretty nicely. Yeah. So for these particular wall pieces here, these are going to have to be mirrored on this side. So these two in the corners here, those can just be as is. Yeah. For this one, maybe I will need that hand planer. That'll probably make it easy. No. No, I can just copy, rotate. All right. Add shape. Rotate that again. Add shape. There we go. Yeah, that's keeping the pattern. There we go. And this one's going to be just a wee bit more complicated. This one the hand planer would definitely be a little more useful for. Oh no, unless I do that. Okay. Not quite. Not quite. Almost. We got 3 out of 4 sides right. We're getting there. We're trying. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna grab the hand planer. The hand planer's gonna make this so much quicker, so much easier. I don't know why I'm trying to do this the hard way. Just trying to avoid chiseling out manually one by one voxel areas. But for what reason? What is the charge? Hand planer. You know what? Hand wedge just in case. You never know. Ooh, sunrise. Ooh, some of the maples from the row are coming in. They're not all coming in close together, but I guess we'll see what happens. Let them grow for a little bit longer. Continue the experiment before we chop them down. So, matching material. We're just gonna remove that. Remove that. Okay, okay. That might work. Add shape. Copy. Okay, okay. Something went horribly wrong here. Okay, okay. That side is good. This side is not correct. I understand hunger. Duly noted. I think that looks correct. I understand. Snack time, yes. Okay, let's copy that shape. Paste that there. Rotate that a couple times. And I think everything's looking good. Okay. Okay, everything's looking good. Oh, that was entirely too complicated. Hold up here, one. Where did you come from? You're not allowed in here. That's illegal. Could be this room. Little dark. Well, could be a lot of different places, actually. Could be up there. Yeah, probably from up top. Ah, well, the occasional drifter's not going to be that big a deal. Now, in the middle of the room here, let's just pop these chisels away. I actually need to open this up just a wee bit more. So we actually want a 6-wide opening here, and we're going to want that on both sides. And these are going to be for side chambers, mostly storage and other little, just little decoration bits. There we go. This is starting to come together. We're starting to shape up the room. Ooh. It's almost getting circular. That's completely unintentional. We don't want circles here. What I do want is to corner up these corners. Like so. That's looking better. Now we've got those rotated corners, and these walls are going to extend up. So we'll have these ones here. A special one with a little strip of color here. That's why we got the sandstone. And then 1.5, maybe 2 more layers. I'm thinking the roof in here is probably going to be 3.5 to 4 blocks tall. Whether or not it'll open up to something on an upper floor or just have an upper floor above it, a little undecided. I've been playing around with a couple different designs. This room, however, is 100%, as I said earlier, going to have a nice open top to the roof of the second floor and a nice little mezzanine around the outside. I think I'm using that word correctly. I forgot these are supposed to also be corners. Yeah, there we are. Prim and proper. And the doorways on these are going to be 3 high. Just for, you know, proper tall elven, not elven, dwarven. Ooh, that's, don't let them know I said that. You get those two confused? Oh, you find out bad things happen to you. But we're going to have a lot of bits of wall removing and chiseling to do, so I think the best way to get this all done is going to be in the form of a time lapse. You know what time it is. Commence the time lapse. Ah! Ah. A hard day's work. And I think it's starting to all come together. So let's take a look at what we've done so far. So the initial bit of this room, I put the dirt back just to, well, get it out of my inventory, honestly. Guess we can get rid of that. There we are. So, this hallway is going to get built out to the vault door entrance that we're eventually going to have, and that'll kind of build out just a little bit. And as I've said earlier, it's going to be a bit smaller than this big door that I have blocked out. It's probably going to end up being something chiseled, likely maybe 5 by 5 or something of that nature, similar to the size of the actual little tunnel hole that we've dug into the mountain. Maybe it'll be recessed into the mountain. Ooh. That's something I haven't even begun to design the design of. That's a later problem. But from there, we come on in through a little entry tunnel, and we're going to have a set of doors right here to lead us in to our main kind of reception chamber. And I'm going to have a staircase going up here, as well as up here, and those we're going to have to design pretty quick here. But this is going to go off into maybe a storage room or something of that nature. And that one possibly as well, whether they're both going to be storage rooms or one will be some other use, who knows. And I had the thought of maybe having a door right here at some point just to go to a washroom. I don't know why. I think that might be funny. Now, because everybody poops. Except for me. But moving on from that, we are going to have, as I said, a nice design chiseled into the floor here using various polished rocks to keep this very fancy tiled look to the floor. And of course we have our completely inactive, defunct old pressure plates. And each of these openings is going to have a door. Probably, I've looked through a few different wood types, and I think, honestly, using aged wood is going to look the best. So hopefully we have enough boards. I think we do. I think we've got a good supply in the house, but we'll have to check in just a moment. But these staircases will lead up onto the mezzanine that surrounds and looks down into this main chamber. We'll have our steel furnace decorated to look like a giant forge of some kind at the back there, and have a little staircase here going up. I do have to add more columns in here. just to support around the edges of that mezzanine walkway. The stairs are going to kind of mimic, well, this little diagonal design that I've thrown in here. And the different shades on the polished rock are interesting because this lighter tone at the top of this brick almost makes it look like it's regular sandstone rather than polished, but it's kind of nice. Gives it a little bit of different depth. Like different stages of wear and tear, that people might have been rubbing their hands on the wall as they were walking up the stairs. And then, of course, as I said earlier, this door is going to lead off to our smithing area, and a door that I probably should have cut out, actually, when I was putting the walls up here, is going to lead to our smelting area. And this ceiling is something we will probably deal with in a later episode, because that's a lot more rock to bust out of here. So for the moment, let's get a little bit of a design for our staircase. And that means we're finally going to be using our chisel studio. Who are you? You're a new chicken. Oh, no. We're not going to talk about that. But what we are going to talk about, those maples are actually growing right beside each other. That's good. Look at that. It doesn't look proper. It's not decorative. That is purely functional. And oh, I hope there's enough wood up there to make it worth having put them so close together. We'll find out when we harvest. But that is not this day. No for the kapok. Hello. Hello, kapok. You're good trees. Good trees. I'll have to harvest you soon. Your wood is new to me. There's a lot of polished granite around there. So I think a lighter tone from regular granite is going to stand out just a little bit more. I left my lantern in the workshop. I gotta go grab that. I'll be right back. Come here, you. Alright. There we go. Nice key light right above our subject. Perfect. So, can't chisel this block. It's too unstable. Might collapse. It's on a table. How much more stable can you be? Let's just get around that by... Haha! Using the pantograph. Alright, so, if we're facing that way, we're gonna want a staircase that I think is going to be, for the most part, just 2 industrial-looking steps. Yeah. Okay, and what I'm thinking is let's push this down a little bit. Maybe up a bit. Yeah. And then if that's 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I think that's going to work out pretty well. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a just a built-out portion of this to basically have a bit of a safety railing built right in. So that's there. Bit more robust at the bottom. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then we'll just... Woo! What is going on there? Bring this down in a little kind of staircase fashion. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We'll see how that looks. For a single staircase, maybe. I think this needs to be a bit thinner. Like for a full-on staircase going up, we might do something a bit more large. Okay, now I'm just gonna remove that side of it and do a little something here. Going to add shape, and then we're going to mirror it and paste the shape. So we've got pretty well mirrored shape here. Yeah. And now we're going to have to do a little something here, and we're going to want a bit of yellow. And I think... a faded yellow is probably going to look the best. Can't chisel it, it's too unstable. Okay. How about that? How about that? No? I see. Okay. Get rid of the table there. Pop a rock down. You made it so unstable it might collapse. It's chiseled. This instability is killing me. Okay, what if we... There. Let's put a polish rock in there then. A little bit darker, but it'll work. Now, what we need for this is, for OSHA safety compliance, let's just remove these since clearly they didn't make a difference. Just gonna add ourselves a yellow safety line on here. Now, the last thing we'd want is someone getting hurt on these staircases and suing us. Not that there's gonna be anyone getting hurt on the staircases or doing anything like that. This is really just me reclaiming some old ruins. I'm totally not building up myself as we speak. Now, I think we're going to want to make a little bit of a grid pattern here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting a pattern that kind of works. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then we're just gonna want to tear that away. We can replace the little bits on the sides. And might as well do the same thing there. Yeah. And we're just gonna fix this up here. Yeah. I like this. This is good. This works. There we go. And then when you look down, you can see through the stairs. Beautiful. Okay. Lantern. Ever so slightly in the way. Okay. Now, do I want the outer edges to be polished granite? Let's see how this looks in place first, after a bit of a quick snack. Okay. Now let's take our little freshly made staircase and give it a look-see over in the workshop. After I definitely did not forget my lantern. Ooh. Okay. How does it feel to walk up? That's pretty smooth. Yeah, I think that could work. You know what? I like this enough. Let's see what it looks like across pretty well all of this except for where a couple of pillars are going to go. We'll get there, pillar, there, and there. I think that math is right. And let's do the old paste shape and materials. Fix a couple lighting calculation issues here. Now, I think once the pillars are in, it'll look even better, but I think that looks pretty good, except... Yep, that's the ticket right there. Yeah, that's gonna look way better. That looks a little more sleek. I like it. I don't even really mind the little separation there. Yeah. I'm almost tempted to use a bit of basalt just to add kind of the black and yellow stripes, just as a bit more caution, but I think that might be going a little overboard. This is kind of just yellow highlight. Well, this is more of, I guess, an orangey highlight, but a yellow highlight on the edge. So let's get that same caution strip on the edge here, except we're going to need a few more polished. We can at least get a few of these all done and dusted. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay. We just need 2 more to get the last of that in. But just before I do that, get our columns put in here just so we know that we have columns right in those spots, so we don't have to worry about the stairs or anything. We'll shape those up in just a moment, but that's kind of what it's going to look like, and then there'll be a few sets of these columns going around the edge of this room. That's starting to come together real nicely. Yeah, I like it. I may want to raise it up a little bit. I don't know. It might already feel open enough. Okay, let's go grab the sandstone for that. Get the other columns at least marked out. And then there's something very special I want to do with the center of the floor in this room. There we go, easy enough. We have ourselves a nice, smooth walkway up into our big old platform here. And no, I don't think we'll need, because with that column there, we're not really going to need ourselves any sort of caution line right here, nor will we really need a railing. Maybe in the center here, or kind of along this edge and that edge, just to have a bit of a separation, but I'm going to hold off on that for the moment. See how things start to look once everything else is in place, because I don't want to busy it up, especially with an unneeded hand railing. Maybe for those nights where we've got ourselves a distillery and had a few too many. But right now, we don't even have that option. I think we'll be okay. So let's get some of these columns in place. That's going to be 3 block gaps that we're going to have in between them. So 1, 2, 3, I'll do. And 1, 2, 3. And then that's going to be just 2 blocks there. So it'll open up very quickly, because with the 3 block wide walkway, the 3rd block on this portion going to be right above this wall. Because that's where the stairs are going to come right up onto it. So 1, 2, 3, doop. 1, 2, 3, doop. 1, 2, 3, a doop. Yeah. Okay. And you can see all of the shadows fixing themselves as we do the various sections here. Yeah. And there's still the occasional little bit of a lighting glitch, but that's simply a nature of a lot of the checks get bypassed when using some of the chisel tools that are part of the mod anyway. And so the game isn't quite sure what sort of light each of these blocks is blocking. So it kind of just treats it as a full block for the most part. But then using the regular chisel on it, that's why it fixes the lighting. I don't know if I ever actually fully explained that part of why it fixes it. But yeah, now you know, if you didn't already. So we've got our columns in place, and so with this floor, there is a nice little design that I kind of want to try out here.
We'll start it with this particular block. Let's get my hammer in my other hand here. That, and let's add in regular granite. And with this, we're just going to open up our pantograph and diamond pattern floor. Something that all good workshops need. Just gonna paste shape. Hey, look at that. And it's kind of a similar idea to the brick pattern where we've got the polished brick on the inside and the regular brick on the outside, just to add a lot more contrast with the shading and color depth. Well, mostly the shading, it's kind of the same color, just darker. And here we've got that exact same idea going on. There we go. I might want to rotate this, actually. Not even just to fix the lighting, as I'd already have to do, but I think it might help. I don't know if it's going to make the room look smaller. Let's stand back and see. Well, I don't know which one I like better. It's kind of in place of a rug, just to fill in this open blank space, because we will have a big open section here. The detail is going to be around the sides. What do y'all think? Widthways or lengthways? Not sure which one I like better. Ooh. There's a lot of depth with just one voxel on a floor. But hey, you know, it's grippy, which is good. So even though we should be wearing safety shoes in here, if there's an oil spill or something that makes it real slippy, at the very least, we'll have a lot of... Ooh, it's shaking. We'll at least have a lot of traction on the ground. Yeah, see, good traction. Real good traction. Yeah. Let me know which way you like. Do you like them lengthways or widthways? Hard to decide. I kind of like them both. Don't you dare say diagonal. I don't think I could do that. How much detail there is in that small space. Look at it. Diagonal? Nah. That's just... it's a pipe dream. Diagonals aren't real. But they can hurt you. Anyway, alright, enough about diagonals and the dangers within. We've got to put in a couple more little things here. And 2 more here, just at the side of either door, as if it were the other block game. They're completely non-functional, and once we've carved out these rooms, we'll add some on the other side as well. But speaking of squares and rectangular things in general, let's go make ourselves a bunch of nails and strips so we can make our 3 tall, aged wooden doors. And probably a couple of regular ones just for the other side entrances there, unless we make those larger doors as well. I'm going to hold off on that while I contemplate and decide, but let's make the big doors now. We need at least 4 sets, so 8 doors in total. And for that, since we're going to need 8, we're going to need 8 nails and strips. Not that hard to make. Any kind of nails and strips will do. It cycles through a bunch of metals that we're never going to make them out of silver. That's silly. That's silvery. But for the aged boards here, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 times 8. 96. We're going to need a stack and a half. Do we have that many aged boards? The only times we've really ever found regular aged wood is that one ruin down to the south a little bit in the water. Hello, dog. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. Let's see, we have that. Ooh. I think we can maybe do this. Bring me my saw. Where's my saw? I seen a saw somewhere. I know I saw a saw once. It's in the workshop. Oh, we're good. Copper. 40. I think. Hold on. That's all done. Nope. Almost done. Most of it. 8 out of 9. That one's 9. These are going to be done pretty quick.
And the cabbages. Okay, I'll get this cooking and I'm coming back for you. My cabbages. Those cabbages are going to come in nice and healthy, and I'm not going to have to make a car company to get revenge on a bunch of kids. I did not bring any coal along with me. Okay, let's get some firewood there to at least get it started. Back and forth, every day, back and forth. Once everything's all amalgamated into one spot, this is going to be the one place I need to go to for all my melting needs of metals and such. And no more of this Metal Gear Solid 3. What is 3? Just every time I go up there, I'm still thinking about Snake Eater. Last piece of black coal? Might as well. And then we've got a whole bunch of our brown coal in here, which I don't think we'll need, but I'll take it just in case. Why not? Who knows? We'll probably have to fill up the steel furnace soon if we don't have anything burning in there anymore. It's probably already empty, isn't it? Oh, it's super empty. Okay. There we go. Oh, ooh, torch, where you go? There you go. All right, let's get back to over there, and hopefully that firewood hasn't all burnt up. It probably has already, but that's okay. We'll deal with it as it comes. Boop. Yeah, I took too long. That's okay. Pop one of those guys in there for safety. That'll do its thing. Okay, that's gonna spend a few minutes cooking, so we have a little bit of time. Grab my snack. Wasn't much left in my snack, but at least I've got a full meal left over. Oh boy. So I'll wait for the satiation bonus to wear off, and once my hunger starts depleting again, then I'll eat my bowl of food. And I think we're gonna have to cook some more food pretty darn soon. Which is perfectly fine, because we're gonna have a bunch of cabbages. Real quick here. I can start actually putting some on the top shelf. We're starting to build up our crock supply. Thank you. I believe most of these are exclusively... I think these are mostly exclusively from dungeons. And ruins, yeah. I only remember making, what, 4 of them? Yeah, maybe a few more, but I think most of them have just been all from ruins. We got that, and hello, cat. You've been in the basement, huh? Cats like the basement. You're down here for concrete. Concrete. Yeah, there you go. I don't know how much you like concrete, but get back upstairs. No concrete. Yeah. So we do have this one last rock of food. Let's pop that away, pop that away. Ooh, maybe not pop that away. Let's eat that, because that's very necessary. We're going to grab ourselves a wee bit more wood. There we go. 96 boards with 40 to spare, so we're definitely going to need more aged wood at some point soon. Seems like some resource hunting is going to be in our future. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly check on this, see if it's ready to pour, and then we'll grab our cabbages, and maybe the rest of that flax will be ready. It is ready. Excellent. Pick up the hot metal and pour the metal. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Let's clear out a bit of inventory space and grab ourselves some cabbages and hopefully a whole metric ton of flax. Pop that away. Granite goes up here, because we're kind of done building with it for a little bit anyway. Pop that limestone in there. We're going to need this limestone for our ceiling, just to kind of brighten it up. There's no room in there, no room in there. I just started throwing some of the extra peridotite in there. We're going to need to use all of this for stone paths soon. There's a lot of projects and a lot of things that are going to need to get done. Move all of these up in the old inventory just to get them out of the way. Ooh, a lot of these are still 8. There's the occasional 9. But at the very least, let's get our cabbages. Ooh. Oh, we got an extra seed. We got 7 seeds, 12 cabbages. This is perfect. The nitrogen in this is down, so we're not going to want to replant those cabbages here. So let's get these 7 cabbage seeds in the ground in the regular garden. How are you doing? You're almost done too. Second batch of soybeans is almost done. Everything's good. Everything's coming up pretty nicely. Let's just pop our cabbages in a little row along here. Doop, doop, doop. This garden is still chaos for crop rotation, but I'm not too concerned. Yeah, food isn't really the biggest worry at the moment. Cooking it is. And soon we're going to have a big influx of meat. So we got cabbages good for 21 days. Down in the cellar, 91 days. That is 10 months and a day in game. Oh, that's during summer too. Cabbages are going to last a long time. We won't even have to make them into sauerkraut, huh? What do you think? You want sauerkraut, buddy? I don't even know if dog and or moose can eat sauerkraut. Probably not. Always be careful what you're feeding your pets. Exactly. You do never know what could be dangerous for dog. And we'll come back for the flax in a little bit. It looks like they're slowly starting to go to stage 9, but most of them are still 8. Probably another day. Let's see. Are these done? Are they cool? They're hardened. And they're cool enough to touch. And whoop, make ourselves 8 of these 3 tall aged doors. Now we can get those in place and see just how safe and warm in the winter. That's kind of the important thing. That's really the only reason I'm adding doors. Otherwise, I just have big open archways and maybe chiseled things. But I really want this to seem like a nice, easily kept cozy place. Now, didn't realize these doors were so giant when I'm carrying them. So, anyway, as I carry an entirely large door about the size of I think this is actually larger than a raft in my arms. But anyway, with doors, there's something we're going to have to think about for this. Do we want them to open inwards, allowing easy access, but difficult to leave in case someone's, stealing? Or do we want it to be easy to leave here in the case of quick evacuation, but difficult to get in to make it a more fortified structure? The vault-like nature and interior is probably, honestly, just because they're dwarves. And, it's kind of cool. So I think doors that swing inward are what we're going to want. They're going to be open almost all the time anyway, except for if we're working and drifters keep trying to come in from outside, then we might shut the front door. But I think having them face inward might be good. Yeah. And so they're mostly just going to stay kind of like so. And then occasionally we can close them if we absolutely have to. Yeah. So, pop those on there. Yeah. Now this may not register as a room regardless of size because of this. A big old hole up into nowhere. That's okay. Once we seal that up, which, let's see, should we try it? Oh, right. Right, that wall is also open. Well, okay. Well, at some point we'll know if this is a sealed room or not. But it is not this day. A few blocks could very quickly let us know. That's a little more than what we need to figure out right now. The warmth is a secondary concern. We'll be safe from the elements, and typically inside of a mountain it's maybe slightly warmer anyway. So it's actually getting colder as we come inward, but I think that might either be coincidental or just because it's spring. Who knows? Take our dirt back since it's not really doing much. I think that is a good bit of progress for the day.
I started the day with a bit of arbory. Beginning with the kapok trees, I went on a small lumberjacking spree across a good chunk of the trees we had around the homestead, and planted a straight line of kapok from those seeds. With the mod to increase tree seed drops, I'm not all that concerned about losing out on a few leaf blocks just by bunching them all close together. After putting away the first haul of wood, I started to tackle the maple wall. And oh boy, was that something to tackle. The last of our iron axe was sacrificed to make a sizable dent in it, so we'll have to come back for the rest later on. With wood somewhat restocked, I finally added a little path offshoot directly to the masonry lodge, and while out and about pathing, I could hear a distinct lack of piglet squealing. And you know what that means. It's time to bring home the bacon. If anyone asks, there was never a Gen 2, and no pigs were harmed in the acquisition of all of this meat. Totally unrelated, but I refilled the troughs and let the Gen 3 pigs up out of the basement. On the topic of a successful harvest, enough of the flax was ready, so I began harvesting what I could, netting a substantial haul. I replanted the new collection of flax seeds in the other garden to keep the flax train running while the soil replenished. I'll have to look into hunting down some better soil, or at the very least some fertilizer at some point, I think. After a hard day's work in the fields, I decided to treat myself with some nice, hearty food. Red meat stew with parsnip and cabbage, I even made a couple batches with blueberries just to get some fruit back in my diet, and also a little bit of porridge for more variety. With the cellar stocked with the largest amount of food it's ever seen, some of which being sealed to last a good long while, it was time to get into the meat of the episode. I hopped on over to the workshop and started knocking out the ceiling to make room for the upper floor of our main chamber. During the middle of this ceiling endeavor, the second batch of steel was finished firing. No time to work on it now, though. There's rocks to knock. In due time, the upper floor was cleared. With the space prepped, I decided to take advantage of the influx of animal fat we'd acquired earlier, and it was finally time to bring our mechanical power down below. With a narrow shaft extending all the way to the ground floor, the first step toward having our health hammers within arm's reach was well underway. Because that brings us to today, where now that we've got the mechanical power all the way down to the ground floor here, we've got to start carving this out, bring down the health hammer, get some more sails up there, and a whole bunch of other fun shenanigans. So there's no time to waste. Let's go grab ourselves some sails. We've got a lot of linen now after we had that flax harvest, so let's, 57. We'll see. We'll see if that's enough. We'll probably end up needing more angled gears, so we should probably bring... Ooh, we got 8 fat left. Let's hope we don't need that many. Resin. We'll bring 8 resin with us just in case. So today is going to be a lot of progress on the workshop, continuing on from where we had left off last episode. Close the old doors there, keep out unwanted drifty boys. And for one of the last few times, we climb the ladder. Ooh. Okay, our rotors are all in place up here, so about time to start working on these boys.
If I go from this block, the side of it, and I put dirt right there, I believe that is exactly where we want it. Okay. Now, I've gotten questions as to why I use packed dirt as opposed to regular dirt for, you know, marking out a lot of things, specifically with the castle in particular. That was a mistake there. But for these and everything else, I'm just used to having something that's a little bit different looking, right? So packed dirt, it's different from regular dirt. So it's not an item that I'm going to get confused and think that it's supposed to be for a different purpose. I know that anytime I see there's packed dirt, that means it's marked out for, you know, a very specific purpose. We all know how good I am at remembering certain things. Almost as good as I am at keeping my inventory organized. Which, in all honesty, I'm quite surprised with how little disarray I've reintroduced after organizing all of our storage. That's an achievement. Okay, let's get ourselves some axles on here, shall we? Like so. Okay. I believe that is all of the rotors in place. It's a little difficult to see up into the night there, but we should have... That was just attached there. That normally should be down here. Everything on the floor here is going to have to move. Yeah. Let's just clear out as much as we can from our inventory here, just to make enough room. That is from our granary. Right, because we relocated that one up top here, so we've got an extra one. So that's good. That saves us having to make another one when we go back to reinstate the granary. We'll come back for a lot of these. Just trying to clear as much room as possible. And we'll drop off more things at the house as well, so we can fit as many rotors as humanly possible into our inventory. Not rotors, sails. As many sails in our inventory as humanly possible. Oh boy, are they in here? I heard drifters. Hello? You're somewhere above me. Let's just hope they don't have access to get in here. Let's just close those doors. We're at high rift activity. What was I saying? I got completely derailed by hearing drifters in the workshop. Sails. Windmill sails. Learned my lesson of not breaking stuff on the ground with Mr. Moose around. Or Dog the Moose. Getting another argument like the knife incident. Let's see how far this gets us. I could do the math to see exactly how far it'll go, but that's not really going to matter much because we've got not enough. I can already tell that. We're going to need more. Okay, top layer is all set. Let's hop on down and doop, 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 doop. That's windmill number 5 hooked up. And do. We're getting there. We're getting there. We definitely don't have enough flax from that one haul to get this whole thing done. This is going to take another couple harvests, I think, minimum. That's okay. That's okay. Let's see what we can do with the rest of that flax down there. Just use it all to get as many sales as we can. We've got another couple stacks worth of flax coming anyway. Oh, jeez. Oh, coming out of nowhere. You'd think I wouldn't be startled by now. It was loud enough. I should have expected him right around the corner. Once you get a place all lit up and you think you're safe, that's when you start panicking, right? Right, buddy? You start panicking. You start panicking. Like that. That was actually kind of mean. Wow. I think I got a taste for blood. That can't be good. Anyway, gonna take my mind off that by just, harvesting the rest of these. Really have to put a proper gate back there. Slappy stick. Slappy stick. Okay, let's put as many of these together as we still can, and that is a total of 4 more sets of sails. Just gonna get us finished that one rotor that we started. I think a single set of sails on another. Not terrible. Could be better, but not terrible. With a single set of sails there, we're not doing too bad. That's what, 4, 5, 6 complete windmills and a fifth of another. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So, now we've got to take this whole shindig downstairs. But we're kind of going to need some room down there for it, don't you think? Not really any place for it to go quite yet. Let's get digging. Just going to clear out a little bit of headroom here. Make it ever so slightly more comfortable. And a lot of this wall is going to get pushed back anyway because our furnace array is going to be right in, well, inside of this wall right now. But here is where our Hellhammer setup is going to be. Just like we went over, it's felt like forever ago at this point. But hey, you know, you can't rush progress. Because when you do, that's how you get a zombie apocalypse. A lot of bad things come from rushing progress. Best to take it slow and enjoy the journey. So for this, at first, let's just start this off by evening out this wall. It'll make it a little bit easier because we're just going to use the quarry tools. We're going to make quick work at digging this place out. Probably going to stick to the 4 high ceilings in here, just like in the entryway. Though that might change once the ceiling's in place properly. Open this room right on up. This is where a lot of the mechanical bits are going to be hidden away. Once we bust out a bit of this wall anyway. Yeah. We have just opened up a vulnerability, with that being dark there. So we've reintroduced spawnable areas. Whoops. So before we start moving the Hellhammer down and get things here in place, I don't think we're gonna have enough. Well, I left the fat up there. I think there's 7 left, 14 axles. How far do we have to come over here? So we're gonna need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 13. We might just, maybe. We're probably going to need a bit more fat, I think, to be able to get enough axles. Definitely to get enough angled gears. So positioning, we might not be able to do exactly what we're hoping quite yet. We're getting close, though. Getting very, very close. So what's going to be eventually the mechanical room in the back here, that dark area behind me, that scary, spooky place, that's probably going to be where our whole Hellhammer setup down below in a much more convenient spot is going to go, once again, temporarily. There's always a bottleneck somewhere. It's a price you pay for innovation. Let's get the Hellhammer down here and get that all going. And for that, I think we can just pop it right about here. Yeah. There we go. Power's all going down the line there. We're going to remove everything that we've got up here. We'll bring the pulverizer down later. We don't necessarily need it right this second. Okay, pop that off of there. That coming over this way. One more. And these are just going to go, I guess, over here decoratively for the moment. And we're just going to take a couple of these lanterns all of the lanterns, because we don't really need much safety up here anymore. We're not coming up here very often. Now that we're going to be moving all of our important stuff down below. This is going to be a lot of up and down for the next couple minutes here for me. Woo! So I'll see you when we got everything all relocated. And through the power of editing, voila! It is done! It is here! We've got a far more accessible little location here for smithing. Right near the entrance, so we can walk on in. No need to go up the big ladder anymore. That chest over there, that one there, that has all of the pulverizer pieces in it, so officially nothing is up top except for the windmills. And once we've got the resources, so after I go hunting at some point to get more fat, we can make more axles and more helve hammers and get ourselves 3, maybe 4 helve hammers set up right around here. Maybe with a second one when we've got more windmills, who knows. We'll see how effective one setup is with how many windmills we're going to have. It might be a little bit overpowered. I don't know if it's going to be faster than what we need, but we could try gearing it up, actually. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Why not? Why not? We've got enough windmills. We surely we can do this. We're gonna need more height. That is zooming something fierce. Now that is with a near gale, so who knows how it's gonna look once the wind slows down. It might go a lot slower, but at least for the moment, gearing it up seems to have given us a zoomin' boy right here. Look at him. Look at him, noom. He go zoom. He go noom. But most importantly, he go. Now I think if we were to try and gear it up once more, that might lower the torque too much. So when we have really super strong winds, we might have great speed, but it could very well just stop running entirely when we have, like a light or a moderate breeze. And we want something that's going to be reliable. Even if it's not as fast as it could possibly be, at least this should, in theory, hopefully run pretty well almost all the time, as long as there's some kind of wind. So, I mean, we can always experiment later on when we've got a full setup, but for the moment, I think that's, for one helve hammer, pretty darn fast, if I do say so myself. Let's just pop some of the more mechanical pieces over here, since this is kind of where we're going to need them. And let's move on to a bit more of the decorative aspects. Once again, these columns need to go up to the ceiling. So I'm going to pop over to the Mason Lodge, grab some more of our polished granite, and extend these bad boys up to the ceiling. Can you take them higher? To the ceiling they will hold. Oh, then we'll arch the ceiling, made of rock and stone. Can you take them higher? Are we gonna need regular? Let's bring a little regular granite just in case. Of course. Pantograph. Alright, chisel's back over there in a box. I should grab that. Also, I got a slab. Oh, whew, it blocks my vision. Let's just... There we go. Oh! Spawned right in front of me. Just popped in from the ether. Just gonna close that door for safety. Okay. And let's just extend these boys on up. actually going to keep those as is and start them up kind of like so again. Yeah. There we go. Now the walkway is going to extend out to meet up with these columns, so that's why I've still got what was kind of the topper for them in place here. And I'll play around a little bit. Once we start getting those walkways in place, it is going to wrap around, be about 3 block wide, all the way around connected to the columns. And initially I had thought to wrap it all the way around over the top of the furnace here, but I think the walkways might just stop. And then the furnace is going to be a floor-to-ceiling, big old feature on the back wall. Not sure exactly what it's going to look like yet. But if it takes up the whole wall, it's going to be grand. It's going to be nice. Kind of roundish, maybe? I don't know. Speaking of the actual furnace design there, that does bring me to a bit of a crossroads. Because you see, with the current version of chisel tools that I've got, we have the Jonas paintbrush, which is what I've talked about in earlier episodes, that we can use with a steel paintbrush to make the Jonas paintbrush here, which is going to let us make light blocks out of a lot of things, and it's got a pretty high durability. We just use dyes to basically make the blocks. And that gray dye is going to make a nice cyan glow, the same as a temporal gear. However, with the updated version of Chisel Tools that's been updated for 1.20, which is still compatible in 1.19, it's the version we're actually using on the Rusty Gears server, that's got the palettes. And the palettes offer a few new textures that otherwise we wouldn't have access to, even with Chisel Tools currently. One of which is a very particular texture. Embers. So the way that coal looks when you've lit it up, it turns into an ember block, and that is going to look very nice for a big, giant forge. Since, you know, with the current mods, we can't really move lava with a bucket. And I'm starving to death. As I was saying, even if we could move lava, that's a very dangerous thing to have nearby, since one little slip up and suddenly you have Bernie Bone Melty Juice everywhere. Nobody wants Bernie Bone Melty Juice everywhere. It burn and bony melt. Not fun. Not the recommended settings. Definitely not safe for Seraph consumption. But an ember block is entirely harmless. It's decorative. I think it gives off a light level of 4, which is negligible in the grand scheme of things. We're going to have a bunch of other much brighter lights around it. But I think whatever the design for the furnace ends up being, I'll have it with the ember block eventually in mind. Start it with the Jonas paintbrush in mind, along with a lot of the other decorative aspects here. And then, eventually, probably when we update to 1.20, that's when we'll switch over to the newer version of Chisel Tools, have the palettes, no longer, unfortunately, be able to craft a Jonas paintbrush, but there will be Jonas palettes, which are just a different, well, I guess if they don't use steel, they're a slightly less expensive version in all technicality. They just have a far lower durability. Wait, no, what am I talking about? They're not less expensive. It takes 8 lanterns per pallet. That's very expensive. I'm gonna get all the lighting done with the Jonas paintbrush first. It's cheaper, and yeah. This is all for decoration. I don't really mind that it's giving light blocks which help prevent spawns. I'm doing this for decor. Because just like in Final Fantasy XIV, you know, the endgame is Final Fashion 14. We're all about the aesthetics here. And speaking of aesthetics, this ceiling is going to be carved in a little bit and replaced with granite, as are the walls. There's going to be a little bit of an arch design. Let's just hop on down. So there's going to be an arch kind of going up about 2 blocks and back down. Not quite a straight line. It's going to be slightly rounded, but definitely to look kind of like a pointed arch. And then the beginnings of it starting again on this side, maybe, or I might just bring it down, have a slight taper into the walls. The edges I haven't quite decided, but I know for the center it's going to raise up and look, well, hopefully quite nice. So, let's get a little bit of that carved out and start getting that ceiling looking archy. But not Jughead. It's not going to look Jughead. That's my role. Congratulations if you get that reference. You're old like me. Oh, it's not that old. Hasn't Archie had a new version? No, that was when I was a teenager. Okay. Archie's Weird Mysteries is not a new show. There was Riverdale. Yeah, Riverdale's a decade old. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where does the time go?
So while I'm carving out this ceiling, why don't we do this in a method that makes the most sense? Once more unto the time-lapse, my friends. Can you take me higher? Got a rock in my 2 hands. Yeah, it's enough of that. Let's just carve out this ceiling. And there we go. We've got ourselves a little bit of an arch there. It's the beginnings of the pattern that is going to cover our entire little ceiling here. Now, the main thing with this ceiling is I'm thinking of having some crisscross action going on with it. So I'm thinking of having 6x7 sections, probably with a 6x6 up here, where it's going to create kind of like an arched box. And I apologize in advance to any pixel artists. You've probably already noticed there are what are known in the industry as jaggies. And that's when a curve with pixels doesn't really go on a very smooth trajectory. You can see those little extra bits back there where it's switching between, gaps of 2, gaps of 1. It looks just a little bit uneven. But that's just the nature of what this is, which is actually just the 2 top sides of a slightly rounded pentagon. Wanted to have a little bit of a pointed top, but rounded to look like a nice arch. I think it's good while not being a round arch. It's just kind of a rounded triangle almost. Now, in between the columns, let's try something and just see how it looks. Pop an old ladder up this way. And let's just get a 1, a 2, a 3. We're going to copy one of these blocks. Yeah. Now we're going to rotate this on... Ooh, there we go. Like so. And then we're just gonna shove this up into the ceiling ever so slightly. Yeah. About like that. We're just gonna paste that over to these two. And this one, I'm just gonna push in a little bit more. And for good measure, replace these. A little bit of granite. As our paired white rocks fall out. Okay, okay. Not quite as archy as I'm hoping for. I think that's going to require a little bit more testing. We'll get it looking right one day. But in any case, let's try getting one of those sections in place, the 6x7s that I mentioned. And after I just did this all, how much room do I have? I've got a full row of inventory space. Alright, I should probably put this flax in such a way, but that'd be too easy. So I think the different sections are going to be this one here, basically from the wall up until this column, and then from here until this column, and then this last section here, that is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 section long little bit there. And that one is okay. We might do something different with it, just because that's going to go into our large wall with the furnace. So that'll be more of a concern for when we're decorating this back wall here a bit. That means right here. Let's start with this one and just kind of get this wall all done and dusted. So over here, we're gonna just take a little bit of that, rotate it. Gonna need to remove that, bring in that one there. Ah, I see. I'm gonna need a bit more granite. Working with 3D shapes makes the brain meat go burr. Bring a couple stacks just in case. Alright, back to it here. So, let's cut out these guys here. These guys here. Those ones. Oh! How dare you, good sir? I shun you. Okay, now, for the interesting part here. We're gonna have to make this a nice, seamless corner, and for that, we're going to use the Add Shape tool. After a quick little blueberry snack there. So with this one, we're just gonna take that guy here, add that to there, add that to there. That one, add that to there, add that to there. No. This one we're gonna have to add that to there and then rotate. Yeah. And then do all of the little things for every piece and hope that it maybe kind of fixes the lighting. It probably won't fix it for everything. There's only so much you can do when you get into a complex shape like that. I think we've hit about as good as we can do. Yeah. Then that is what we're left with, and yeah, there's shadows, but that's a little unavoidable sometimes. And then this part here is going to have some kind of arch between the columns, probably a larger version of whatever we end up with this one looking like. And so with here, we're just gonna have to not actually need to replace much there. Let's just, with this, luckily, since we're changing the shapes around on them, we could just use any of these little blocks, and we are going to so we'll just kind of copy these all around. There we go. And we're just gonna break it all down. And that is what we're left with. Kind of a slightly domed, kind of elongated pyramid. I wonder, if we just extend out that layer there instead of using what's up top, that might look a little bit better. Let's give it a try. Yeah, let's get these ladders out of the way. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit nicer. Just a bit less of the lighting issues visible. It's a little mesmerizing, honestly. Kind of sucks you in with the depth. So the plan's going to be to do that, repeated in the middle over here, and then over yonder, slightly more perfectly squared version or some such, as I said, which might be changed depending on what our little steel furnace decorative wall is going to look like. Now, what about the wings, you might be asking? And by the wings, I mean the spot over top of the walkways in yonder corners there. Well, I don't know. I've been playing with a couple different designs, but I haven't found something that I'm happy with yet. So what I might do is just little designs, smaller versions of what we've got going on right up there behind me. Kind of a scaled down version, probably between each of the columns. So that'd be kind of like a little 3x3 section up in there. That's not too bad. That could work, especially if we get those arches between them looking proper. Yeah, that's right, I'm looking at you. Ugh. Might just need to make them smoother. Time will tell. Testing will tell. That's the beauty of art. Multiple iterations until something looks beautiful. Why do I hear a bear? Is there a bear in there? I've disturbed a party up top. I wonder if this is open enough. I'm hearing the bear up on the top of the mountain? Hello? Barry White? Barry the Platypus? Oh, I hear him. Yeah, let's go out at night to hunt a bear. That's a smart idea. Keep the high ground. Scan the horizon for any signs of movement. Those are rocks. I'm hearing them over here. Wait a minute. Is this... No way. This is the fire pit from episode 1. Wow. Oh, that's a throwback. Well, I'm just gonna let that stay here, but still kind of looking for that bear. Could always use a little bit more fat in our diet, and by diet I mean in our workshop for axles and such. I'm not seeing him anywhere though. Well, who knows? You know what, he's good enough at hide and seek. He can live. Anyway, with the bear in hiding, I think the rest of this detail along here, it's just going to be a repetition of what I just did. So, I'll probably take care of that between the episodes. So let's do something a little bit different. Still very much working with rocks and stone and everything. Let's head back on over into this room here. Now, we may be limited in getting our Helvhammer in place to where we want it based on, well, materials for all the mechanical bits. But I do know that right around here is where we're going to want a lot of our forges. Let's get a couple little bits of stuff out of our inventory. Let's widen this wall a little bit. Pop those out. Pop those out. We're just gonna pop those back in place to have ourselves a 2-wide door. 2 blocks high? I think I might extend this wall up, honestly. Yeah. I do like that. Yeah, just extend that up to the ceiling, which will affect these sections of decorative ceiling, but that's fine. Because the walkways that we're going to have are probably going to end with this as the corner. So it'll kind of just come to meet the wall there. So these will be corner pieces. Very likely, just going up. Yeah. Keep this area a little bit more open. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright. Let's take a couple of these bits here. We can always add the sandstone in after. But just taking some of our chiseled pieces, and we're just going to copy our stairs. Place them in. Ooh, rotate. There we go. We'll add our yellow stripe there for caution after. But this is basically what it's going to look like. We'll just have our little staircase come on down. And then, of course, the floor in here. Very much going to be like the rest of this place. With our polished granite. Okay, how much durability do we have left? 228 on the steel pickaxe. We've almost burned through a whole steel pickaxe. Oh boy. The room for the forges here, I'm thinking we're gonna have that be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this is gonna be a wall. And then we're gonna put this room, so this will be the wall. Then the room itself will be 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks deep. 2, 3, 4, and then this will be the back wall. And just like that, we have it mostly carved out. A little bit of cleanup. Okay, so we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dun, dun, dun. I'm actually gonna want 1 block gap here. Push it back just so it's not immediately pressed up against this door, just to make it look a little nicer. That will be the door there, into a little room here with 4 forges on either side. You think 8 forges will be enough? I think that might be enough for us to mentally keep tabs on. Ooh, actually. Hold up, hold the phone even. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then on this wall 4. Yeah, then this wall can be storage, maybe. 3, 4, if we go back 1 more layer. Sorry, pickaxe, I didn't mean to do this to you. I was hoping we'd get this all mostly done with the quarry tools. It's okay, at least we have a batch of steel to make another. Yeah, okay. Let's just do a little one of these. A little one of these. Is that gonna be where the wall is? Or is that gonna be behind it? I think that's behind it. Yeah, it looks about right. Pop that down there, turn that into a thing.
Add a... Whoops. Add one of those. Do a shaper. Rotator. I like potatoes.
And then realize that these walls are also going to need to be these, so it shows a little bit of granite. All right.
Okay, just to get a little bit of an idea here. So, gonna have our wall go here, and actually, you know what, let's just... Yeah. There we go, So we're gonna have our walls like so. And then we head on in here. We're gonna have 4 forges there, 4 forges there. Okay, let's get some corners going. Corners. Corner. And this one, the stripe corner. Just kind of pop those in there. Excellent. Okay. Maybe, You know what? This is okay. There we go. I'll add these stripes in later on. But this is kind of the general shape of the room here. So, as we come into our smithing area, we're going to have our half hammers and all of our mechanical stuff over here. And then right on in here, we'll have a bit of a room. Door to come in, 4 forges here. Some sort of decorative thing or some such in the corner. We probably won't really see it, so I might be able to just fill that in. And then 4 more forges here. A little bit of storage chests or trunks here. Possibly decorative ones? So a lot of our coal and the other little extra bits we're going to need just for getting all our ingots and all that. We're good to go. And then beyond, in here is going to be another doorway. Maybe just a single wide door. That's going to lead into a bit of a storage room where we can stack up ingots and all sorts of other goodies. Because who doesn't love big old piles of ingots stacked to the ceiling? Makes you feel alive. Makes you feel accomplished. You get to see all of your hard work on display, even though they'd be far more, compact in a chest. We gotta show off. If we ever get to the point where we have enough ingots around just to show them off. I'm sure once the Hellhammer's going, we'll be in business. We could have different categories in there: copper area, bronze, iron, steel, all of the different fun stuff. But on the other hand, this side here, we're gonna need to bust out a door for our smelting area. Boop, boop. Yeah. I suppose actually we can, There we go. There we go. Rotate those properly. Should I? I could probably do that, yeah. Just gonna save what precious little durability there is left on that steel pickaxe. There we go. Get ourselves the doorway there. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. We'll work on this a little bit more as we go, but this is kind of just getting some of the shapes and ideas in place. As for the smelting room, that's still a work in progress on design. The smithing area definitely has taken precedent. The smelting area is also going to be the home of where the beehive kiln is, as well as a charcoal tower permanent installation kind of deal. Because I found out that the kiln doors, well, let's just say those are going to work. To have a little permanent fixture for charcoal burning so you can come in and out. Not while it's cooking. Don't do it while it's cooking. That's unsafe. Then it would probably also ignite everything inside. You need a reduction burn atmosphere in there. But in any case, this room will be one of the later projects in the workshop, just because I'm going to wait until I've got some more designs solid, and in 120, we will actually build the smelting area.
And also because we won't need a separate indoor smelting area until 1.20, because right now we can still just pour molds out in the rain and, it don't make no never mind to us. But soon, very soon, 1.20 will take from us our ability... Sorry, I just got distracted by that cracked brick back there. But anyway, it'll take away our ability... Nope, I lost it. To do ingot molds in the rain, that's what I was thinking, yeah. Alright, let's clear out a whole bunch of this inventory, because we have a lot of rock. Just a lot of rock. We've got a good bit of our designs in place, or at least, the ideas of them shown off. But we've been inside for so long, and look at the sun. Ow. Okay, maybe don't look directly into the sun. There we go. Now that I've cleared up my inventory a little bit, let's get all the materials we're going to need to put our decorative furnaces in place. So we've got the one already. We're going to need more of these granite dry stones. So we are going to need, out of these, 24. We're going to need a bit more of these granite ashlar blocks. We've got 5. We're going to need 8. Pop the excess over there. Also going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the regular granite rock. Okay, we got not nearly enough basalt. We're going to need to go grab some basalt. And we have enough shale dry stone, even without having to go grab any. I thought we were going to have to quarry some of this, but no, we just need 8 of those guys. So down to the lava hole to go grab a little bit of basalt. We're also going to need cobblestone. I have to make the forges. That's okay. That's okay. Let's just do it one step at a time. One step at a time. I'm trying to do 20 steps all at once, and it's, that ain't going to be good for nobody. We gotta do one step at a time. Back down to the Dange. There's been olivine here the whole time. That would have been useful to remember. I think somebody in the comments mentioned that there was olivine down here. I apologize for my forgetfulness. Oh man. Oh, there's a lot of olivine down here. Well, that would have been nice to remember. But it'll be useful later on if I do need it again. Oh boy, okay. Let's just... Whoop. Let's focus on the good here. Alright, let's turn this into some polished. And that is all we're... No, we need 24 of these. And... there we go. Perfect. Now, we have everything we're going to need. Let me out. Let me out. Okay, now let's get out of here before the calm rift activity decides to not be so calm. I gotta do something about this one day. I gotta make this safer. Okay. Let's make ourselves 7 more forges. I'm sure we've got enough cobblestone material. And since it's been a while, let's just refresh ourselves here. So if we were to make cobblestone, we can make ourselves a forge with literally just 7. 7 times 7, we just need 49 cobblestone. That can't be that bad, right? Let's see, do we have any types of cobblestone that we don't necessarily need? We do have 64 shale cobblestone. Can we mix and match? No, we cannot. There we go. 7 forges. So let's mosey on back over and get those forges in place. I'm not too worried about the back walls behind the forges, because we're not really going to be able to see them. Okay. So, let's take this forge that we have here. Give ourselves a nice solid 8 of them. And I believe with those and a chisel,
we can make decorative forges. And with these decorative forges, we're just going to place them like so. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do some of these in place. So we'll do these in place here. But the actual forges themselves, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because for decorative forges, they have to be rotated in the exact direction you're going to be using them. So we're going to have to make sure they're in the right orientation before we apply them to our furnaces. But what are they going to look like, you ask? What's with this dry stone? Well, let me show you. Let's pop our little lantern down there. Get the old hammer in the offhand. Turn these bad boys into chiseled blocks. Might as well do these all at the same time. So for these ones, we're going to need to add a basalt, a shale dry stone, and a granite rock. And then what we can do is, from our portfolio here, I have forges. It comes in 3 different pieces. We got forge bottom, which of course is what these are. And we'll do paste shape. And I know it ain't much to look at right now, but once we've got the hoods on over top, it's going to be quite nice. So now, we're just going to do a paste shape and materials. There we go. There is a little gap there, so we're probably going to want something in those corners. That'll be a later problem. We'll be able to reach if we can see the gap. And so if we just break these apart. So the original one there that I did not want to stack with ones that I used paste shape and materials. So that's something to keep in mind if you're a little tight on inventory space. But regardless, they're all going to look the same once they're in there, like so. Now this kind of looks a little silly. Let's get the tops in place. These top ones, quite easy. Just going to add the basalt in there. The middle ones, we're going to first add a granite ashlar block. And then the basalt. And this one is going to be forge middle. Doop. Hey, it's starting to come together. And this one, you guessed it, forge top. There we go. Let's grab ourselves our lantern here just to get a little bit of light on these. We have got ourselves 8 decorative forges complete with decorative hoods that are not functional at all. But these forges are 100% functional. And I've got the interior there chiseled down to the same level as the inside of a regular forge, or at least within a voxel of it. So we'll still be able to see our ingots in there and see the charcoal that we stack up inside. Now unfortunately the little grates in the bottom here will not actually show as like heated up or glowing or anything while we're using the forge. But we can always pretend. Really more of an air intake anyway. I did forget I'm going to need a little bit more polished basalt just to continue these pipes so I can connect them all in and make it look like it's funneling all of the smoke out into probably this corner, just into the wall, or maybe they all meet in the corner there and go up into the ceiling, who knows? Ooh. Just a big smokestack right there? Yeah, that could look good. So with our decorative forges all in place here, and just with a little bit more connective decor needed for them, our mechanical bits all brought down to the ground floor, and the beginnings of a decorative ceiling, well, partially in place. 1.20 is out. Well, it's been out for a minute, but now's the time to prep, to update for ourselves. I started things off by processing the recently fired batch of steel using our new decorative furnaces. Once the ingots were smooth, I got to work forging a whole bunch of steel paintbrushes along with some extra tool heads.
including a scythe. Afterwards, I began digging out the footprint for our ceramics and smelting room. I marked out the dimensions for the beehive kiln and charcoal pit and headed over to the dirt dugout to begin the process of moving everything over. A couple trips back and forth later, and the back wall was lined with all of our molds and bricks. I wasn't done with the dirt dugout area just yet though, and hopped back on over to collect the rest of the blue clay deposit that we've been slowly chipping away at. The side of the pond may have sprung a leak in the process, but we'll just ignore that for now. The next task for the road to Jonas paintbrushes was at hand. We'll need 2 copper nickel ingots per paintbrush, and for that, we're going to need nickel. And if I had a nickel for every time I found nickel, I'd have no nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it hasn't happened once. With a large area of unprospected land south of our quarry mountain range, I hopped on the raft and set sail a little ways south. Eventually, a quaint little valley area yielded readings of pentlandite, the scientific name for nickel. I dug down and got to mining, fending off drifters and temporal instability along the way. I had to take a bit of a breather in a nearby trader cart up top to let my stability come back up. Great conversation, very friendly. 10 out of 10 Airbnb. After a second foray into the mines, I got back to the surface, made my way back home, zipped over to the workshop, and got to smelting. There was only one big hiccup. Temperature. Nickel has a very high melting point, and none of our current fuel sources can quite reach it. And that brings us to today, where we're going to have to make Coke. But it's not the drinkable kind like what I just cracked open. Coke is one of the highest burn temperature versions of a kind of coal. And in order to make this, we're going to need to build ourselves a coke oven. Probably more than one if we have the materials. So unlike the cementation furnace for steel, the coke oven doesn't really give us that shadowy blueprint. But that's okay because it's a fairly simple structure of just 3 by 3 by 3. So it's kind of just a cube with an empty hole in the center, and the front of it is a coke oven door. Now the nice thing is this can be made out of just regular fire clay bricks or any type of refractory bricks. And well, they're raw, but we've got a lot of fire clay bricks, which part of me regrets making to a small extent since we're really going to need a lot of refractory bricks, and having that fire clay would have been great. But we might end up using a good chunk of these anyway, so I'm not all that worried about it actually at this point. And so without coke, we're never going to be able to get these up to the temperatures that we need, because we need to hit 1325. And the highest any of the other coal that we have is about 1200. So let's see, for a single coke oven, we're going to need 3 by 3, so that is 9 bricks. So let's start grabbing as many of these as we can. I guess we're going to want to start firing them, because we're going to need to make a good bit of these. And you know what, we'll just grab the already completed fire clay bricks and see how many blocks we can actually make. Onward to the pit kilns I just recently took these from. Let's go grab my lantern before we go grab the fuel and everything to put in there. It's gonna get a little too dark to see what we're doing. Yoink. Now let's go grab that steel scythe head that we had made and get ourselves a scythe put together. That way we can collect a whole bunch of grass and just, see how long a steel scythe will last us. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay, let's empty out this grass into the pit kilns. And this will probably be one of the last few sets of pit kilns that we're going to be firing out here. Because soon enough, we're going to be able to make the beehive kiln once we get all updated into 1.20. Let's relive our caveman cookout times. By cookout, I mean, cooking rock and mud.
It's always a great feeling. Just getting a whole swath of grass like that. Ooh, look at that. Ah, feels good. Makes me happy. Moved you guys away just to put you right on back where you lived before. Alright. Let's grab more stick. Oh, my line of larch. Small line of larch grew here. Get a couple stick there. How's the line of kapok doing? That's fully grown. Oh, we might just have to cut these down soon enough. Look how tall those are. Oh, boy. I should probably make some steel axes. And I should also probably get out of outside. I, heard some drifters behind me. I might also have to think about making a doghouse for Dog the Moose. Yeah, that's right. You're gonna have to live outside, buddy. You might finally come for your revenge soon. You can't have that, no sir. No revenge plots in this house, young man. I shall curb your sudden but inevitable betrayal. Realize I've been playing with the loud keyboard this whole time. There we go. There we go. Quiet keyboard. Just so we can get these firing a little bit quicker before we go back into smithing and making axe. There was a whole peat deposit somewhere around here. Right here. This is an area that's eventually going to get reworked anyway, so we're taking the peat out one day. Might as well be today. While those cook away, let's go see how many blocks we can make with the bricks that are already cooked. Grab the old mortar here. And we get 4 from each of those, so 4 times 8, half a stack. Oh yeah, random fact, but the ponytail on the top of my head, I did get a comment that it does disappear and reappear. And that's because of the mod that I have that makes my armor invisible. It's one that I haven't talked about in a long time, where I can just, with Control P, make my armor appear and disappear. So when I put the helmet on, it just makes the top part of that ponytail go away. And it comes back when I take it off. It's a little strange, but you know, it's not the worst thing. I just got hat hair. Still looks better than the hat hair I get in real life. That's some wild and matted hair from time to time. Let's pick up this extra peat here just before we forget. Okay, let's see. Is there still a lad in here? Oop. So with what we've already got marked out here, this is going to be our beehive kiln for pottery. So I've got the 5x5 footprint, at least kind of indented out in the walls. And we're going to need a spot to walk around it, making it basically a 7x7 area that it's going to take up. And that's because we need to have more of, well, the exact same kind of door that we're going to have to make a couple of for our coke ovens. And we'll get into the mechanics of how that beehive kiln works when we actually get to building it after the update. So this is actually going to be our last episode in 1.19. Provided everything goes smoothly with the update, I'll be being very cautious with that. Alright, let's build our little oven, shall we? So on the opposite side from our beehive kiln, right around here, I think we'll have a wall of probably at least 2 coke ovens. We'll start with the one, just to get enough for that little crucible there and the next one. So we're only going to need a 3x3 area. Which means these are going to have to move. Well, that was easy. Pop these back out of the way. Okay. So that gets our beginning platform in place, and then for the top, we just do the exact same idea, and then along the back wall there. Huh. You know, if I had done the math, I would have realized that we had enough. Well, alright. That was easier than I thought. So the nice thing about these coke ovens as well is that this wall here can actually be shared with another one beside it. So if we just move these out of our way, we can actually just carve out another 2 blocks here. And with a few more blocks, we can technically have a second one there. So once that batch of bricks that we've got cooking is done, we can probably honestly have enough to finish off this and maybe build the 3rd one? I don't know if we're going to need that much coke, but you never know. We could start stocking vending machines. You put in your change and then suddenly a lump of coal just pops out. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that at all. Unless it's barbecue season. Then I could see a coal vending machine being maybe kind of popular. That'd really depend on the region. But in any case, we've got at least one of our furnaces almost ready to go here. We just need to make the door. Let's pop on over here. I'm really realizing I'm going to need to probably update the look of these blocks just ever so slightly. Just a tiny little tweak. So you notice that single layer of coal is actually just below the voxel layer that I've put for the inside of the little kind of basin of our furnace. So I'm just going to need to lower that down by probably just a single voxel, and then everything should be okay. That way we can see our bottom layer of coal. When I was doing the steel, I put 2 layers in because I didn't notice that I had already put the first one. So, you know, wasting resources, not so good. Oh, I've been yapping too long. That's already heating up. So while these blooms are being processed into ingots to then be turned into plates, let's go over what this oven door is. So the door itself is actually made out of, well, 4 ingots per door. Easiest way, 2 plates, and then you knock out the excess around the door itself. Which I'll be able to show you that in just a moment here. Let's speed on through these ingots. We're just gonna heat these plates back up ever so slightly. You're just getting a wee bit cold. There we go. Heat them up. Nice and golden yellow. Ah. We'll leave a couple of them in there. So, we're gonna use this to make a coke oven door. Easiest way, see, we're gonna need more voxels there. If we just pop 2 plates on, now suddenly all we gotta do is raise up a couple and we should be good to go. So, let's knock that one up there. Knock these ones up and over. And then we just knock out the edges here. Guess it's a little difficult to see the details for where the voxels that are in place are sitting, but that's okay. No outlines means no errors. And we got ourselves our first door. Piping hot. Grab our second set of plates and make another. How dare you? I'm in the midst of working, good sir.
This is a place of business.
Here we go. And with our 2 doors in hand, well, we're only really going to need the one right at the moment. But if we pop that one there, now we got a little door to our little coke furnace there. And we can just pump this one in place for now and finish building the bricks in around it after. And now it's time to get some coal in there and get our coke cooking. And we can get the nickel all cooking. Make ourselves a Jonas paintbrush, or well, a few of them. Good few of them. All of those steel paintbrushes I made, those are all going to be Jonas paintbrushes. We got a stockpile, since we won't be able to make them anymore after we update. I figure the durability between a bunch of them is hopefully more than we're going to need for a long, long time in terms of lighting blocks. Unless we end up just going absolutely ham on the lighting. I think a few thousand light blocks might be more than enough to tide us over until we're okay to make ourselves a Jonas palette. Okay, now did I use up all of my black coal? I just might have. We've got charcoal. And we've got brown coal. Okay, well, let's take a look here. So nothing in the handbook tells us what our output of coke is going to be. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, unfortunately. But brown coal is going to give us 8 coke from a full pile there. So I believe that is 16. 16 brown coal, 8 coke. 16 black coal would give us 12. But I have a sneaking suspicion we used up all our black coal. So we're just going to use some of this stuff. And that's okay. We're not going to need a huge amount, I don't think. I hope. Ah, jeez. Come on. You're startling me. Get that cooking. That's the ember we want. Close that door. Come here, Touch. And so we just leave that closed. And in about 12 hours, we're going to have ourselves 8 pieces of coke that we can put into our little crucible over there. So what are we going to do for half a day, huh? I have an idea. We've got 2 steel ingots, just 2 steel ingots left, huh? Huh. Okay. Well, I know what we're going to make out of these. Get that lit up there. I'm going to make myself an axe head, because we have a lot of trees to get cutting down. And I think the durability of steel is going to be what we need to deal with those tree walls. And then plant more tree walls. And then cut those down. And then plant more tree walls. And then cut those ones down. And then plant more tree walls. The Lorax is going to break our kneecaps. Oh. And for this one, let's make ourselves a knife, because we don't have one. A steel knife is going to do us well in the long term. Oh, at least long term in terms of a knife's lifespan. It's a long knife. You're my first victim with this new knife. Thanks for the flex. So, in the meantime, while the coke cooks and our steel has been all used up, let's clear a lot of this extra stuff out of our inventory and go cut down some trees. As the sun starts to set, I don't need these tongs in my inventory. I say I took these tongs away when I should have left them right here. Now, my saucy friend, no need for hostilities. I left my lantern in the workshop. No! They've come to bully me for forgetting my lantern. So, these maple trees, I'll tackle the kapok in a minute, but these maple trees, they're coming down first. So let's just watch as this perfect diagonal gets cut in here. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, eh? Alright, let's do this end here, and then we'll just start kind of going along the middle. And we have quite a few maple seeds, so I'm not super worried about losing a few of them. Just by, you know, not cutting down the branches. And we've barely put a dent into the steel axe. Just gonna walk through and catch any of the extra logs we might have missed. And these leaves are eventually gonna start breaking. Well, maybe. Some of them are probably connected here to the kapok, so they might not. Okay, we might actually have to start taking down some of these. It's not a bad haul. That's what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 11 full stacks of maple. Okay, doing the line of trees. Not bad. Not bad at all. Probably not the greatest for sustainability if you don't have a mod that gives you more tree seed drops. But when you have a ton of tree seeds and they don't really mean much, I mean, this is good because we're gonna need thousands of maple to finish all the walkways for the castle. Oh boy, are we gonna need a lot of maple. Let's grab our shears here. Where are the shears? Dog, where'd I put my shears? Oh, did I put the shears away in the masonry lodge? I think I did. No, wait a minute, they're right here. If I opened my eyes once in a while, I'd find things. Let's just replant all the, well, as much as we can. Tree seeds? Sure could use some maple seeds right about now, thank you. Whew. There we go. All replanted, and that was... well, there's a little bit of maple leaf left in there, but that's okay. I am gonna want to remove these ones at the very least, just because they're right over where the trunks are gonna grow, and I don't want anything impeding the progress of the next batch's growth. Look at how tall those kapoks are. Oh boy. So before we start cutting down any more trees, because the inventory filled up quite a bit just from the one maple wall, let's go check in on how our little furnace is doing. Should be done by now. I believe it's been over 12 hours. Ah! See? 8 Coke. None of that Coke Zero stuff either. Actually, for real though, I wasn't the biggest fan of Coke Zero back in the day, but I tried it just this past year, and I don't know if they changed the recipe or something, but it's actually not bad now. Kinda like it. It's not my preference, but I enjoy it once in a while. Okay, I think we're ready to give this another shot at cooking. So, get a little bit of firewood in there, get that lit up, grab ourselves a bit of, ooh, you get out of my home. You leave me alone. Let's throw a couple pieces of brown coal in there just to get it up to 1100, so we can use as minimal amount of coke as possible. Hey. So once we've got ourselves some copper nickel ingots, the Jonas paintbrush isn't the only thing we can make with it. A lot of the other more sci-fi technical parts, they can all be made with it too. So this can unlock a lot of the more techie bits that we otherwise wouldn't have had access to. And if I'm not mistaken, some of the new story elements are also going to provide parts for that, so I think we might be in business soon enough. And ooh, we've got some progress on the bar, and we might need a third just to keep the temp up. We'll keep an eye on that, but I'm gonna get another load going in here, just to get us a better supply for our second batch. Okay, so I'm gonna babysit this for a few minutes because I gotta keep that temperature up just so it doesn't cool down too much. I'm kind of trying to toe the line here between, well, not letting it cool down enough where it stops, but not using up too much fuel. It's a bit of a delicate balance. So I'll see you in a moment. Oh no, 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 no.
I took my eyes off it for 2 seconds. All the progress just boop, gone.
I think I learned a valuable lesson. Don't be stingy with your coke use. Wait, that came out wrong. Just keep it going. Keep it hot. It's gotta stay hot. Don't let it cool down for even a second or you kind of hooped. So I think I just wasted that entire batch of coke by letting it cool down for literally 10 seconds. Huh. Yeah, this, there's no hope. Okay, eat my red currants of sadness. I'll see you in like 11 hours. Bringing my lantern this time. How are my bricks doing? You guys good? Yeah? You bricking it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're more bricked than a modded PSP. There we go. Got the next load in there, ready to be fueled and fired. But let's go grab our mortar and make some brick. Mortar. You know what? No. Let's head back over there. Before I just start making an indeterminate amount of bricks all willy-nilly, let's get an exact count of how many we need so that we can keep a lot of bricks free for bloomeries. You got anything good? You got nothing at all. Okay, so let's continue to move these out of my way here. And yeah, 2 more there. Okay. I think 3 at the moment might be fine. Will you guys just stop? Stop it. You weird me out. Oh no, I got 3 of these bricks extra, so that's... Well, they only come in groups of 4, so... Might as well start cooking in this one too. Now, one of the nicest things about these coke ovens is that we don't have to worry about rebuilding them once we've got them in place, because they don't crack and break like with the steel furnace. So these are kind of a permanent installation. We don't have to worry about it. It's a set it and forget it kind of thing. And if I remember correctly, I believe we could chisel the actual blocks that this is made out of, and it'll still function just fine. As long as the base of the block was originally, you know, fireclay bricks or refractory bricks. We can actually chisel a different face on there to make them match the rest of whatever wall pattern we come up with for in here. They don't even have to be full blocks. You could just chisel this thing down to a single voxel, and I think it still works. Unless they patched that, but that was a while back I saw that video. I can't remember who made that. Is that Papa Cheddar? What's he doing these days? What I'm trying to figure out is if the rest of this wall should just be coke furnaces all the way down, or if there's going to be a better use of the space. Because these furnaces are only really needed when we have to get up to hot enough temperatures to melt alloys for different Jonas devices. Beyond that, they're kind of mostly just decorative. Because as I said earlier, this is where our ceramics beehive kiln is going to sit. Beside it here, this is actually going to be a little cavern dug out into here for our charcoal tower. So we're going to have kind of all the burning is going to go on in here. The burning that does not require a hammer. The Bernie melty room. But not the Bernie bone melty room. That's 3 doors down. Beyond tables for ingot molds, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this part of the wall here. Because this back wall here, I was thinking of having a lot of our ingot molds that we're not actively using all set up. And then probably a big table along in the center for kind of a whole line of ingot molds and other things like that. But the less commonly used molds, like our anvil mold here, and these, well, you know, and these tool head molds, which we probably aren't really going to be using, because we'll mostly be working with iron and steel for those. They'll have a nice little display rack area here for storage and whatnot. I guess I'll hold off and I'll wait and see what this is going to end up being. Oh, right, of course. Dedicated bloomery section. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about that. I'm gonna need a bloomery section. Why not have it all here? This is the cooking room. Just the only non-edible cooking. I guess you can eat anything once. Well, since I done diddly goofed and we're waiting for another batch or two of coal to finish, gotta put away all this maple. Oh yes, chase me. Chase me, boys. Round and round into the pit. Hello, chickens. Thank you for the eggs. Away from the door. I will startle you. Aha! Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna need a proper wood storage area. Real quick here, I think. I need to make another maple crate. Oh. Happy day. Okay. Let's get another batch going. I'm gonna have to go dig up one of those black coal deposits that I've found somewhere. Just to get a little bit better return on investment for this. Okay. If I don't mess up and leave it unattended, I'll just throw in the entire stack of 8 coke once it's up to that temperature. Hopefully, 8 will be enough to keep it up at temperature long enough for it to finish smelting. If it's not, I will probably just cry. Not softly, not sweetly, but like a full body cry, heaving, sobbing even, right into a tear-soaked pillow. So let's hope it doesn't come to that. Use a little bit of this brown coal, get us up to temp. Once we hit that 1100, then we should be good to just dump all our coke in there. And hopefully, that will be done soon, just in case I panic near the end and need more. But I don't have to go full on just leaving it in there and panicking. That cools down way too quick for my liking. Okay. Just leave that in there. I feel like my theory here of 8 is good for a safe estimate, because I feel like 7 might just... Oh, there's another one. As I was saying, I feel like 7 might have been just enough to maybe have this cool down a little too much. 7 I probably could have gotten away with. It might have been towing the line just ever so slightly. Right. Let's pop that on the wall. Here we go. Let's cast ourselves our first set of copper nickel ingots. Yeah, these guys are quite hot here. Oh boy. You don't want to be sticking your fingers in that. That's gonna hurt. ever so slightly. Okay. Well, while those are cooling, let's take a little quick peek here at some of the other things that we might be able to make in the future with this new alloy that we've unlocked the ability to make. So with this new alloy, there is a whole host of things that we can make. The main focus right now, of course, is the Jonas paintbrush, and with having a bunch of them, with 500 durability each, that's going to be a lot of light blocks we can make. But other than that, we've got things like the night vision mask, of course all the parts to then make the night vision mask. A resonator. We can make our very own resonator. We can also find those at traders, so not quite worth the cost of admission on that one. There's some niche ones like a base return teleporter. That just brings you back to your spawn point. Terminus teleporter that will actually teleport you to the last place that you had died. So good for skipping a corpse run. And now I'm not seeing a rift ward on here. The rift wards not take that? Oh, no, they really don't. It's just some of the Jonas parts and iron electrum. Now, electrum, that's a mix of gold and silver. It's worth 2 gold in Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm guessing that's because it's based off of the Canadian toonie. At least that's what I like to think, because that's worth $2. So while we don't need that alloy for the rift ward, that does let us, well, stop rifts in a particular radius. Regardless of light level. Doesn't stop spawning, just rifts. There's a good whole host of things that we can make with these ingots, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of parts needed when we hit up some of the story stuff later on. But no spoilers. I may have done the Resonance Archives before, but I'm very excited to get to the 4 new story-related dungeons when we hit 1.20. That's probably going to be one of the things we work on pretty darn quick. Be a nice little adventurous break from building. We're not going to do all of them at once. That's, there's a reason travel was made more convenient and that you can carry more things long distances. These new story dungeons are very, very, very far away. So, we're at least going to be doing the archive pretty soon. Not too long after we update. Means I should probably get some bloomeries going to make more iron blooms so we can eventually fix that blackguard armor. Maybe go around to some merchants, see if we can't find the last piece of the armor that we need. I don't favor my chances in there without a good set of armor to keep myself durable. See, they're getting there. They're getting there. They're almost good to go. What can I do in the meantime? We're just gonna put together that tin bronze pickaxe. We're gonna need that. Those will be soft in a matter of minutes. So, let's give those a little bit here. And let's go double check. Ooh. Let's just go double check what piece of that armor we're gonna need. And how much iron in total we're gonna need to fix the whole thing. You still there? Go home. Okay, so we've got ourselves the helmet and the chest. So we just need the legs. And coincidentally, the legs are sold by a treasure hunter trader. And that's just who we're going to need to see to hand over that bronze pickaxe and get the story going. Hello. Get the story going. In the meantime, let's grab those brushes. We can be prepared to grab our ingots and make our Jonas paintbrushes. And with the completion of the Jonas paintbrushes, our main goal for today shall be complete. Oh my, where have I put them? Here they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. 5, 6, 7, 8. I use this hand to chisel. They're hardened. They're ready. That's weird they didn't stack. Oh, temperature. Okay. Oh boy. Jonas paintbrush. Does that act as a light source? This is a glowing paintbrush. It's like I've got the power of the pixter in the palm of my hand. It's beautiful. Magical even. Let's make as many of these as I can. So we have 3 more that we can make. Am I ever gonna need 8 Jonas paintbrushes? Honestly, who knows? There's a lot of artistry in our future, and a lot of decoration, a lot of interior decor, especially once the castle interiors get started. So, you know, never say never. Expect the unexpected. So let's get the next batch of this going so I can finish off these brushes, and then we'll have one less obstacle on our way before updating to 1.20. Then we can have an elk to ride, make a big boat. Oh, we're probably going to need a lot more flax to make that big boat, so that's going to be a fight between the windmill sails and the boat sails. Either way, we'll be sailing. Oh, wonderful. That actually reminds me, there is a bit of an update for the boiler room that we're going to have to do to prep ourselves for some of the new nightmare fuel that's also going to be coming our way with 1.20. I'll never sleep again, knowing these creatures are out there. Crawling, skittering, skulking even. Not that kind of skulk, wrong game. But in any case, that'll be an easy enough change. I thought I was going to have to design a whole new system, and I actually did. Kind of design a whole new variant of the boiler room. But it turns out, apart from the difficulty of luring in a particular ranged mob, honestly just adding some carving slots up top did the trick. We'll work on that a little bit here. Actually, you know what? While we're waiting for this to cook, let's prep some of the stuff we might need for that. Might as well get everything all ready to go. We have a couple minutes. Okay. I probably don't want to go too far. Do I have my bricks? I got my fire clay bricks. How many bloomeries can I make? I can make 3. I'm just going to pop them on this wall for a moment. And then once this is done cooking and I've poured them into the molds, we're going to go grab ourselves a little bit of quartz. Clear quartz, specifically. Gotta keep with the same fogged up glass theme that we got going with the existing boiler room carving windows. Can you imagine if I accidentally misclicked and poured this into the wrong type of mold? You know how upsetting that would be? It'd be quite upsetting. But anyway, now that that's there, let's go grab a little bit of quartz. Let's also put the tongs down. Okay. We've already got 4 clear quartz glass, so that's good. We're gonna need 16 in total, so we're gonna need 7 blocks to cut that into 14, 15, 16. That should be all we need. All right, let's pop all of those in there. We'll keep these 3 on us because we're going to be crafting with them pretty well right after the storm. One last sprint back before we get ready for the storm and hunker down, because I need to grab my lantern or it's going to be exceedingly dark while the danger comes. How are you guys doing? 500 degrees, you'll be cool after the storm. You done? You're done. I'll just leave you open. To the shelter. We're going for safety in the boiler room. Still haven't put my 4th trunk in here. Though to be fair, we're still good on storage. Let the chaos commence. Oh. Aha! There's a doubleheader. Your arrival was foretold by the prophecy. Yes, the prophecy. Wow. That's, doubleheader and no temporal gear, no Jonas part, just a couple rusty gears and a flax. What's going on with the loot tables today? I mean, I appreciate the flax, but you boys miss payday?
I was here to rob you of your lunch money and your life, but mostly the money.
That's more like it.
Ah, finely balanced oscillator. I'll be saving that for oscillator.
Okay, now with that pesky temporal storm out of the way, let's update this boy. Now, it's going to be very easy to do, so let's just grab our quartz slabs, our panograph, probably a chisel, we're going to want that, as well as our hammer, which very likely we're going to want in our offhand. And so these two, good, I can reach both of those layers from up top. Beautiful. Let's just, boop.
Unstable.
There we go. Don't have to worry about stability when we're using the QP-Tech chisel tools. It bypasses that stability check. Pesky little stability check. There we go. And those are all chiseled. So now we're just going to add in our quartz slab. And I hope. I hope. Let's do this very safely. We'll do it with one, because I don't know if the instability is going to cause this to just fall right out. Oh, good, it goes in. Okay, we're good. We're safe. Ooh. That was almost unsafe. Let's get the quartz added in on all these, and it's going to be a very quick and easy, honestly, copy-paste from the carving slots down below to up here. That's because the larger hitbox on the new Bowtorns and Shivers, spoilers if you've been trying to avoid spoilers, for 1.20, they are a little larger, similar in hitbox size to like a bear or a moose. So if anybody remembers that one time way before where a moose fell down into here and I was helpless to do anything about harvesting it, we're not going to have those situations anymore. We're going to be able to actually harvest pretty well anything that falls in here. I've even had a couple times during my testing of this little update where a bear that I plopped in there for science, of course, actually fell down into the regular catchment chamber at the bottom. So, I mean, sometimes the hitbox might just be twisted just perfectly right so we can still go down below to carve them. Now, the one vulnerability that this might open up, it's not even a guarantee, is that potentially, because there is that open slot, if something is bobbing just the wrong way in the water, they might get a brief moment where they can see us through the carving slot. Then they can try and take a little nibble out of our nose. Suckle the flesh meat. Nope, don't say that. I'm sure we'll be fine, though. If it becomes a problem, I mean, we'll find out in the next temporal storm. Or sooner. My neck should not twist that far. Weird. So, we're just gonna come on down here, and we're gonna start with paste shape. So we're not gonna have to worry too much. Let's actually double check. Oh. Uh-oh. They started with quartz. Okay. Well, I did not account for that, nor remember that I had started those with quartz slabs, so this is gonna be tricky. Okay. Let's see how it looks. I don't think it's gonna be I don't think it's gonna be a good look, but hey, you know, we'll find out. I mean, it might work. I don't think it's going to look a bit odd, perhaps, but maybe it could look cool. See what it looks like on the entire thing. Okay, you know what? I don't hate it. It's a little different. It's kind of neat. Let's see what it looks like on the inside here. That's actually kind of cool. We can still use it functionally. It might be a little dangerous because we might have to get on this ledge, which puts us in prime. Well, it's also a little difficult and tricky to get onto a ledge, but whoop, see that. if we're crouching to carve, we might just fall right down the ladder, so adding another trapdoor here might not be a terrible idea. Let's make ourselves a little trapdoor, or see if we have a spare one.
Trapdoor.
And so I don't want to give too much away, but there is a nice update with trapdoors for the new version where they are actually different depending on which kind of wood they are made out of. But I'm okay with just having generic ones for here because, well, that's okay. Let's grab that other trapdoor. I want to try something here. We're doing live beta testing right here, right now. I'm just basically sorting this out properly for the first time. The testing was very rudimentary, so we'll see how well this works. So that still lets us come down into this room to carve. And then we can still go down here, and can we climb all the way back up? Not really, but if we close that... Okay, it's gonna be tricky. So we've basically made carving slots out of these blocks here that are right above, well, basically in line with where our water source blocks are. So that way anything large that isn't funneling down below and getting stuck up here, which the shivers are, well, they won't be shivering for long, they'll be sweating, but they'll be right there on that little shelf. Now the easiest solution would of course be remove that shelf, have the water on the outer edges pouring inward, and I mean that would be all well and good, but that design would require having quite a large body of hot water. And that's not something I can necessarily guarantee, and the reason we want the water on the outside is so when it flows down, it'll flow down inward towards our carving slots. Whereas if I just break those temporary blocks there, well, those are also on top of our fences. But also, the water may then want to flow outward, pushing things outside of our carving radius. We won't be able to reach them with our knives. That's not good, not conducive to the whole point of this thing. But in any case, we've added the carving slots there, and then for the moment, I have replaced the ladders in here with 2 trapdoors. We're still able to go down at least. But if we were to... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, that works perfectly. Oh, I don't need any of this. This is, like I said, live beta testing. No, if we just go down and boop, we have good eye line out of, well, everything except for that direction. Yeah, we could still reach just the same, and if we really had to, we could just kind of crawl up and just be very careful. Very quiet hunting wabbit. But yeah, as long as the trapdoor's closed, we're just right there. Sure, we're constantly going down, but we can still carve with our knife, and that should work out just fine. And then we open the trapdoor to come down here. An elegant design that involved changing quite literally nothing after adding the carving slots. I overthought it. And I've got a couple extra trapdoors, so I guess I'll just... Yeah. So with the boiler room all sorted out for the update, let's finish off these paintbrushes. I'm sure the ingots are cool by now. Oh, absolutely they are. And I've still got my paintbrushes. Doop, doop, doop. That leaves us with 4 copper-nickel ingots left, which we're just gonna... There we go, and those will come in handy again later on when we eventually start working on a few more Jonas devices, but that's far off. That's not even really on the priority list. Those are kind of nice to haves when there ain't much else left. Unless something really cool comes about. I think there might be. Wonder if there's new devices. I haven't really looked into that. Guess we'll find out pretty soon, huh? So let's take a tally here of everything. So we've got our tin bronze pickaxe that we're going to need to start some of the story stuff. We've made our ingots. We've got a bit more coke, so we could make more ingots. We're not going to need to right now. Our molds are inside, so they're not going to explode in the rain. So there's that. We cleared out the little dirt hut. There are more fire clay bricks to fire over there.
but those can probably wait a little bit. Since the pottery kiln does require refractory bricks, we don't have that many of them. So we're gonna need more fire clay. Luckily, any deposits that we've already discovered in loaded chunks, those are gonna stay. That's not going anywhere. New loaded chunks after we update, though, those will no longer have fire clay deposits except for under, I believe, black coal and anthracite deposits, maybe brown coal. I think maybe just black coal and anthracite. We'll be able to find those deeper underground. But of course, there's going to be different clay types. We're going to have the blue clay as we normally do, but also red clay that we can find in that ceramics furnace. The kiln, if you will. Depending on how we cook it and which doors are open on it, we get different colors. So we can get a whole bunch of different things. We don't need to pay for brown bricks. We can make our own now. Well, soon enough anyway, next episode, if all goes well. But with that clay, we can also cook up a little bit of flint, mix that together, and actually make our own fire clay from pretty well any type of clay. So all that blue clay that we've got, I mean, honestly, that's probably all going to get used up for cobblestone for the castle, but any that doesn't can be used for fire clay. And we might still find surface deposits around. So I think in the interest of not going on a wild goose chase for more fire clay deposits that I may or may not have marked, and also may or may not have actually dug out, I don't think I'm going to worry about that too much. We're going to be wanting to adventure out anyway into some of the new generated chunks, so I think I'll just wait for the update to go hunt for more fire clay. And whether that involves finding it out in the wild or just any clay and making our own, trying out some new mechanics later, we'll find out. It'll be an adventure. But the main focus of getting these paintbrushes all sorted away so that we can do less expensive, colorful light blocks, that's all set. That's all done and dusted. I'm happy. Now, there's one last thing that has to be taken care of, because it will quite literally bite us in the behind once we update. I think we all knew this day was going to come. It's a sad day. It's not a day I was looking forward to. But I knew it was a day that was going to have to come. We're going to have to deal with Dog the Moose. There he is, phasing through the door, as he is wont to do. Hey, buddy. You want to go for a walk? Come on. Let's go for a walk. Yeah, you want walkies?
You thought you were going to be free.
You're going to live in the barn, the stables here, yes. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Even when you go full hostile, I'll still love you, buddy. Yeah. You play in your strewn straw. Don't look at me like that. Good night, sweet prince. Shout out to Season 2 of The Walking Dead. Living that Herschel life, keeping dangerous stuff in the barn. Don't you dare say spoilers. Season 2 came out like over 10 years ago. You had your chance. Okay. Well, the sun's going down. It's just you and me, Cat the Rabbit.
1.20 is here. The update went smooth as butter, so let's get right into it. In order to prepare ourselves to take on the Resonance Archives and eventually nab ourselves an elk mount, I got to work processing a whole boatload of iron into plates and chainmail so we can get that blackguard armor repaired. While I waited for more iron blooms to get cooked up, I hopped outside to break down our massive conglomerate slabs into more cobblestone and dry stone for the castle walls. There's a lot of rock in them thar slabs. Oh, before I forget, I updated the mod list for our 1.20 adventures and made a couple of small changes to the lineup. I swapped out the Dressful mod for Vanity, which is the same mod being used on the Rusty Gears server to hide armor. With this, we can pick and choose exactly what parts of our outfit to be visible. We can even forego pants. Weirdly, that's foreshadowing. Pantslessly, I finished up with the rocks and got back to processing the fresh batch of iron blooms. I had to put up a makeshift barrier while I worked to keep out all of the safety inspectors who were adamant I needed to wear pants while working with hot metal. What do they know? With a final bloomery firing away the last of the iron we'll need to finish the blackguard armor, I went over to the farmhouse to take stock of what provisions we might be missing for our trip to the archives. I also put my pants back on so the rain wouldn't run down into my boots. The last thing I want is wet socks. Ugh. Taking the already processed iron, I got the helmet and chest plate of the blackguard armor repaired. We'll still need the leg armor lest we leave our kneecaps exposed, so with a tin bronze pickaxe tucked away in our inventory, I set sail to the east to pay our treasure hunter trader a visit. Not only do they have the map we'll need to find the Resonance archives, but they also occasionally sell pieces of the blackguard armor. After a lengthy jaunt over, they only had the helmet in stock. I also forgot to bring my wallet. Whoops. No matter. I inquired about anything interesting Team F may have come across, and in exchange for that tin bronze pickaxe, I received a map with the approximate location of the Resonance archives. Apparently something large and dangerous rests among the forgotten treasures it may hold. With only a day or so until Team F refreshed their stock, I set off for home to grab my gears. I didn't get far before I, of course, fell down a pit. While down there, I found a large brown coal deposit, as well as a small ruin with a couple of goodies. After returning to the surface, I found another ruin along the way, and did a little grave robbing for future building materials. Already in the throes of getting distracted by every shiny object on my route, I made a quick stop at the translocator I'd marked a while back, which led to an area just north of the archives. Taking a quick peek at the surface, I found the first red clay deposit of the world. We'll have to keep that in mind for later. Eventually, I made it back home to drop off everything I'd collected from the little side excursions. I did a little gardening, collecting the cabbages, as well as our first harvest of pink apples. Maybe some pies in our future. With domestic duties complete, I remembered to grab my rusty gears this time, and set sail once again to check on Team F's updated stock. It hadn't refreshed just yet upon arrival, so I took a nap and went about exploring and picking up copious amounts of flowers in the meantime. Eventually, the trades refreshed. But alas, no leg armor. And so that brings us
To today, where we may not have the pants for our blackguard armor set, but when has that ever stopped us? We don't need no pants. Pants are for squares. Yes, that's a good point. We are made of squares, thank you. But regardless, we will press on. So now that we have the approximate location of the Resonance archives marked over to the east there, that's a little bit of a trek a ways. We're going to go grab our armor, get ourselves geared up, and make the journey out. I believe way over yonder, right here, where that translocator sent us. If the map will ever load, there's a long distance to go. There we go. Right here is just north of where the Resonance archive is. It's 67, 65. Not too bad. So with or without pants for our armor, let's get back home and prep ourselves for a little bit of a expedition. Oh, there's a storm rolling in. We'd best skedaddle. Ah, yes. This is the weather that's far more familiar. So, as we sail along back home, here's what we've got on the docket. Since we've already repaired the 2 pieces of the armor that we've got for our blackguard set, we'll wear those. Maybe not on the journey there. Once we get into the dungeon proper, absolutely. And also, since we just picked a bunch of apples, why don't we do a little bit of baking and make ourselves some apple pie? I like apple pie. Okay, now that we're warm and dry, or at least drying off, let's discuss tactics as this storm rolls through overhead. You can hear the rain pitter-patter against the windows. Immersion. We're going to want to make sure that we finish up a couple of time-sensitive tasks around here, like the flax that's getting close to being fully grown. Well, we'll see how close that gets. By the time we're ready to head out and all geared up and have pies and all that ready, if it's pretty close, we'll give it a chance to finish growing first before we head on out so we can replant and, not be wasting potential growing season. We also, with 1.20 now here, we're fully updated. Everything went very smooth, actually. There was just one little hiccup, and I suppose a little bit of confession time. Let's sit down at the breakfast table, have ourselves a little bit of a heart-to-heart, shall we say. So I made a duplicate of this world just so I could fly around after the update to make sure everything was looking proper and things were going to load all right enough at chunk borders. What I didn't expect is that map data is shared between this one and the creative copy. So the area where the Resonance Archives is already kind of revealed on the map. It's that way. But we have a giant X on the map showing us where to go anyway, so I don't really think that's much of an advantage. We still have to get there. That, and I do also have a very rough approximation of where the second story structure is. I just needed to make sure that everything was going to load in properly for this world so we wouldn't have any horrible interruptions where we get a few episodes in and realize, oh, it's not going to work. So I may have ever so slightly spoiled myself just at a location, didn't look inside, but it was all in the name of longevity of the world. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I still don't know what happens, so that's going to be a fun little adventure for us both to uncover. But with confessions out of the way, let's check on our flax and make a few pies, shall we? Let's take a look here. We're 8 out of 9, 7 out of 9. Yeah, these are almost done. Okay. And down below here, these are same boat, 8 out of 9 and 7 out of 9. How is the rest of the soil looking? Oh, most of that's all come back up. Let's get the rest of these planted then. If this soil is already replenished, that's great. And once we've harvested all of the other flax, we'll have enough seeds to finish replanting the rest of this, just to get our next harvest of flax already underway. Gotta maximize the growing season. Okay, you want it in here? You can be in here. So, let's get ourselves a little bit of pie here. Alright, so we just have to make some dough, which we can do with some flour and water. Then we pop our apples in. So, probably not flax grain, but spelt? Spelt could be good. We have spelt and rye. So with 3 ovens, I'd imagine that's 3 pies, so we can do... It's gonna be 4 each. And the quern is not here. That's over in the workshop. Gotta grind up this grain, turn it into flour. Give it to your Valentine, but it's not that kind of flour. Please don't be full of monsters. Grind up the old grains here. There we go. Flour in hand. Well, and I guess we don't have to worry about the iron that just finished in the bloomery over there, because we don't have the pants to use those on. Yet. One day. One day we will have pants. Ooh. Okay, so pop those out of our inventory. We don't need those right now. Let's grab our bucket, fill it full of water. There's a rift nearby. Let's take our flour and our water, make ourselves some dough and a little bit more water. Let's double check the pie mechanics here. Fill it with 4 filling items. Alright, 4 apples per pie. Get on out of there. That's where I keep my grain. And now, I'd like to welcome you to baking with Solstin. Now you see here, we're going to take our dough, pop that there. We got to get ourselves a pie crust. And put 4 apples in there. I mean, they just instantly turned to mash right there. That used 8 apples. Okay. Well, add some pie crust to that. We could change the style. Kind of like that crisscross. Got ourselves 1 pie. Guess I gotta grab myself more apples. Just take the whole stack. There we go. Pop that on the floor. That's sanitary, right? Crust that one up and pop that down there. So it used twice as many apples as I expected, but that's okay. That means they're twice as filling. Let's get these ovens preheated. So while these ovens are preheating, why, pray tell, are we doing pies? Is it just to use the new apples? Well, partially. But also, in any of these dungeons, they are protected locations, which means we can't place or pick up any items off the ground. Well, unless there's, crucibles or bowls or cooking pots or anything there, then you can pick up and place things that can go in, like, that group of 4 that sits on that block. But that's about the extent of it. So we can't place down a crock in most spots down there. So pie, great hand food. Oh, ovens are ready. Pop a pie in there. Pop a pie in there. And pop a pie in there. And now we watch them bake. And there we have it. A fresh baked set of pies. Ah, they're gonna be delicious. And quite nutritious, too. Yum yum. So, with these pies here, we can cut them. There we go. Now we have 12 semi-decent meals. How's the flax? Still 8? Alright. Let's attend to a couple of other chores here. Let's feed the animals. Maybe collect an egg or 2. Who knows? Hello, chickens. No eggs? Makes sense. You haven't had food. There you go. Hello, piggies. Would you like some grain? Yes. Yes. Begin to consume, my sweet little darling pigs. Get. You're already pregnant. Good, good. I should get you all upstairs. Everyone, up. Upstairs. I need something to attract them to upstairs. The food ain't doing it, apparently. Go on, come on, get up. Get upstairs. Get upstairs, please. I need to separate you all. This will never work with generations if I don't separate you all. Out of the basement. Please? Please, out of the basement. I have grain in my hands, please. What if I were to put water? There you go. There you go. I flooded your basement. Get on up them stairs. Go on. Go on. Go up the stairs. I know you want to. Get. Don't you start coming down here too. Get out of my face, mate. Oh, you're all up here. There's so many of you. Okay. I think they're gonna need a bit more grain. There's a lot of them. We're going through the flax grain. There's not a lot of grain left. Going through the flax grain. Gonna feed it to the pig, yes. You're the last one. Please, please cooperate. I'll make you a deal, okay? Okay, you'll get the good grain. If you go inside, I'll give you the good grain. Special stuff we keep in the back. I see. I see. You don't bargain with terrorists. I understand. Stop turning. Come on. Come on. Come on. They're all in there. Everything's good in the world. Alright, how's the flax? Still not ready. Alright. How are the soybeans? Ready. And among all the flax, none of it is done just yet. We have a little bit to wait. Okay. Food restocked. Soybean seeds. Away. Pigs are sorted. Flax is almost ready. Most of the inventory is cleared away. Bucket. Back home. Bandages in the inventory. Pie in the inventory. Armor. Ready to go, except for my pants. Which is okay. I guess we're just gonna go pantsless. Drifters at the door. All is right with the world. So, with it being apocalyptic and nighttime, let's have ourselves a snooze. Still raining, once again. Down to low rift activity. The flax is still working away. Alright. Well, if there's anything I learned from the last time we were waiting for flax to grow, sometimes it takes longer than you expect. So you know what? Because we might still have a few days, and by that point our pies are gonna start getting a little dangerously close to beginning to spoil. Let's not worry about efficiency. We'll probably only be gone a few days in total, I hope. Let's just get this little adventure underway, shall we? I'll just set up a little crate on my back with a few extra supplies and set up a little base of operations once we find the mouth of the Resonance Archive. There's going to be a lot of loot, a lot of ups and downs to put that loot away. So let's bring ourselves a chest. That one seems appropriate. Yeah. So this doesn't have a whole lot in it. The map, some scrolls. This was our lore chest, but you know what? We're going to fill it with things from the lore place. And for the moment, we're just gonna pop these in here just temporarily while we're on our little vacation. 2 servings. This will be good food for travel. Not so useful once we're there. Got the pie. We got our bandages. We got 30 tin bronze arrows. We do have the blackguard sword. The gears, well, we'll find more, so it's not like those are going to take up an extra slot. We'll stack the gears that we find onto that. The splitter plugs, the hammer, tools and such, I'm not going to need. So let's just... We're just going to pop that... Wait. I have a chest specifically for this. This is the going out chest. So we're just going to pop all the things that we don't need for while we're going out. Steel pickaxe is going to be a good idea. Maybe? Are we going to need a steel pickaxe? Just in case. Just in case. We don't know what kind of things we're going to deal with. A bit of dirt there is probably going to be good for climbing. Ladders, always good for climbing. A lot of this won't be useful once we get inside. As will the raft and the ore. They're only going to be good for the travel. But let's just pop the things that we'll need. 30 tin bronze arrows. Let's take these ones with us. Yeah, we'll go through those. Just to use them. Just to have some extras. Pop the armor. Into the chest there. Take the shield. Also gonna want that. Knife is gonna be good for harvesting from everything we take down while we're down there. Yeah, I think we're set. Temporal gear. Grab ourselves a temporal gear so we can set our spawn when we're out there. Because that's a trek to come back, and we're probably gonna die at least once. Very likely we won't survive the whole time out there. Well, I think we've got all the gear we're gonna possibly need. Let's just take one last little peek at the flax just to see if it's starting to finish. I mean, there's still some that have 2 stages left to go through. You know, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about this finishing too far before we come back. Yeah. Okay. Well, we got a chest on our back. A rainy morning. What little chores we had are all done around the house. What say you to us getting on the road? Or the raft. There's no roads. Where we're going, we don't get roads. We do get lightning strikes, though. Let's get going. Woo! So now that we're in the proper area here, we just kind of have to search around. Now, I may have said that in the creative version of this world, I came around here just to make sure everything worked, but because it was the creative mode, I kind of just phased through the ground to look for the shaft, so I don't actually know where the entrance is. Gotta keep the challenge. Goat, sir and or madam. Madam, do you know? You don't know, do you? Okay. Once we find where the entrance is, we'll set up a little bit of a base camp, put down the chest on our back, and get ourselves all cozied in, set our spawn. Any signs of anything out of the ordinary? Nothing. Now, it's got to be within the rough approximate location of where the X is, so I might actually be looking just a tad bit too far away from it. Now, usually the entrance for the Resonance Archive is always going to be up on top of a mountain, just because of a long
long shaft downwards into the actual dungeon itself. And so it's probably going to be buried into the side of one of these rock faces somewhere. Oh, I think we found it. Hey, you fell on your own, okay? Don't you take that out on me. Just look at it. We got some cranes. Ooh, crane with a whole winch. Now this whole little winch system would actually look pretty nice, I think, for our workshop. Get some good mechanical bits in there. Now, up to a certain point, we can still salvage pretty well anything we want, especially these aged torch holders. We'll be taking quite a few of those today. But eventually down there where, well, it hasn't rendered all the way down to the bottom, so that's why we're seeing that white glow. But that goes down quite a way. There's no light down there. Yet. But I think here is where we're going to set up base camp. And do we want to take these doors? I think they're going to make a couple interesting doors for a part of the workshop. We won't be able to open or close them, so we'll have to just place them in an open state. I'm sure we can find some sort of use for them. Ooh, if not the workshop, maybe in like a vault somewhere down in the castle. Maybe the front doors of the castle? So many possibilities. Is that aged wood up behind me? Ooh, we're gonna have a field day with this place. So I think out of everything, this has a set of doors. So this room here, this can be our good little fallback area. Place the torch. Take the old chest off our back and pop her down there. And we're just gonna yoink these while we're up here, why not? Yeah. Now this whole crane mechanism, a lot of it is a mix of beams, I believe, and mostly just chiseled blocks. But this is something we're probably going to want to, we're probably going to want to block off the hole so we don't lose pieces down this super long drop. That might be a later thing, because it's not really going to matter all that much. That's purely decorative. We'll take some of the more useful stuff first and come back for this. So for the moment, let's just pop our respawn point. That's a lot of screen shake. And let's pop on the armor. Now visually it's not doing anything. That's why we're going to want to have our armor showing. Because look at that. Look at how cool we look, huh? Yeah. Helmet? Nah, let's see our face. But let's also take off... Well, we can't really see actually. We take off our pants, there's no visual difference, but we're just going to take off our pants because then we'll know that since we don't have armor on our legs, we're not wearing anything on our legs. We're going pantsless for this. The way the devs intended. Oh, why am I like this? We got a nice little clink clank as we walk around. We are a little bit slower, but that's okay. I'll probably grab a few things on the way down, some more aged torch holders and whatnot that I'm going to see on the way. How did I not take damage? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Need a bit of a breather after that. That was a little bit of a panicked moment. I didn't think I was gonna survive that. I thought I had made a little bit of a doo-doo mistake. But apparently I'm okay. I landed on that torch holder. And okay. So the last time I was in a Resonance archive was way back in 1.18, I think. And up until about halfway down this shaft, you could still break things, so I was taking torch holders left and right. So I guess it's more balanced that they've made it so that the entire shaft is claimed. So, there go my plans of plunder. That's okay. I got 2. I'm happy with that. So let's get on down there.
It's dark and spooky in here, man. Engineering. So down in here, we got ourselves a big old contraption. We're gonna have to fix this boy, aren't we? To get the power back on. This black coal is gonna be pretty helpful. Might come back for it after, because that's a good supply of black coal. See, we can take things from piles and stack things back up into piles, and that's kind of the extent of the control we have down here, really. That's a lot of black coal in there. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to come down here for all my fuel needs. I didn't bring a torch. There being less stuff that we can pick up in here, well, anything that's just sitting around as decor, we don't really have to worry about, so there's only gonna be so much we can take for decorative purposes. But at the moment, what we need is a lit torch. So I might have to take a brief little foray right back up where we came from so I can place down a torch, light it, and come right back down.
And we thought our days of long ladders were over, huh?
Light this little guy up. Okay, we're relegated to pie and bandages now for all of our sustenance needs of HP and hunger. Let's not get confused. Don't smear pie in our wounds and bandages in our mouth, even if they are filled with honey and sulfur. They'll just taste like sweet farts. So the library. This is our main goal. It's where the archive is. It resonates. The Resonance Archives, even. Okay, let's bring this baby to life. Let's hear this kitten purr. There we go. So, if we look at the two sides of this machine here, we're going to notice something's missing. This one here, missing a pump head. And the other side, over yonder here, is missing a large temporal gear. So those are the two things we're going to have to find while we're in this little archive here. And oh, look, the lights are on. So what do we got over there? Commons. That's going to be loot, probably. Nobles' quarters. That sounds about our speed. Who am I kidding? Nobles? Us? No, not so much. A lot of garbage in here. They were trying to live large and in charge, but oh boy. They died as they lived. Surrounded by junk. A treasure chest. Junk, my favorite. Omok pieces. That's... We don't have anyone to play Olmok with. It's like a board game. What do we have in here? Anything good? We got fruit snacks in here. Large silver bracelet. Okay. Some clothes. Ooh. We got some funny masks with some barber stuff. We all know what happened the last time I put on a funny looking mask, so maybe we'll come back for these. But priority right now is going to be useful things, since we have very limited inventory space. What's in here? We got a silver ingot. Silver ingot could be handy. One of the nice things with the archives here is that it does kind of regenerate after a little while. I can't remember if it's a month or a week in game, but ooh, 2 gold ingots. That's a gold plate right there. Silver chain, that's decorative, but nah, don't need no silver chain. Forlorn Hope tunic. Okay. We're wanting to redo our wardrobe. There are definitely some options in here. But as I was saying, every once in a while, this place will actually reset so you can, refight the boss, redo all the puzzles, and re-experience getting all the loot. So it's not like if we miss everything here, or, if we loot everything here, not much is great. That's fine. We could just come back another time. I wish to break you, chandelier. I want you. I need a chandelier. I suppose whatever's in here... Ooh. Glasses and an elk medallion. Okay. This... We're taking this elk medallion. We're going to need one of these medallions. This is going to help us claim ownership of an elk mount. And also, some plain glasses. Yes, hello, it is I, Professor Solstin, here in the ruins of the Resonance Archives. I do science and things. Professor of... Boneology. People have bones. That's my thesis. Is there anything left in here that I haven't taken? Okay. Noble's quarters. Secured. Goods confiscated. What's over yonder? I don't know, I can't read. The writing's too small. Ooh. So's the walkway. Garderobe. My favorite room. If you'll excuse me, well, I've already taken my pants off. Please look away. They really missed out on an opportunity to have compost in here you could take. I'm just gonna keep that smell in there. Ooh. So many holes in so many floor. Ah, we've looped all the way around. Guess we're hey. Now, boys, lads. You sit down like you're told. You think you're in control here? No. I'm in control. Oh, spoders. Spodermans. Okay. On guard. Avast ye. Why didn't I bring my tuning spear? Did I make a tuning spear? I don't remember if I've ever made a tuning spear. Well, let's loot this place. Garbage. Salt. Garbage. We have salt. Plenty of salt. Lime. So got plenty of lime. If we weren't in such a resource-rich place, that would actually be useful. Cooking pots. Bowls. Crocks. Hey. No, they're just crocks. I can make more. Lead, you say? I would love to have these pipes. Those would be so cool to have. Oh. Curvy Bone Joe. We meet again. Just doing a little bit of a clean sweep of all these rooms here. You know, just double check in case there's anything. You, who? Oh, you get out of here. Woohoo. That'll teach you. How dare you exist. From older versions, I remember a lot of these having chests in between the beds, not decorative crates. Guess it makes sense, you know. A lot of the loot was pretty overwhelming, so yeah, it makes sense for balance reasons that they would have kind of toned it down just ever so slightly. Time may be of the essence to an extent here. I am running low on food already. I did not think that food would be going down quite so quickly. As a pack rat, it greatly pains me to not be grabbing everything. Absolutely everything. Where is... Wait, engineering's there. The staircase is up, so let's go on up to the first floor here. Okay, library is not open, but the Bell Workshop is. Alright. Wish me luck. They wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, right? Let's hope. Anything good in the workshop here? No? Just bell parts. Refuse and mud and a narrowing passageway. Oh, yeah. Cool. Build up the dread. Oh, there it is. Silence you! Oh! Don't you dare. That's right, fight amongst yourselves. Fight your friends. Fight your... Oh, don't hit me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on, go down, please. Oh, thank God. Okay. Close the door. Oh. Okay. You're just gonna stay hiding? Yeah. Yeah, you hide. You run. Yeah. That's what I thought. You're not so big. You're not so scary. When you're up in melee, huh? What do you have inside you? Let me feast upon your organs. You have nothing. You're empty inside, just like your conscience. Ah. Here we are. Some Jonas parts there. Large temporal gear. That's what we're after. Our inventory's full. Oh boy. Pop one of those in there. And that there. Grab this scroll. An inconvenience.
Apologies, Florian. We've been dealing with a shortage of supplies regarding the generator. Or they mentioned the broken pump. We've also found an issue with one of the gears just this morning. Naturally, I've repaired the gear already and need only to reinsert it now. But there might be some delay before we can requisition a new pump. I shall ask Wade and his team if I might repurpose one of his devices from the mines, but I suspect he will be loath to part with it. In the meantime, I fear there will be some disruption to the mechanisms running the archives. I know the scribes find it unpleasant, but you'll have to enter the library through the maintenance room for now. Don't worry. He won't bother you. Ibrahim.
We've got one of the items we came here for. So let's bring this back up and see what else it opens. Alright. So. One more mechanism working properly. Let's check on our fuel here. How are the lights? 7. Let's just fuel that up a little bit more. We take this home with us? I wish to drink the forbidden Gatorade. I bet you anything it's Baja Blast. I mean, just look at that iridescent glow. It's either that or Nuka-Cola Quantum. Okay. Ah.
Tired of all this damn shoveling. Every morning, Eustace the boiler needs more coal, and every night, Eustace the gasifier needs more coal. I suppose I should be grateful to still be alive at this point, but honestly, couldn't they make some kind of little metal man to shovel the coal and leave me in peace? I'll make sure they both stay lit, of course. Make sure the little metal men are keeping up their work and all. Yes. I quite like the sound of that. Foreman Eustace keeping everything running. Now that's got some weight to it.
So that's pretty well just telling us that we could light coal to turn things on, pretty much. We've already gone through everything here, so let's just go... Ah, the door's open. Victory. My absolutely fantastic 100% never incorrect instincts are correct. This is the translocator room. All right. Got our translocators there. We got granite blocks. Anything good up here? A lot of granite blocks. Or granite blocks. Nothing that we need. All right. We're down in the mines. And we're already beset upon by... Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, I hit the Windows key. No. No, you leave me alone. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. Okay. Oh, were these the same ones that I was fighting before? Oh, boy, okay. We're just running around in here, hoping for the best. I'm gonna get lost in these mines. Oh, my spindly arms cannot keep up with this. Well, at least that guy's just a little guy. Oh, that's a nightmare drifter. Oh, that's a saw blade locust. Oh, come on. No. Well, I died. Wait a minute. Hold up. Is that specific to dying down there? You get to keep all your stuff? Interesting. All right. I mean, not all your stuff, but I got to keep at least what I was wearing. I guess that's helpful. So that you can actually go back in, get all your stuff. Especially if wherever you were was dangerous. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Okay. Get back in the mines. I have no idea where my stuff was in the mines. So that'll be a little fun time trying to get that out of here. I got no weapons. Let's try not to die again this time. Oh boy. Hello, yes, please, I would like my things. I was straight ahead. Alright. Oh, that's what I got stuck on. Okay.
That thing just one-shot me.
Now it's personal. All of my bandages are down there. So I'm going to need to run. And scream. Probably cry. Alright, Sawblade Locust, I don't like you and you don't like me. But you will not take me down thrice. Oh, don't you dare! You! No! Ah! Oh, that's what I thought. Wipe yourself off, you dead. Whew. Okay, you had to have been guarding the correct path. Oh, here we are. The pump head. I sacrifice it as tribute. I'm taking this. I'm taking your pump. Let me out of here. I need this more than any of you do. Getting out of this mine, and I am never coming back down here. The coal is not worth it. 0 out of 10. Bad Yelp review. I'm leaving that. Oh. Okay. Alright. Back to engineering. Oh. Can you tell? I've had a rough day. I think I've ever been killed consecutively that many times before. Alright, so this side's all well and good and functioning and loud. This side... Beyond these doors lies our greatest challenge and our destiny. And hopefully it's not stronger than a buzzsaw locust. Because, my heart won't take it if this thing one-shots me.
It is I, the pantsless hero. On guard. Avast ye.
It is I, the pantsless hero. Oh. Oh, he got me good. Make me look more valiant than I am. I've got him on the ropes. Hey, butthead. Oh, geez, no. Really? I should have worn pants today. I've been down there long enough, the torch is burnt out. Oh! Okay. You all go away. Get out of here. Oh. I need a Tylenol. And a nap. Okay, I've got my alchemy medallion, that's the important thing. I got all my limbs, that's the semi-important thing. Time to claim my reward. Now this was hard won. Glider schematic is gonna let us make, well, as the name suggests, a glider. I'm actually physically tired after all that. That was all those deaths. Those were real. We can make more glider schematics, which we might. We're on our own here, so I don't know if we'll need it. But the glider, not great for storage. But we can fly off of tall structures. Fly, I guess, is a bit of a stretch. We glide. Got some vessels here that we can't take. There's a lot of lore books in here. Any of these bookshelves with a glowing book there, those can be taken. Unfortunately, I have no inventory space. What I do have space for, what I will make space for, however. We're taking this crown. We've been crowned champions by default. Really, it was kind of a pity prize. I mean, I walked into this man's home, he beat me 7 ways to Sunday, and I'm not even wearing pants. But this just shows you, humans are persistence hunters. Emphasis on persistence in this case. So I think I have at least somewhat earned a crown. Now I can sneak in the bushes and give people whoppers. Anything cool on this top floor, or is it all just books? Yeah, I think this top floor is just books. And back down we go. And on to the main purpose for coming into this library here. The resonator. Ah. Now in another timeline, things would have gone very differently. I would not be all beat up, wouldn't be wearing glasses or a crown. So let's see what it would have looked like then.
Aren't you listening? I said there's too many missing. Sure, we were dying like mayflies, and mind you, some things were a bit hazy for me towards the end, but even so, they can't have all perished and they can't have all turned. I cannot be the only one. But where are they? That's what it always comes back to. No, they hardly know anything. Of course, it pains me to see them suffer. They're like little lost children, huddled in their homes. But it's for the best. It's all for the best. We had all the knowledge in the world, and worlds beyond, and what good did it do us? No. Best leave them to it. Best let them think me as some mad old sorcerer and leave me in peace. Forgive me my ramblings. I had lost hope, honestly. It became nothing more than a goal to chase, to keep me sane over all these years, but here we are. And here you all are, somewhere out there. The world has changed. But if the archives still stand and you're hearing this message, well, you must already know this. Come find me, my friends. There is much to discuss. The world has shifted since the old days, and I have yet to find where the archives now lay. I cannot give you a direct path, but I will have maps delivered to some familiar places. If you can find your way to, let's see, Nadia, the spoils, the lazaret, cardinals, or perhaps quiet, we'll find further directions. If you do not know these lands, well, I suppose try asking one of the more adventurous sorts around you. Perhaps someone can provide some assistance. I pray your journey is a short one. Only a couple of decades.
And with that, I think our business down here is concluded for the moment. Until we come back for the spoils we couldn't pick up. In the meantime, let's head back to the surface. Goodbye, archives. It was a pain. That was an endeavor. Worthwhile. There's plenty we need to come back for, but for the moment, I think we can call this Resonance Archive conquered. Albeit with great pain, many broken bones, I can't feel my kidneys. I couldn't before, but I really can't now. So I'm gonna make my way home.
The journey home began with starving. With our food depleted after the trials of the archives, the mountaintops were an unforgiving land of parkour and darkness. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I didn't get very far before having to find a safe spot to sit and wait for starvation to take me. After retrieving my gear, I made my way down to lower elevations in search of food. Not far from the mountains, I came across a trader caravan in a gravel desert who just so happened to be another treasure hunter trader, and by some strange cosmic coincidence was also named TMAF. Must have been a popular name the year they were born. Unlike our other TMAF, this one had the pants we were looking for. I retrieved my gears from our travel chest and bought those pants immediately. I don't know if the price was good or not, but to be honest, I didn't even check. I just wanted those pants. Not long after resuming my journey, I stumbled upon another trader, a furniture trader named Vlad. He had some iron fence tops that, as far as I'm aware, cannot be crafted, but I really like the way they look, so I bought all 28 that he had. With shop therapy to soothe our broken bones out of the way, I continued my trek home. After a lengthy journey, home, I've reached it. The island I've been searching for. Shout out to Epic the Musical. It's good stuff. If you haven't listened to it, it's good. I immediately got to work putting away the spoils of war before grabbing a fresh crock of food, and I actually misspoke last episode. As of 1.20, you can now fill a bowl directly from a crock in your inventory. Thank you to everyone who mentioned that in the comments. Super helpful tip. Before heading back out to abscond with more loot from the archives, I noticed most of the flax was ready. Using our new steel scythe, I got to harvesting and replanting over in our lower garden. I also finally filled in that one empty water hole that's been bugging me for a while. With the first taste of a real meal in days, I set out once more to collect some of the goodies that we couldn't fit in our pockets from the archives. I won't show the inside for the sake of those wanting to experience the Resonance archives for themselves first, but in the midst of looting, a heavy temporal storm decided it was on its way. Laden with my ill-gotten goods, I hurried to the coast in a vain attempt to get to safety before the storm hit. I made it to the ocean with seconds to spare, but the sudden hailstorm wasn't about to let me breeze on through this. Thankfully, the hail eventually let up, and I spent the rest of the storm paddling in circles to avoid the rusty rascals desperately swimming to take me down with them. Once the coast was clear, I made my way to the translocator, and it wasn't long before I reached home once more. I started putting everything away, using some of the black coal to start a couple more batches of coke, just in case we need more in the future. Who knows? Then, in order to better prepare for a nice long building session, I popped over to our quarrying area to collect a bunch of big old slabs of conglomerate rock. And I have to say, the new sound design that adds echoes inside of caves is just, chef's kiss. With a good supply of stone secured, I picked our other pink apple tree clean. These apples last just so long in a cellar. No doctors are ever going to get to us now. Then I collected some of the cattails down by the water for some future skeps, and with that, I believe that now brings us to today. So with the Resonance archive out of the way here, we're going to start delving into some of these new 1.20, well, I would say just blocks. But there's so much more than just blocks. We've got a lot to cover here, so if we open up our handy-dandy survival book here, there's a few new entries in the game mechanics. We have tameable mounted animals. With a tameable mount, there's a few different things we're going to need. We're going to need a saddle. And that is going to require a bit more leather. Nails and strips, super easy. They can be pretty much anything, we'll just cast those from copper. Also going to need a bridle. Now there's two different kinds of bridles here. There is bridle with a snaffle bit. Once again, more leather, more nails and strips. Or the bridle with curb bit. And it's really just the reverse of the other pattern where the nails and strips are at the top and you surround the rest of this kind of circle here with leather. With the curb bit here, it gives us a little guide here. So when your mount is wearing a curb bit, you only need to press forward once rather than hold it down to move. So if you're going short distances with a lot of turns, that could get a little annoying. You might find yourself going off a cliff or something, or overshooting your destination. But it is effectively just an auto run, so if you need to go in a straight line for a long time with maybe a few different turns that you can easily do and you don't have to watch out for open pits in the ground, not a bad option.
There's a whole bunch of other things that we can put on them, you know, add a lantern onto them, put a little bed so you've got, so you've got a hay bed on there. Saddlebags will give us some extra storage, and those, we've got a couple variants here. Sturdy saddlebags, that's using the new sturdy leather. We are gonna have to find some chromite for that, I believe. Chromium sulfate, we're gonna need sulfuric acid and crushed chromite. How do we make sulfuric acid? That's water, saltpeter, okay, and powdered sulfur. That's easy enough. We either have that already, I know we've got some sulfur. Don't know if we've picked up much saltpeter. I think I've kind of mostly gone past it anytime I've seen it because I didn't plan on making bombs anytime soon. But at the very least, we know it's around. Chromite, though. And it looks like chromite is found in igneous rock, so, you know, granite, basalt, peridotite, kimberlite, that's rare, I think. Andesite, we haven't come across that as far as I remember. But at the very least, granite, peridotite, plenty of that around. We're gonna have to go on a little bit of a hunt for chromite at some point, maybe not today, but that's mainly just if we want to do the sturdy saddlebags or upgrade our existing backpacks here for sturdy backpacks. And that'll give us basically an additional 8 slots if we fill up our inventory with these bags. But that's gonna take a little bit of sturdy leather there. But after that little rabbit hole, we can just make regular saddlebags from regular leather as well. The same as every other thing so far for the mounts. Leather, nails and strips. We're just riveting leather together. A couple of decorative things here. Saddle blanket. I don't know if we can make any of these or if we just have to find them. From traders. Just click on a few random ones. Okay, so at the very least, the commoner, the chateau, and the azure embroidered. Oh, and the earth tone. Okay. Okay, so there's a good few that we can make. I'd imagine, yeah, rawhide we can also do. But some of them in particular, just from traders. I guess we'll have to decide what color of blanket we want to put on our elk once we get it. Other than that, utility locations. We can put a cooking pot on them. Nice. But today, since we're going to need a bunch of leather for that, I guess we'll have to get on processing some of those hides in the basement, but that'll be a little bit of a wait. So, what we're actually going to be working on today, sailboat, or at least things related to a sailboat. So there's a lot of materials that get used in this, mainly wood, rope, a lot of linen, decent bit of linen, but it all starts with rollers. And these, you need to make 5 of them. They're very easy to make, so it's just 15 firewood. The only problem is we don't exactly have a place ready to put down a dry dock to start building a boat. So today we're gonna break ground on our dock district. It's been a long time coming, and it's dark out. There's wolves howling, there's drifters at the door, Cat the rabbit is going absolutely bananas. Fireflies are out in full force. This is beautiful. Those wolves better not be trying to get into my pig pen. There's a rabbit in the chicken coop. I best check on them chickens. It's not morning, you're wrong. What was that? Is that a fox? Were you trying to eat my chickens? Uh-oh. Ah, whoa, whoa. Hey, okay. Ooh, I'm hiding in here with you guys. Oh, it's out there, man. I'm just gonna take your eggs. Don't mind me, okay? I gotta get away from the door. There's a man out there, and it's not me. I'm scary enough. Get away from the door. I see you're out of food again. Thank you for the dozen eggs. I need to sprint. Oh, you're right there. Oh, you're right there, too. You have a friend. Everybody needs a friend. Happy little trees and such. Oh, they're not difficult. They're just creepy. Good for 5 days. Oh, those are good for 12 hours. Oh, no. Let's see. What if we mix these? 10 days. Haha, see? You just have to mix good food with nearly rotten food, and then it all becomes good food. That's how real life works, right? What's that growing in the back of the fridge? Anyway, let's just disregard everything that I just said, and let's take a look at these hides here. So we've got scraped hides, 4 huge ones. Let's tend to a little bit of leather. We got some weak tannin. So if I put those in there we go. Get those scraped hides prepping in there. Do we have enough strong tannin? Nope. We only have enough tannin for 2. Alright. Well then. At least seal those up. I have to fill this barrel and get more tannin going, because we are lacking in tannin. Get ourselves some oak logs, close the doors. Note to self, don't run with logs in your hand if you don't have a thing to log them with. There we go, 24 hours. What do we got? We got our honey, we got our white dye, lime water, gray dye, blue dye, we're good on dyes. 5 huge hides is about the best I can do, so might just have to make another barrel.
Make a barrel. Pop another one down here.
What's up, Larry?
Guess we're gonna start here.
Grab ourselves a few more oak. There we go. So we have a day until we have a couple barrels of weak tannin, and then we'll just do it all again and make some strong tannin, so we can get these peptides and the 4 peptides we'll get out of there all sorted away.
They're coming for my pigs, aren't they?
With how much I'm hearing outside, let's double check that everything is okay. I hear a lot of wolves. They're not in here? No, there'd be no pigs left if there was wolves in there.
Baby pig? I heard the squeal of a baby. Hey!
I am having a moment, sir. You do not come between me and my pigs. But oh boy, if that was the squeal.
It's a squeal, little piggies.
Oh, what a glorious day. Does that mean they're all gonna be giving birth right away? Like, that's far quicker than I thought. Hey, what did I just say? Mr. Bowtorn. Mr. Bowtorn. I'd like to have a word. The word is goodbye. Okay, well, this is a glorious day. We're gonna have a ton of little piglets down there, and I believe that's gonna take a while for them to grow up. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, there's a whole slew of new blocks that I haven't even gone over yet. So we got a whole bunch of new stuff. Apart from the leather, we've got a bunch of fancy new quarter log blocks, both barked and debarked variants of them. Now these are corner pieces. They jut out just a little bit out of their own little hitbox, so they're great for log cabins and things like that. There's also just these ones. Vertical, horizontal, whatever you want to do. So most of the applications I've seen people using these for have been palisades, log cabins, but I'm going to use them for something special. Not unique, but, you know, posts for our pier. Well, piers. Multiple. So the dock district that I have in my head that'll kind of extend into the market area, it looks a little something like this. So we'll have a whole bunch of piers, the dry dock right here for building our ships, the bridge that I've been talking about making to go over to the quarry area. I think I'll make it look like a wooden drawbridge that can be pulled up to let ships go through, but it will be built high enough that we can just sail a sailboat run underneath and it won't clip. This big gray area here is where we're going to have kind of the market area. Probably a tavern, some shops and things like that. Partially as a way to split up things like, well, the leatherworking that we're doing downstairs. That's not something that belongs in a farmhouse basement. So we'll have a tannery over there somewhere. So a whole bunch of different trades and such, just like the Masonry Lodge. They're all going to get their own individual buildings. But at the very least, we'll have a tavern, an inn, a warehouse, and of course the piers themselves for boats to be on. Whether or not we make a whole bunch of different boats, well, that just depends on how much wood and linen we want to gather. And until those windmill sails in the workshop are done, flax is at a premium right now. So we'll probably start with the one boat, work our way from there. Although very likely we're going to be building this dock over the winter, or at least chipping away at it. So a boat might be for the spring, because we're already most of the way through September. Now beyond that, there's a whole bunch of new clay stuff. We've got some, these are clutter blocks here, but there's a lot of different colors we can get. So even though we're only really going to have access mostly to blue and red clay with the occasional bit of fire clay if we either make it ourselves, which we'll go over when we have to do that, or find it near black coal deposits. With the new beehive kiln that we've already got a section marked out for in the workshop, depending on how many of the iron hatch doors, which are basically those coke oven doors, they're just renamed into iron hatch doors because they're multi-purpose now. But depending on how many of the 3 of those that will be on this kiln are open, we'll get completely different colors. So with the blue clay, depending on how many doors we have open, and it actually gives us a little handy guide here right in the handbook. So with no doors open, we get white, and then it just gets darker the more doors we have open, because more oxygen is getting into that fire to cook it even more. So we go from cream, kind of a nice color, gray, black gray, and then clinker clay, which is really dark. Kind of a little, it's like when you overcook a chicken nugget, but then you use mortar and you make a wall out of it. And then from the red clay bricks, we're gonna get tan, orange, red, or brown. So we don't have to buy brown clay bricks anymore, we can just make our own. That means maybe one day, we'll finish the outside of this chimney, then the attic. There's so much left of this farmhouse to finish. What have I been doing? Oh, right, a castle and a workshop. Priorities. One of the sad things that we did lose in the update, though, are these countertops. So the hardened blue clay that we've got on here, it's available through Creative, but you can't really, oh my, wolves, chickens, please, I'm describing stuff. So if you've already made it, great, you still have it. But it's been archived in the game, so apart from Creative mode, you can't really get it anymore. The recipe is gone. Just mentioning that, because I've had a few questions about what kind of block it is, since you can't really find it in the handbook if you're playing on 1.20. So, the sun is up, I hear a shiver outside, but that's okay. We're just gonna conveniently, boop. I love that that's a thing. We're gonna grab our shovel and mosey on over to where we're planning on building the dock. Alright, out along here. So we have a good bit of land we're gonna have to take down. That entire hill is probably gonna have to go, unless we thin it down and slap up a fake tower around it, which I'm not entirely opposed to. I might end up doing that with that little one out there behind me. But what I am going to do is let the terrain inform a lot of the design here. So it's going to have a little bit of a non-square shape. So we'll have a little bit of a gatehouse basically from this big stretch of land that's sitting up here. We might shorten it, or we might just build a staircase up to it, but there'll be a little circular tower on there. It's hard to see with this one in the way. With this one being broken down to build another tower there, just to create kind of a gatehouse into the harbor. And then a wall connecting that to there, and from there, over to there, and from there, over to here, where the other end of our bridge is going to be. That little plop of land right there with the cranberry bush, that might become like a beacon, like a lighthouse of some kind or something. These plans are very much subject to change once we start actually putting blocks down on the ground. I don't even know what I want to make it out of. Probably granite. We have a lot of granite. As long as we have all that granite left over still after the workshop. Which we probably will, let's be honest. That's a lot of granite over there. But yeah. So I think I'm going to go grab those shovel heads we made, and at the very least, take down this little behemoth behind me. Maybe do just a little bit of work to flatten this place out just ever so slightly. Maybe clear out those trees too. Probably gonna clear out the trees. Let's do it. So you know what that means. Yes, you do. Let's commence the time lapse. By the way, do you like my glasses? I think they make me look smarter. Because we all know my words don't. Alright, let's tear down a mountain.
That took an hour and a half. Kind of makes you miss having a beacon. But at the end of the day, we did finish getting at least that one big kind of spike of a hill taken all the way down and brought flat. Throughout the entirety of that work, we have now got our last crock of food that we've gotten stored up, and we've broken it open. We're eating from it. There's no more to be saved. Let's check on the cabbage. Good. Almost done. How's that flax? Flax is done. There we go. That's all new flax. So I think the flax that we have growing in here right now, that's going to be our last haul pretty much for the summer. Well, not even summer anymore. We're well into fall. It's the end of September. So if I were to start planting anything more now, well, it probably wouldn't get done before the snow falls and then it gets frost damage. So we'll just let these guys grow. These ones are at risk of maybe not quite making it, but we'll see how things play out. They're a third of the way there. We should be okay. And let's see, how much do we have? Quite a bit. Quite a bit of flax indeed. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh. I think we have enough for a sailboat. Just keep those twine there in case we need them. Oh, and maybe turn these guys into twine too. There we go. And a couple little fibers left over. Bring this grain down to the old basement. Oh, take that rot out of there. Fill that with some grain. We have more rot. And we still have cabbages. Well then. Take this rot. Let's check on the compost. That's still working. Okay. Pop that in there. We do have some more pelts. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, those are pelts. That's not what we need. Can that pelt still be turned into... Huh. We could make a rawhide saddle blanket if we wanted. Maybe. Well, we'll hold on to that then. Reindeer fur coat. Ooh. We do need that red dye, though, in order to make that. How is... our tannin is good. We've got our prepared hides. Let's get... Well, there we go. We'll have some strong tannin tomorrow. We've got a little bit of weak tannin left. We can probably... There we go. 16 liters. Oh. 7. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's more than what can fit into a single barrel. So we're going to need both of these to be strong tannin. I guess we can start another weak tannin here. Is that going to matter? Oh, okay. So the tannin we won't need, but the chromium sulfate, we're going to need that. I see. Well, regardless, we'll at least have leather for the elk stuff that we need at the moment. Let's take a quick peek on the map here, just while we're sitting in between massive builds, because we can see right there now where we just took down. That's actually a lot larger than I thought it was. But at the very least, disregarding all of the little error pixels here on the map, we've got it a little bit flatter, and I'm sure it'll be far less of a arduous task to continue to build onto it once we start actually making the docks. I'm not the most concerned about actually filling everything. A lot of the docks is going to be mostly decorative. We'll eventually do insides and such if we get around to it. But for the most part, we'll have some towers that'll just be there. The walkways will be walkable. But with all the big projects we have on the docket, I'm not thinking about extending it beyond just looking nice. To start with, anyway. Still have a whole castle to get going on to. And a workshop to finish. What am I looking for? I don't have meat. Let's see, we got some lime water in there. A little bit of lime water in there. Let's just pull that lime water out. Pop that in there. Have a little snack. There we go. Oh, right. One of the other new blocks that I forgot to bring up is wattle and daub. So you start with making a wattle fence, which is fairly easy. Knife, bunch of sticks, gets you 5 of them. That's not too bad. And this is basically used as a framework. You can just use it as a regular fence. But then when you apply round daub, and it comes in a whole rainbow of desaturated colors, So you make this daub by putting some dirt, some sand, some clay, and some hay all together. And at least the base form, you're going to get yourself just regular tan, kind of like an off cream color. And all these other color variants. Oh, wait a minute. Slate sand. Granite sand gets you tan. Andesite gets you ashen. Okay, so this is all based off of... Okay, sometimes. Blue dye will get you... Well, blue, but that's really... It's kind of like how the concrete in that other block game is blue or cyan. And it's gray. But a lot of these seem to be dependent on the type of sand you put in there. That's interesting. Okay. And then some of them, yeah, are just mixing dye with it to make things like pinks and yellow's just sandstone. That's actually a really neat idea of actually using the different types of sand to get a very different color product. I like that. But in order to use that, you basically just make a whole bunch of daub, make your wattle fences, place your wattle fences where you want the blocks to be, and you start slapping the daub on there. I think it uses 10 at a time. And there's multiple stages as well for how patchy or smooth you want it to look. So texturing, kind of built right in. Super easy to get a bunch of variants. You don't even have to have multiple types of inventory in your inventory. Just slap more if you want it smooth. Slap less if you don't want smooth. One might even call that rough. Get your mind out of the gutter. Something else I'm looking to try here. It's going to be this rammed earth. So with that, it's the exact same way that you make packed dirt, you just pack it again to get rammed earth. In rammed earth, you can get a whole bunch of different variants just by putting it in the crafting grid, and you just get different textures, so it's pretty easy to get a little bit of a differentiation to it. It makes for a pretty darn good looking block that's literally just dirt. Like there's nothing else to it, it's just dirt. But it looked good. Just because you're dirt poor, well, you'd have to be dirt rich. Though it's not a block for the dirt poor. You need a lot of dirt. You gotta be rich in dirt. You can be poor in every other way, though. We've got ourselves a whole bunch of low fertility soil here, so let's do it. Let's make ourselves some rammed earth. Look at that. That's beautiful. What might I want this rammed earth for, you ask? Well, I think we've all noticed how the castle floats. And we're going to need something to build up that foundation around it, and I didn't want to just do grass and dirt and just regular land. I wanted it to look distinctly different from stone, but like some sort of very purpose-formed foundation. Now, of course, when I was coming up with the idea for that, I was thinking of something like limestone and limestone cobble and things like that. But rammed earth came along, and I think that might be worth giving a try. It's got about the right look that I want, where it kind of looks like stone from a distance, but it's distinct enough that I think we'll be good with it. Heck, we could mix it in with some granite too if we need to. It'd actually probably blend very well. I'll leave a lot of the medium. Might end up using that for filling in the castle. But while I wait for the sun to come up, I think I'm going to do a little bit of crafting. Slap some dirt around in my hands. Pack it in. Make packed dirt. And then I think perhaps we're going to do a little bit of work on the castle today. Because we haven't... Oh, that's close. Because we haven't really worked on it all that much lately. And I've got a whole bunch of cobblestone and dry stone now in the conglomerate chest over in the Mason Lodge, so we can get a good bit done on the walls. And now with all this dirt, we can actually fill in a lot of the land in there. So we can, walk around safely. Kind of important. In fact, what's the rift activity? It's calm. I'm just going to fill in the dirt in the dark, and I will see you in the morning. All right. Give a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. Now, why only medium soil? I don't know, lush grass? No reason. Just kind of felt like it. This is weirdly kind of therapeutic. I almost forgot that it was already morning. Oh. Starting to shiver. 7 degrees and raining. That's perfectly comfortable. Oh boy. Alright, let's see if I can just finish this before having to go inside. Just 5 more minutes, Mom. It's not cold without my jacket. I'm fine. Probably. Okay, well, that's all my dirt. Ooh. Maybe I should heed Kurozar's warning and light up down there. Need more torch holders for that. Or lamps. Any sort of light source. Is it already that time to start getting some warm clothes on? Or at least clothes that protect us to any sort of degree? Oh. Alright. Where are my warmer clothes? Let's see. Most of these are all in terrible condition. Let's just pop that there. We don't actually, because that's not actually helping us. The glasses help keep us warm. Okay, we'll wear those. So the scarf's doing nothing. Gamison's doing nothing. None of the clothes are doing anything except for the glasses are giving 0.1 degree of warmth. So, 0.2, 0.9. Oh boy. Well, we got our fur coat, and those are all in good condition. So I guess these are what we have to wear for a little bit here. We gotta warm up. I suppose we'll cook ourselves a meal here while we're trying to warm up. Maybe some breakfast. 2 eggs shy of a full thing, but let's see, 22. Let's try egg and soy. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna let us? It will. All right. There we go. You know what? Floor's not good enough. Get our first bun toast into the season on. Yeah. While we're here, let's also body over. Yeah. Let's just not let ourselves look like we're overly cold, because that's all nice and cozy. But now look at us. We got gloves, we got boots, but our arms are exposed, and we're still looking good. No one needs to know that we're cozy. Secret cozy. When there's actual snow on the ground and it looks like it should be cold, then absolutely, yeah, we'll make some of the more cold clothes visible. Right now, this might be the Canadian in me, but 7 degrees is not cold. It's like a light jacket kind of weather. I guess if I'm being technical about it, I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt, so did not have a jacket on. But we're not going to talk about that. What we are going to talk about is egg and soybean, which is what we've got in our cracks. There we go. I don't really need those right now. I still have 2 servings left of my good food. But which one of these is the small one? That's all right. That one's only got 3 servings, so I'll just take one for that. That way, I can have a little piping hot meal right there. That's actually pretty good on hunger. I'm gonna have seconds. Let those sit out there for a bit. Actually, no, that's silly. Why would I do that? Bring them down to the basement where they'll actually be good. Up the half-eaten one up there. How are these doing? 9 hours left. Wasn't it the same idea last year? That once we started working on the castle walls, that's when it got cold enough that I started shivering? I think it's tradition. Oh, and by the way, I did pick up some high fertility soil while I was on the way to the Resonance Archive. I can't remember if I added that into the episode or not. It was during the travel montage. So I'm just gonna keep placing some dirt here. Just building up the foundations. We've got a place to walk around and somewhere to start actually putting all different buildings on once we've got more of the walls in place. It might not be the most important thing to get done on the castle, but it's got to get done eventually, so might as well do it while I got the dirt, as opposed to doing it when I don't have the dirt, which wouldn't get done. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm getting through a good bit of the courtyard here, actually. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Well, there's still going to be a lot to get done up top. Yeah, this is good. This is nice, yeah. I suppose I should partially retract the statement that I made a minute ago about not knowing why I'm using medium fertility soil here instead of just a mix of everything. While I am going to be switching out some for a little bit more well-worn sections on like walkways and paths and such, I think for the most part, with the amount of rainfall that we normally get here, which is a lot, recently it's been the season of thunderstorms almost all the time, but the grounds of the castle would probably be the best tended to, and so it would have the most lush soil for the best plants. Then you get into here where it's a lot of packed dirt, and well, this is where a lot of horse traffic goes, and yeah, we're probably going to end up having to go climbing down there as we replace huge chunks of all this dirt. That's not really much of a concern. Wolves, however, that can now spawn up here kind of are. And that's always going to be a problem. Just wild animals getting into the city, we'll blame the traveling merchants. But in the meantime, let's head on back inside where it's warm, dry. Our the cabbage.
Oh, not all of them. Some of them. I'll take the mature heads of cabbage. 11, 11, 11. Okay. You guys are almost done. Keep growing. I'll be back. 11. Ooh. I only planted them in the one spot, right? Yeah. Oh, look at this. We're already starting to replenish our... Ooh, except for over here. Oh, excellent. So pretty soon, the rest of those cabbages will be all ready to go. Where have I put my cabbages? There's my cabbages. 1.2 years, 1.1 years. Let's just... I've made them all 1.1 years. That's still a long time. There's no way those cabbages are going to last that long. We're going to use those like there's no tomorrow. We just need to get some meat to use with them. We're just going to take this. Are you staying down here or are you coming up? You want to go upstairs? Okay, you play in the cellar. Don't open the vessels, please. After our dirt escapades, 3 hours. We're almost ready to get to the final stage of leather. How is this one? We've got 10 leather. Oh, happy day, we've got 10 leather. We're well on our way. Oh, we already had 10 leather. We're even weller on our way. We're actually going to have a half-decent supply of leather. We just need to get ourselves some nails and strips made. You know what? Since I spent all day doing dirt, might as well. I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few things that we're going to need nails and strips for going forward. Whether it's big doors or elk stuff. Onward to the workshop in the dark of the night. Oh, right. I forgot this room is very dark. Let's see. Wait, how many nails and strips molds do we have? We've got the 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Did I do this right? Did I do 5? That's a hammer. That's prospecting pick. Okay, I have 4. Why did I do 4, not 5? That's weird, but okay. Oh, I hear a shiver. Okay, so we're going to be doing these 400 units at a time, so not necessarily going to need all of this. If I had more molds, we could just mass fire them, and that's probably going to be something I do, especially when this room is fully up and running. We've got tables of molds. Oh, you can bet that we're going to have a whole section of nails and strips just for mass production. And I just hope that we'll never have to do nails and strips on something that isn't castable. Imagine iron nails. What are we going to need? Railroad spikes? Maybe. Maybe one day. But not today. Today we're going to do just a little guy here. Probably just 2 of those to get started. Grab myself a wee bit of charcoal. Oop. Just all the peat just in case. I'll sit by the door so I can check for anything wanting to sneak up on us here. I shimmy it over so my inventory doesn't block the door. Beautiful. Okay. Probably good for now. Well, we'll just get that queued up. This actually reminds me, there's a mod that I've had since day one that we have not yet taken advantage of. That's the pottery wheel. And this will probably help save my tendons a little bit if we're making a lot of pottery. So if we're making more molds, especially if we're throwing a whole bunch of crocks, this pottery wheel is probably going to be very helpful. So we just need some sort of polished slab, some sort of log, some sort of rock. Does it seem to matter? Basalt, that's just kind of going through anything. Pretty well, any kind of rock. Yeah, okay. So chisel hammer, slab log rock. Let's make one of those. Get ourselves a pine log. What kind of rock do we not need? Well, we definitely don't need a lot of peridotite, so let's just use one of those. There we go. Pop those there. Log. Pottery wheel. Now, with all these rocks around, where are we going to do this? Do we throw pottery up in the attic? No, it's going to get messy. We need this down on the crafting floor. That corner would have been nice, but I suppose we will put it near our workbench. Now, I'm curious if this just has access to every pottery recipe that we have, or if it's only going to be able to do certain ones. Let's grab a handful of clay and give this a spin. Ah ha 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 ha. We don't have much clay, but we can at least throw down some. Oop. Oh, we can just do anything. All right. And how do we do this? Just clay in hand and hold right. And it's just going to start adding voxels. That takes more time.
Wait a minute. I need to double check something here. Aha! This will not be where it lives. It's going to go in the workshop. If we attach mechanical power to the underside of the pottery wheel, it's going to throw clay twice as fast. We'll still have to right-click on it, but it'll be twice as fast. But, we've got a half-formed mold there, and, well, I think we've got some blue clay near the coastline. Let's get some of this copper out of our inventory. Ah! No! You get out of my homestead! Ah! I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead. Let's clear those out for the moment. Little baby pigs. Spying on them. Making sure all the little baby pigs down in the basement. How's Dog the Moose doing? Losing his mind. The one thing that concerns me is I am not seeing any little piglets down in that basement. Are they gonna attack? Oh. Oh, right, because they're all Generation 3. Oh! Oh, there's a bunch of them that still are pregnant. Okay. That's fine. Huh. They just gonna be kind and peaceful now? Well then, this is my first experience with very domesticated animals. It's kinda nice. I can be around the little piglets and the pigs don't try and, you know, gore me. It's great. What was I doing? Clay. Ah, here we go, right near our coastline. Whole bunch of clay here. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. We're gonna need a whole bunch more of this anyway for all the cobblestone we're gonna be needing. And while we've already got a good bit of cobblestone, it's not going to be enough. Not by a long shot. Okay. That was marked, and then I've got more blue clay over there, just in case I ever need it afterward. But right now, our inventory's looking just a little full. That's okay. While I'm walking here, and the whole theme of the day is removing unwanted terrain, let's just do it. Yeah, a lot of this region, especially that, oh, there's a bowtorn, and a drifter. A lot of this area over here on the eastern side of our little area, a lot of that is all gonna have to get reworked and flattened out just so we can actually use it. But it's all gonna be bit by bit, piece by piece. The rest of the cabbages are ready, I think. Yeah, except we're not. Our inventory's full. But as we continue to expand and add more builds, that's where we'll just start, you know, flattening out the rough terrain over there. For now, let's just keep making a few molds here. These molds, maybe it's not the most needed. There we go. All right, my inventory's full. Put this clay away. There we go. Clear some of that out. Oop. For smaller things like crocs, I can definitely see this being a little bit more useful for the more intricate things. For something as simple as a square with a few rectangles cut out of it, I think it might have been quicker to do that by hand. Maybe. Could just be perception as well. But regardless, let's pop this over into one of the pit kilns and probably not fire it yet. Yeah, probably not yet. But at least now we know how that pottery wheel works, and yeah, we can probably take some pretty good advantage of it if we need to make anything a little bit more intricate. Don't worry about that. We're still not talking about that. Okay, this is all full. Just pop that there and waiting. Hopefully not forget about it. Hey, hardened copper. We got 16 nails and strips. Let's go. Let's get a second batch of these nails and strips going. And once we've got that poured, then we can head on over and pop our leather into what I'm sure now is long completed strong tannin. Then we get ourselves even more leather. And then we can take these nails and strips we've got with the leather that's already completed and see what we can make for an elk. There's always so many steps. Everything we want to do. And yet somehow it never feels super tedious. There's always a little bit of excitement to it. That feeling of slow and steady progress. It all feels worth it in the end. At least for me. I know some people hate the grind. I'm here for it. There we go. All ready. Let's pour.
10 in. Pop 5 in there. We got 4.5 days to get leather. And in this strong tannin, we'll pop the remaining 2 huge ones. There we go. Awesome. So I guess before we get on to another stint of building, what all do we have the supplies for that we're going to need in order to get this elk? So, we are going to need a saddle, that is for sure. Beautiful, easy enough. Oh, wait a minute. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 just for a saddle, never mind. Okay. Okay, it's a good thing that we're looking at this. So that's pretty much everything we've got right now. We've got our medallion. Just a saddle and the bridle. Probably do the precise one. I don't really need an auto run yet. That'll be for long treks. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 26. We just need 6 more leather. So in a few days, we'll be set. What we can at least do for the moment is make that saddle. There we go. And I have had several questions on if I'm going to upgrade the countertops in here into decorative chests from the Chisel Tools mod. And eventually, maybe. The one benefit, despite having to look down through a little slot underneath them, to the way that we've got it now, is that those are trunks. So it's a little bit higher capacity storage. I think there's a decorative trunk. I can't quite remember. Decorative high capacity chest. Larger capacity decorative chest. How many slots does that have? Oh, okay. We'll see. We shall see. There's a lot of things on the to-do list. The system's working fine for now, but we'll maybe upgrade it one day. Okay. Cabbages, right. There we go. Now the whole stack's good for 1.2 years. Just had to get enough good stuff in there. Go 11 cabbage seeds. And to think that we started out with only a few. And that I tried to sneak in one last harvest before the winter last year, and, well, that didn't go so well. So the fact that we have 11 seeds and a big old stack of cabbage downstairs, we're doing great. You know, there's a part of me that wishes the rain would let up a little bit. But it sure does help the crops grow as fast as they possibly can. So we have a nice big old chest here full of a good bit of dry stone and cobblestone, so we could get a good bit done on the walls. That, and with the half-decent supply of clay and big old rock slabs we still have outside, if we need to make more, we have what it takes. Both materials and wherewithal. Mostly in wherewithal. The materials will run dry. Probably quicker than we think. It is about to be night, but it is calm. I think I might process some things, get ourselves even more stockpiled up here, and then let's get on to building a little bit more of the castle. Those walls aren't going to build themselves. So you know what that means. Yes, we've had one, but have you heard of second time lapse? 11 scenes? Afternoon lapse? Timer? There's only so many time-lapse related puns I can make about second breakfast. So let's just once again commence the time-lapse part 2. A lot of progress done. You can't see it, but a lot of progress just got done. While we wait for the sun to come up, let's go check on that leather, because it's been at least a couple days of just working on walls.
Is the leather ready? I'm not using the road, because the bridge is not done.
It's not even a bridge. I should add a bridge. That's later. Into the dry, out of the wet. 2.2 days out of 4.5. We still have time. Okay. While we're in here, grab ourselves a fresh crock of food. We got our scrambled eggs and soybeans. Oh, well, that's all protein. No wonder it was so good. Huh. So while we're waiting for morning, I'm just gonna dig up a little bit of dirt and get a little bit of the ground level put in at the different elevations in the castle, just to act as a reference point. So when I was putting those walls in, I was having a little bit of a tricky time differentiating between what's supposed to be part of the ground and at what level the walls begin. Ground floor is easy. The ground is in, but it's the upper floors. Gotta get those ready so I can easily walk between the 3 levels. So let's quickly take care of that, and then I'll see you when the sun's up. Oh, I see. Well, it looks like we have a temporal storm coming for breakfast time. Scrambled eggs and boiled drifter? Delicious. Looks like I'll just be digging dirt for the rest of the night here, patching up holes, filling in the land. That's okay. It has to get done eventually, and, well, we've got a couple days to wait on our leather, so we're not missing out on anything. In fact, we're being quite productive with our time. Now, with the morning having come, we've got 2.7 out of 4.5. We've got time for those. So, is there anything else we can do in the last little bit here before the storm? Flax is starting to come in, at least the stuff on this side here. What's the other? 5 and 6? Okay. 5th of October. Ooh, what temperature is flax good until? -5, okay. Please survive, you're gonna be done early November. Do not freeze, you'll finish. But these ones, the younglings are the ones we need to be concerned about. They're only 2/3 of the way grown. But soon. Let's just go take a look here while we're making the rounds. Check on the little piggies. Hello, everybody. Okay, some of you have still yet to give birth. Oh. Are you? You are Generation 4. Well then. Oh, okay. Well, I think we can probably process the Generation 3 boars. Because we don't really need them anymore. And once these ones give birth, then, well, it's time to fill up the larder. Come to think of it, did I actually make a butcher's knife, or was I just planning on it? Oh, it is barren. I don't think I ever got around to making a butcher's knife. We're probably gonna have to make one of those pretty quick. Because Generation 3 and above, well, we can instantly butcher them. I mean, process them. Totally not butcher. Process them instantly with a single little, gentle tap. Oh, wow. I should probably be getting, into the storm shelter. I didn't realize how down to the wire it was getting. Alright. See you on the other side. Woo! Coming to the water, boys. There's already a doubleheader. Hello. Ooh, thank you. Why would he run? Too smart for his own good. Yes, come to the soup. Hello, sir. Nice of you to drop in. Okay, so we've got 8 rusty gears from that, 1 temporal gear, which I guess we're gonna have to start a new chest, and a sub-assembly, an exquisite planetary gear. Just pop that in. Oh, it's a new one, so we'll pop it into the new chest as well. We're good, right? We're not surrounded by any bowtorns hidden in the bushes. I didn't see a single shiver or bowtorn. I think there's different kinds of temporal storms now, especially now that they have multiple enemy types that can spawn in it, apart from just different variants of drifters. So every time a storm rolls in, you never know exactly what you're gonna get. Unless that was a bug and it's changed, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's working. Okay. I know this isn't gonna be done, but I'll check one last time. 3. We have a day and a half until we've got all of the leather we're gonna need to finish off the last of the supplies that we need to outfit our well, soon to be brand new elk.
With a brisk 5 a.m. start, it was time to roll out of bed. Heading downstairs, I put the rest of the nails and strips from last episode to good use, crafting a few more chests to finally round out our masonry lodge storage. I'll find a place for the remaining chests later, but for now, I strapped one on my back and set sail north. Since fire clay is going to be in high demand for refractory bricks and won't be nearly as abundant going forward, it was time to collect the deposits we've already discovered. Our first stop? The same deposit we skimmed to make the kitchen ovens early on in the world, where there was still a good bit more. Once that site had been depleted, I sailed on over to the west a bit to the deposit that we were run out of by drifters some time ago. The old inventory was nearly full by the time all the fire clay was collected, so it was time to sail on home over the vast oceans under the cover of night. After putting away our pilfered putty and with another beautiful dawn upon us, I set out once more. This time in search of hides for tanning and meat for my tum. I hadn't even left the shores when that bear I'd been hearing above the workshop finally revealed itself. Now, for some reason, I thought ladders would be a good idea, and I was swiftly reminded that an apex predator, I am not. Nevertheless, persistence hunting won out once again. Continuing the hunt, I came across a moose. And I don't want to admit how long it took, nor how many arrows were lost to the sea. Hurt in both pride and body, bauxite instead would be my quarry. After collecting a decent amount, I popped back home to put it in storage, start a couple of meals, and get those bear hides into lime water. Our previous batch of leather was also complete, so that's another 35. I immediately used some of it to make the last of the equipment we'll need for our eventual elk mount. Then it was time to get going on those refractory bricks. I topped up on quartz, hoofed it over to the workshop, and set up the pulverizer. After a nice meditation session with the rhythmic thrums of crushing aggregates, I slippy-slapped the bricks together and got them firing along with the other refractory bricks waiting to be fired. Don't worry, this is absolutely somehow not a smoke inhalation risk. Somehow, while the bricks were baking, I started working on some of the other materials we're going to need for today's project. 4 iron rods, 4 iron nails and strips, and 3 iron hatch doors. We'll need these for the various openings on the new beehive ceramics kiln we'll be making with all these bricks. And with a little inventory decluttering while we wait, I believe that brings us to today, where we've got everything that we're gonna need to go get an elk. But there is a good bit of water between us and that treasure hunter trader. So, I have an idea. There's a few other things I want to get taken care of today, so if we work on those in the meantime, perhaps by the time we're ready to go grab an elk, the water might just be frozen. That'd be the ideal scenario, so we can just kind of walk across the water. That, and it's getting kind of cold that we probably don't want to be going in the water. So today I want to take care of getting that beehive kiln put together so we can do a little bit more advanced pottery, get some new blocks perhaps. But having 8 different possible colors for, well, shingles and bricks, that'd be pretty nice. Ooh, and the ones that were with peat are done. Nice, 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 nice. Those ones with wood, they're still working. Let's go double check on our mortar supply. It's quite calm out here actually for high rift activity. Of course, now that I've said that, I'm gonna get ambushed in the dark. Not a bad way to get the adrenaline going. Okay. So yeah, with all these chests in here, I'm probably gonna have to put some sort of half wall or something here just to make it feel like a complete shelf and not floating chests. But let's see, how much cobblestone do we have left? We're doing pretty okay. We've got a little bit left. That might get us through a couple walls. And I definitely want to get a little bit more work done on the castle today, and by little I mean, well, since we have the clay, I want to break down all of the conglomerate slabs that we have and try and basically use up every last drop of that material and see how far I get. But first, I originally came here for mortar. Is it in here?
It is not. I've used up all my mortar, haven't I? Well, okay. So, since we're gonna have to make more mortar anyway, we might as well start with breaking down those slabs and just do everything that we already have the resources to be able to do. Plus, we're right here. Well, there goes our hammer. So we're gonna have to do probably a little bit of smithing, which means we may as well cook up some quicklime at the same time to prep for our mortar. There's nothing hidden away. Oh, we've got that powdered sulfur in here. That'll be good for the chrome tanned leather. Let's see, the sun's coming up, so hopefully the high rift activity won't be too much of a threat while we're walking around outside. And we'll mosey right on over into our workshop. Do I have another hammer? Take a quick detour back at the Mason Lodge, just in case. I think there might be another hammerhead in there. As I have a feeling, if we're making more things, we're gonna run out. Ah. Keep that extra hammerhead on me, just in case. Is there a stick in there? There's no stick in there. Excellent. Now to the workshop. Ah. The bricks are complete. Let's grab... We do have some brown coal. We're not really gonna need quite that much, I don't think. 8's probably even more than enough. We do not have any iron blooms. Okay. It looks like, yeah, we have a stack of peat, but it looks like there's some prep that I probably should have done. So let's get that all taken care of. Just get that started there. Have a little snack. And we're just gonna need, what, 300... burn my toes. 360 nuggets of iron. And the snow is starting to come down on the ground. Nothing fallen yet. A bit of a reprieve from the rain. Cloudy, but there's hints of blue sky. This is good, where if I'm careful with how much I'm clicking, I can get exactly stacks of 120, so that I'm not breaking any extra chunks that I don't need to. How are we doing there? Slap another coal in there, just in case. Yeah, two more. That'll be fine. Grab some coal. Let's cook. Where's... What? What? Where's all the black coal? Did I leave that over in the house? Could have sworn I put the black coal in the workshop. Yeah, because that's all the books I came back with. Where? Surely I wouldn't have brought it over here. That wouldn't make any sense. Coal? So confused. I had several stacks from the archives. Where'd they go? Let's see, I came over here and popped that mold here. No reason I would have had to put it in here anywhere. Grab some berries to help me think.
Cranberries. The cranberries of knowledge. Help me remember where my coal is.
Okay, there's 2 rooms in here. It has to be in one of them. It's not in there. There's nothing else to store it in here. That's brown coal. That's I placed that there a long time ago. That's like 24 coke in total, because I put some in there. Nothing in that chest, nothing hiding behind the peat. And then there's really just those. Okay, the world is real. Where did my coal go? That's where I would have put it. I have to go back and look at the footage. Cut here while I figure out life. Okay. So I just checked the footage from the previous episode, and in that aged chest behind me, there were 4.5 stacks of black coal. I didn't see another moment where I took them out. They should still have been in there. I know when I was loading up into Rusty Gears, we've been having a couple issues with the mods on there of items despawning. I don't know if something happened with that, but I'm gonna chalk this up to an error, and, well, for the only time really, I'm gonna spawn it back in, because that seems like some kind of mod conflict that, I guess, had an effect here. I don't know. But please, if I'm just not remembering something from last episode,
If I did somehow use nearly 5 full stacks of black coal and didn't remember, please tell me. Because, yeah, I don't want to have to do this, but I mean, it's just... Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. I'm having a time, man. Come on. Okay, well, let's pop those into my inventory there. Now, I'm not proud of this. There we go. Now everything should be right with the world. Once again, please, if I'm mistaken and I've moved it somewhere or somehow used it all and forgot, please let me know. But otherwise, I don't feel bad about this. This is just putting things back to the way they should have been. I'm going to reload and see if that's still there.
Please don't let this be an issue that's going to keep repeating itself.
Okay, good. Yes, all is right with the world. Now, let's continue. What I was going to do is take a little bit of this coal, pop into our bloomeries. There we go. It's just the oddities that can sometimes happen when you're playing with a whole bunch of different mods. You know, right now on Rusty Gears, we're trying to get a lot of the old mods working properly, and, well, some of them aren't quite updated, and it's, there's growing pains. But we're working through it, and we ain't gonna let nothing break our stride here. If there's any little weird glitches or issues, we fix them, and we get on with our day. I'm gonna keep on checking on this coal to make sure it still exists. Okay. And I don't think anything else has been disappearing, so... pretty sure it's just that. We should be good. Okay, let's check on our quicklime. Hey. We're gonna want to cook that a little bit. Let's get this next stack going here. Excellent. Right, actually, we don't need a whole lot here. That's gonna be 12, and we need 48 quicklime, so we do need to wait for the rest of it. But while it's cooking, let's prep a barrel with 12 liters of water. Oh. Hello, fresh family of chickens that spawned. Better be a fresh family of chickens and not ones that have escaped. No, you're all still at home. We're all good. Let's clear that out. Take those out. 12. Just scrape those hides while we're here. There we go. Pop those in there. So we're gonna need 48 sand. Oh, there's boys outside. Do I have sand? That's gravel. That's almost sand. 32. 32 sand. That's almost enough. 245. I need 3 more sand. And 3 more sand. There we go. 48 sand. Okay. Have a feeling gonna need to do this in such a way where everything is a multiple of 4. Because the recipe... Oh no, it's a 1-to-1. Well, either way. This'll all work out in the end. Oh, it's a war zone outside. Let's go check on the rest of that quicklime. It's probably done. Make ourselves some mortar, and then I guess, well, as fate decreed, since we're waiting on the bloomeries, we're probably going to start with the kiln today. And then get to building the castle a little more. Nice. Let's just create that spare hammer and pop that away there. Just to free up at least 1 slot in our inventory. Realizing we're getting quite full here, and I don't need to be carrying around these rocks. I could have left those in the Mason Lodge, but okay. And these extra shovels. There's a few shovels. There we go. And now, I'll just wait a couple minutes for the rest of this to finish, and we should be good to make some blocks. Here comes the snow. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright. So, in here, 12 liters of water. I'm going to pop 48 quicklime in there, and now we've got 48 liters of slaked lime. So, if I were to put just 12 and 12, haha. Haha.
There we go. Okay, I guess if you break up the stack of 256 that it comes in, then it'll only stack to 64 like everything else. But regardless, that's not really a concern right now, because we're going to go make ourselves a big old kiln. So, now it's kind of funny in back-to-back episodes here that I just made one of these on the Rusty Gears server, but now we're actually going to go over the process properly. So, first thing we're going to need is our door, which we've got these parts here for, which I'm going to have to pick them up as I'm crafting, because I still didn't drop the rocks off. Wait a minute. Never mind. I can clear up tons of space here. We're good. We're more than good. We're perfect. There we go. So, we're going to need our 4 iron or steel or meteoric iron nails and strips, our 4 iron rods that we just smithed on the anvil, and 12 refractory bricks. Pop these in like so. 2 there, 2 there. And these come in all the different tiers that refractory bricks come in. I'm sure there's a chance it breaks. I hope it don't. And this right here is where the door is going to sit. Look at that. It sits quite nice. We have to dig this all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're just going to make a little winding path around. Okay. Let's clear out that entire interior space then. And there we go. We have our shape carved out, so that's kind of the footprint of the floor. Of course, we're going to need to dig out more space below, because in this 3x3 section right here, right underneath, actually exactly where those blocks are that I need to dig out, that's where our fuel is going to sit. So we're going to need to have this basically be a little staircase that comes down, and then I can go in, have a little ring that I can walk around there just to fill in all the fuel spots underneath this. Now for up above, the walls go 3 high, then there's a little ring around, and then kind of a cross section there, open in the center, but I thought I'd just kind of dig that out because I'm pretty sure those have to be air blocks. Nice thing is, just like the steel furnace, you can control right click, so you can see a little bit of a holographic schematic of the whole thing. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. And don't worry, these holes in the floor will get filled in. We were going to have to dig it out anyway, just to put our granite polished blocks in there for the flooring. So, let's build ourselves a kiln. And quickly, too. The bloomeries are done. Oh boy. So, we're going to want 9 in total of these refractory grates. The funny thing is, you always need 9, but they only stack to 6. Never mind, they stack to 8. That's weird. There we go. And we're just gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 53, 54, 55. And now we place the great doors there. There we go. Ready to be fired. So if my math is correct and I just counted right there, you got your door, your 3 iron hatch doors, 55 refractory brick blocks, and 9 grates. And if I'm not mistaken, for some things, like bricks, you can just stack right up to the ceiling here. But I believe with certain other things like crocs and other ceramics that would normally have a shelf inside of a regular kiln, you can put another layer of grates to add another shelf. So you can put more crocs, more bowls, more water jugs, whatever you want, really. So yeah, these are pretty good. All right. Let's actually dig down here to where we're going to need to stand. Just for now, I'll make a little simple walk up here. Probably actually. So our actual doorway will be here, so we'll probably end up going down about here. There we go, nice and open, and we will add some sort of decorative kind of support pillars on here just to show that it's being held up by something and not kind of floating. So how about we give this thing a little test firing, huh? All of our pit kilns over here will take all of our fire clay bricks that are waiting to be fired. There's really only a stack and a half, and, well, a little over a stack and a half. we can also get our mold fired. So we can just kind of plop these down as we see fit. What else do we have over here that needs to be fired? Those are already fired. Those two need to go. Alright. Anything else? Everything else is already done, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more slots. Put these completed ones over here. We don't need those taking up room. But 5 slots does mean that we could put in, what, 20 more crocs? Should we do 20 more crocs? Would that encourage us to make 20 meals? Who knows? Let's find out. Now, I would be tempted to put in a whole bunch of clay and do a bunch of experiments for different amounts of time and such, just to get all of the different variants of bricks, but I don't really have a use for all those different variants of bricks right now. That and other people have already done those comparisons, but we will give it a good test fire and see how things go. We're going to try this little guy out here. Actually, you know what? No. No. We're going to take this over to the workshop. I'm going to grab a couple stacks of clay. Okay, so we're going to need to use an angled gear. Perfect. Okay, no axles needed. Just put it directly on the gear. Awesome. Okay, can I stand on the anvil and get a decent enough view? Alright. Crocs. Look, Mom, doing it one-handed. That was easy. There we go. I like this little thing a lot. It's pretty neat. Okay. Let's just put all our croc on the floor. Now, I foolishly dug out the spot below where the fuel's gonna go, so I'm gonna have to grab whatever 9 blocks we want sitting there. Make a nice little fuel receptacle platform, and then we're gonna grab some wood, because we can use pretty much almost any fuel. Of course, if we're using coal, we're gonna want to put a little housing around it, kind of like we have to do down underneath the steel furnace. But for wood, peat, I think that's about it. It's wood, peat, and different types of coal. You can just kind of stack them up. We've got a lot of peat there, but we do have a lot of pine, and let's just use that, because we can grow trees pretty easily. I think 4.5 stacks here should get us 9 stacks of firewood, and that's what we're going to want. And 9 blocks to put under it. Polished granite is what we're using for a lot of the floors, so I wonder if we just use a little bit of polished granite. Where do I put my granite? I do this every time. That's conglomerate. There we go. I'm a silly man doing silly things. Dry stone? Yeah. You know what? Let's try. Let's see what some granite dry stone looks like under there. And if we decide we don't like the look of it and we want to change it out, well, we just pick up the blocks and put something else down. At some point, I might actually put a little cage around where the fuel is going to sit, just so that way we can put coal in there if we decide to. But we don't have to. So. There we go. Let's just start lighting up some of these piles. There we go. And the fire should spread between them all. But we can just kind of speed up this process a little bit by helping light it up from different sides here. Okay. Receives heat. Yeah, those are getting up to temp. Perfect. Okay, so we'll see if just one set of firewood there is enough to fire everything that's in there. Hopefully. If it comes out cooked, we're good. If it doesn't, we're cooked. Now, then we just add more fuel to the fire and we keep on going. Luckily, it's only really 4.5 stacks of firewood per firing. I would hope that once everything in there is cooked that it just stops burning the fuel, but who knows? We'll find out. It's an experiment for everybody. Now then. Aha. And once again, yeah, I do have a mod that just keeps these together so they don't break apart, so I don't have to waste a whole bunch more fireclay bricks on, you know, building and replacing them every single time. Because normally with kilns like these in real life, you'd get a good few uses before you have to start replacing any of the bricks. You kind of just easily disassemble it. This just kind of saves us a little bit of effort. We spend enough effort on other things. We deserve a break once in a while. Right, let's take our box with us. So I'm going to refine these blooms into ingots, make ourselves a few more rubble hammers, and I'll see you in just a moment. Okay, we've got some rubble hammers. How's this going? Is that still firing? It's still firing. Are we looking inside? Ooh, you don't want to go in there. It's a bit toasty. So let's head on over back to the masonry lodge there. Then we're going to take some of our rocks. We're going to get more rocks, and then we're going to slap them together with some of our clay. And we're going to take advantage of all those new trunks that we've got in there. Just fill them up with as much material for the castle walls as I possibly can. And then I think we're going to try and see how far we can get on building more of the castle walls up. Because the walls, those are the repetitive part of it. Once those are done and the towers are in place, well, then we start getting onto more bespoke things. The more interesting things, detail-oriented things. Decorative, even, one might say. Have ourselves a little snack, and let's get crafting. Oh, my poor flax. Oh. Left out in the cold by a cruel world. Definitely not my own doing. I think that's probably a good amount to get started. So without further ado, I think it's time we started working on the castle a bit more. And since it's been a long time since I've done one, while we've got the time-lapse footage in the background, let's have ourselves a Sol Says What.
I'm coming to help.
Where are you?
I can't see you.
I can't see you.
Colonel, I'm going blanky mode.
Do you see the beauty of it? The inevitability. You rise only to fall. You, Avengers, you are my meteor. My swift and terrible sword, and the earth will crack with the weight of your failure. When the dust settles, the only thing living in this world will be metal.
You know, I'm not really one for furniture. I usually make toys and things of that nature, but these cabinets, these are something nice. Look at this very fine pine wood going with the grain. Are those chisel marks? These weren't even sanded. What are you doing with your life, man?
Back when I joined the corps, we didn't have no fancy schmancy tanks. We had sticks. 2 sticks and a rock for the whole platoon. And we had to share the rock.
I will shred this universe down to its last atom, and then with the stones you've collected for me, create a new one teeming with life that knows not what it has lost, but only what it has been given. A grateful universe.
I may be all-powerful. I may have powers beyond your mortal comprehension. I may even be considered a deity. But I cannot create friends and am currently very lonely.
Am I glad he's frozen in there and that we're out here, and that he's the sheriff and that we're frozen out here, and that we're in there and I just remembered we're out here. What I want to know is, where's the caveman?
Hi, welcome to Denny's. I don't work here. Mustard, well, let's not get carried away.
It does not care if we be hungry. It does not care if we should die. Not like Master. Master cares. Master knows.
You have a smooth brain. No ridges or lumps. No valleys or bumps. All ideas slide right off.
All the cobblestone is used. Time to check on our kiln. Ooh, looks like it's done. And looks like everything inside is cooked. So that used up all of the firewood we'd put in there. Perfect. Perfect. So a set of firewood can pretty much fire everything in here. Now, as far as I'm aware, the type of fuel that you use really only determines how long it takes to cook everything. I don't think a particular type of fuel would require more than one firing. I don't think. And also, as I've been researching this kiln, well, I might not have had to have made it out of refractory bricks. Seen a lot of videos of people making it out of regular fire brick. As far as I can tell, it changed a couple times throughout the release candidate cycle, so I'm pretty sure both regular fire clay brick and all the tiers of refractory brick work for this, both for the door and the actual structure itself. But I don't know if there's any difference with the structure staying intact. From what I've gathered, it takes multiple firings for any of the blocks in this to break down, at a far less rate than the cementation furnace that's used for steel making. But how that plays with fire clay brick versus refractory bricks, I just don't know. You can't know everything. And if someone claims to know everything, they're lying. That's the beautiful thing. There's always something new to learn. So let's grab our stuff from out of here and get it all put away. Uh-oh. This is going to take a couple trips. I forgot that crocs don't stack. And while I'm putting these crocs away, I came across a mod on the mod database the other day. It's called Moose's Dog. Should I end up installing that mod so that Moose can be dog once more? Who knows? The one potential side effect I can see with that is, while it was already the case before that moose were unable to harm you until you attacked them, if that mod continually works as intended and the moose just don't damage players, that's going to make hunting moose just a little too easy. If I can just trap them down in a pit, start wailing away and they won't fight back, that kind of kills the thrill of the hunt, doesn't it? It would sure mean that Dog the Moose can come back in the house, but at what cost to the realism of a moose being a killing machine? Speaking of big animals, though, while we've got everything we need here to go grab our elk mount, including the thing, there's one very important thing I forgot we were going to need, and I'm kind of kicking myself because I had it, and then I lost it. And that thing is rusty gears. We have 17 of them. We got a little bit in the last storm, but we have less than what we're going to need. An elk mount costs normally 100 gears, but if you have the story item from the Resonance Archives, then you can get it for 50. Had I not bought those iron fences, I would have had enough. Now we're a wee bit shy. So we might have to start selling bread to traders to try and make up the difference. So I'm going to take a very quick jaunt over across the water there to go take a look at our clothing trader. See if there's anything they'll buy that's worth our time. So 17 gears, that means we need 33 more. Oh, I should have brought my raft. The water isn't frozen enough yet. Whatever. It's only cold. I'm just doing the polar bear swim, it's fine. Little hypothermia never hurt nobody. For long. Good evening, I've come to window shop for consignment. You don't want bread. Yeah, you might not be the best one for me to sell stuff to, Old Eyes. You don't want food. Bread I can mass produce. Not giving you a hammer for 5 gears. Can you imagine? In this economy? I'll probably have to look up what traders buy which items and see which ones are the most likely to give a good price for certain types of bread that we have the right grains to make. Or anything else that's cheap enough to mass produce that we can sell. You think any of them will take my kidney? I only need one, right? So for the moment, let's head back over to the workshop and take a look at our cookery kind of room there again. So, now that we've got our beehive kiln all put into place, what about our charcoal pit? Let's get these out of the way. So that's going to be a pretty decent sized pit. Let's dig out where the door is going to sit here. And we will replace all of this stone here with something a bit more decorative.
That's why I wasn't too bothered with putting all these pit kilns in here, because we're going to have to dig out the floor to replace it with granite anyway. So that just gets us halfway there for at least this strip of the floor. Now, using the exact same type of kiln door there, except this time probably with just fire clay bricks, since we have so many of them, we can put a door there and then an iron trapdoor up at the top, just right above our campfire. Then whenever we cook charcoal in this permanent pit, we can just open up the door and dig it out from the bottom, because it's got gravity now. And yes, sure, it'll fall, and it might hit us on the head, it might hurt, but the door might protect us. So I guess we'll just have to find out when we give it a go. But for the moment, I think we want to decide how much we are going to torture ourselves with having to collect a ton of wood. Which, in all honesty, wood's not that hard to get when we can just mass grow lines of trees. So I'm thinking something that's going to be a nice, solid amount. I think 5 by 5 by 4 high should be a good amount, because then the campfire will sit at our ceiling level. Which means if we have another floor above this room, then we can have the iron trapdoor on the floor, and it'll be easy access to get to the campfire up top. Because I don't really want to have another little enclosed bit on the side here for a ladder to go up. In fact, even with the kiln over there, I'm thinking of closing up one of those sides and just having one staircase down to the fueling chamber. Probably the one just off the side here. And I was thinking of what I'm doing with this side here, so I might just build a staircase that goes up onto a second floor here. The ideas are brewing. But for the moment, I'm just going to dig out that 5 by 5 by 4, and we'll go from there when we're ready to pop a door on there and replace the material. Oh, I just had a thought. Instead of having the door central to it, what if I put the door on the corner and then had a viewing window here? Because as long as we start with a stone block of some kind, if we chisel it and put some kind of glass, probably quartz glass, because you know I like that obfuscated look, then we can have a viewing port in there so we can visually see when that wood turns into charcoal. So at a glance, we can know that it's done without having to go up top and see if there's still smoke particles coming out of it, or listen for the sizzling. Ooh, I like this. And I've tested it before in a creative world, so I do know that adding a glass bit there will still count as being surrounded by stone or dirt, because it worked with a pit kiln. I was able to make a little decorative, effectively pit kiln oven-looking thing. Easier if I just show you. It looked like that, and it worked perfectly. So I'm going to apply that same principle to our charcoal pit. So that's going to put our door there, actually. And then out of the 4 opening slots that we have here, we do a 1 by 2 window there so we can just view inside. I like this. I like this idea a lot. Then it leaves the center of the wall here open for, I don't know, tool racks, supply shelves, whatever we want, really. Let's get the height of this all done in. And then right in the middle here, that is where the campfire will sit, and that'll be open up top there. Well, by open, I mean that's where the iron trapdoor is going to sit. But I think that's going to be something we tackle next episode, in and amongst trying to get enough gears to finally get our elk.
The day began with digging up the rest of the blue clay in the area. Once my pockets were full, I swung past the barn only to hear the joyful squeals of bebe pigs. But for now, I finished gathering the last of the blue clay and headed to the workshop. My goal? Bricks. Clinker clay bricks. Rough ones, to be exact. I slapped a bunch of blue clay bricks together, cut up 9 stacks of firewood, and started packing the kiln. With so much room left, I started looking for more ceramics left to be fired. Getting the firewood in place to clear up some inventory space, I decided to throw some clay on the pottery wheel. Let's try out some nice dark shingles, and of course, we're still lacking in the vessels department for our cellar, so I made a few. The wind power cut out rather abruptly partway through the final vessel, but that's alright. I packed the kiln not to the brim, but full enough to make it feel like it was worth it. Then, opening all the iron hatch doors for maximum airflow and the hottest burn, it was time to light it up.
Buenos noches, Cerámica.
Buenos noches.
With our clay cooking away, it was time to turn our attention to restocking our castle building supplies. With the previous building session, most of the inner curtain wall had been put together, though the inner courtyard and the keep itself are yet to be worked on. However, I believe one, very glaring issue should be sorted out before continuing inward. This ain't no castle in the sky. Just like our collective knees and backs, the castle needs a bit of support. So back down to the quarry I went, collecting 6 giant stone slabs for a total of just over 2,000 conglomerate rock. I hauled the slabs back over to the masonry lodge and checked on my precious gems collection. It was lacking. So I grabbed my current supply of bony soil and got to panning. If I want to earn enough rusty gears to eventually purchase that elk mount, I'll need a lot of desirable stock for the traders. The results, however, didn't end up netting us much more than what we already had in terms of sellable items. Regardless, we'll still need food for the journey, and with the 3rd generation pigs ripe for the picking, well, let's just say you should avert your eyes for a second. Oh, weird. So much meat, right as all of the Gen 3 pigs vanished. Weird. Anyway, I finally started to make use of some of our vast quantities of salt to begin curing some of the meat. And got to cooking the rest into delicious hearty meals. Gotta put some meat on our bones after we took the meat off their bones. Allegedly. Eventually, there was a decent stockpile of food. As I was getting some of the new hides soaking, I noticed that trouble was on the way. And so that brings us to today, where since we've got a temporal storm right on our heels here, is the perfect time to talk about an update. As I'm sure those of you who've been keeping up with the development logs of the game have noticed, in 1.20.5, there's been a bit of an update to hot water. This wonderful boiling bubbly substance that we have taken great advantage of is finally getting a little bit of a developmental update to it. Now I'm guessing that's going to be a precursor to other mechanics that it'll be eventually incorporated into. However, for our purposes, the boiler room is now only 25% as effective as it used to be. So this old material right here, the boiling water that we use, now when creatures succumb to the boiling stew, well, they're only going to drop 25% of the regular rate of item drops that they would have otherwise dropped. Because the water's acidic, which makes total sense actually for a hot spring like this. This is very sulfurous water. Is it sulfur or methane? Whatever makes it so you really, really don't want to go swimming in that super acidic water coming out straight from a hot spring.
It'll melt your skin right off.
So for the moment, at least in this episode, I am still on 1.20.4. Which means this may be one of the last times we take full advantage of the boiler room. So I'm going to have to develop something new that, well, doesn't incorporate this boiling water. And then we'll see what happens with this, whether we keep this as a relic for times where we just want to passively get reduced rates during a temporal storm, or if we reconfigure it into something else, depending on whatever uses get programmed in eventually for the hot water. Could just turn it into a nice decorative gazebo. That could be nice. But in any case, we've got just a little bit of time here before the temporal storm comes, so I'm going to pop down in here and preemptively take our rusty gears out. We did get 2 from our little panning expedition there. Well, not really an expedition, but that brings us to 19 in total. Still a far cry from the 50 that we're going to need for an elk. So after this temporal storm is all done and dusted, we're going to dive into something that we haven't really touched upon a whole lot at all for the entirety of this series. The life of a traveling merchant. Stonks. But first, the storm. You might notice a little something. I've made a slight little change in the accessibility settings. I've turned down the glitch strength waviness to the temporal storm just to make it come across a little bit easier in videos, and well, honestly, it kind of also helps with aiming through the carving slots if everything's not glitching around, but I mainly did that so it looks a little bit nicer on videos and doesn't give anybody any sort of motion sickness, just in case. I see you creeping around. I've been messing around with the design for a new little storm shelter, and it does take into account the bowtorn and how they run away. So now when you get up close to one of these little bowtorn guys, well, I said little, but they're tall, they're going to try and run to about 15 blocks away. That's their minimum shooting range.
Any closer than that and they'll try and run, and if they can't run, then they'll try and stab you in the face with a little spike on their nose. So the design's going to be kind of a little ring way deep down, so even outside of a temporal storm, we might get a little bit of decent drops. I see the water is not quite moving that man as it should. Great. Interesting. Ow. Oh right, my leg armor is completely broken. I forgot about that. So once again, our legs are entirely exposed. Okay, that door stays closed then until this storm is over. So I'm thinking very likely over by our quarry, where it's strangely stable, going quite a ways down. That is likely where I'm gonna put our new little storm shelter. And I'm not really upset at these changes. I mean, it was a matter of time. After all, this is definitely exploiting just a mechanic that hasn't quite been touched on just yet. So, I always knew the day would come where it'd actually start getting some updates. And that's perfectly okay. Just gives me a reason to have to get a little, technologically creative. Gotta say, though, even without these reduced drop rates, the drop rates have been kind of abysmal this storm. It's allegedly a heavy temporal storm, but this has been pretty light. I think there's probably just a lot of bowtorns out there, wandering amidst the gloom. 4 flax fiber, huh? Definitely not the most productive storm, by any stretch of the imagination. So most definitely the boiler room going forward is really not going to be a very productive endeavor. Especially not if we want to get up to those 50 gears that we're going to need. So soon, we're going to have to build a completely different storm shelter. But that won't be this episode. Because today, as I said, stonks. So I've grabbed a few things here. I've got some rough peridot, rough diamonds, and rough emeralds. All of them low potential, so they're not going to be the most profitable things. But I've also got our soybean collection here, as well as a little bit of halite, which we have plenty of. The bones I should probably put away. And also, take these with us, just in case. Let's go pop these bones away and then go over a little bit more detail about what our route is going to look like today.
Put the bones back into the bone hole. You live there, Bones.
So let's take a look at how to best maximize our profits. With a combination of looking through the wiki as well as the code for all of the different merchants, you can start to see what they buy and what they sell. Now there's different amounts that they'll buy and sell things for. And based on what we currently have and what we might be able to get while we're out there, there's a few items that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. So the soybeans and halite that I've got with me, I can sell those to an agricultural trader. They don't get a whole lot, but, you know, salt's basically infinite. At least with the giant pillar that we've got, I don't think we're going to run out. We've barely even tapped into it. Survival goods traders and treasure hunter traders, they're going to buy all those different types of bread that we've got, so spelt, rye, flax, rice. And artisan traders and luxuries traders will buy our emeralds, diamonds, and peridots. I think the artisan trader pays a little bit more, at least for the high potential. Low potential, I think the difference isn't really noticeable. There's a few tactics we can use if we're making the rounds between different traders. Those very same gems, the diamonds, peridots, emeralds, we can buy those from a treasure hunter trader and then sell them to a luxuries or artisan trader. Make a little tidy profit. As long as we buy low, sell high. There's a small chance, but still a chance, that we could buy one for, let's just say, 13 gears and then have to sell it for 12. But at that point we wouldn't have to, we'd hold on to it until the market price improves. Another good thing to trade is wolf pups. You can buy those from survival good traders and then sell them to an agricultural trader or a treasure hunter trader. Cracked vessels, you can get those from the treasure hunter trader. Been saying that a lot. We can sell those back to commodities traders for a little bit of a profit. Glass is a little lower profit margin from what I can see. All those different colors of glass that we can get from a luxuries trader, we can sell them to a furniture trader for, well, for the same cost range, but just buying them in groups of 4 and selling them in groups of 3. That would be a very slow way to make a profit, so we're not going to do glass trading. But we might sell dogs and gems. Diamond dogs. Metal gear. And for the price that we'd get for bread, I don't know if I'm going to worry about it just yet.
we'll go around, take a little lap, see what people are looking for. So let's visually don our winter clothes and get on the road. Just take a quick peek if there's anything else here I should be bringing along with me if I've put it in a weird spot. Have I hidden any gemstones around here? No, but I did notice I've got candles over here for some reason. Merge those in over there. Excellent. Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at the old map-reno here. So what do we have? We've got a survival goods trader down south. We're going to pin that one, because that's where we can go to get a wolf pup. We apparently have another survival goods trader down to the east of him, and another one just to the west. Clothing trader there, okay. Furniture trader, treasure hunter trader over there. What's our treasure hunter trader over there? We're going to pin a couple of these. Boy, do we have a lot of survival goods traders. We could buy a lot of wolves. An agricultural trader up north there. But the agricultural trader, as well as the 2 treasure hunter traders, could potentially buy the wolf pups that we're going to be able to buy from all of these various survival goods traders. We have a building materials trader. He's not part of the rotation we're doing here. Another building materials. Another furniture. What we need is commodities. Do we know anyone who deals in commodities? Nope. Clothing, furniture, a luxuries trader down south. Beautiful. And a commodities trader down south. Also beautiful. So I think with the higher concentration of what we want, we're going to go south first. Agricultural trader, they can wait until after we've acquired wolf pups. We don't need to go to them beforehand. Alright, so with a few different merchants that we're going to want down south, let's head on just a little ways south. Bright morning to set out. And the ice bridge does not look like it's fully formed yet. We should bring a raft, just in case. Aha! There you are. With mortar and quicklime, eh? Put you back down where you belong. Up you on my back. Now down to the south. So in the absence of any artisan traders, since we haven't found any, I'm gonna head down to that luxuries trader first, just to see if they'll buy our gemstones.
Going through the desert, gonna find a place to sell stuff. Diamonds come from the land, they were put there by no hand. Lot of heat and pressure, you know.
Oh, this terrain. Come on. Can't a man go walking around no more without having to mountain climb? Got bad knees. How did I get there the first time? Probably by water.
I see on our travels here we're first going to come across our survival goods friend, or one of several anyway. Hello, sir. I come bearing an axe. Be not afraid. What's your name?
Hello, Shem.
I forgot your name since the incident. You are not currently selling anything that I could resell. Good day to you too, sir. Onward we go. Now, since we're going to be in the business of looking to sell gems and such, we're going to keep our eyes peeled for any ruins that we might have missed. Been a while since we've been along in this area. Uh-oh. That looks like trouble. And those rabbits are coming straight for us, so the bear is too. Okay. We're ocean bound. We're getting away from the circle of life over there. That's why we're on the water here. Another survival goods trader is right on near the coast. Hello, what's your name? Sprig. Do you have anything? Not particularly. Nor are you looking to buy much of anything particularly good. I should have brought bread. Learn from my mistakes. Bring bread for the salesman. Southward, to the luxury trader we go. Hello, luxuries trader. Please tell me you're warm. Your caravan's all open. Do you wish to buy things? Medium potential, high potential, and medium potential. Also medium potential. Oh, you don't want to buy any of my low potential gems? You don't want these? You don't want any of my gemstone? No?
You wound me, sir. You wound me deep. Well then, where to next? Cave? Cave. You'll be warmer down here, right? Sure. Oh, it's high rift activity. Oh, this is a very bad idea. I was hoping to come across a ruin? A ruin anywhere? Possibly with a fireplace of some kind? Anywhere I might be a bit warmer? Hey, borax. Well, that's okay. You know what? I'll take that. If I stay down here long enough, perhaps things might warm up ever so slightly. I doubt it, but you never know. My body temperature is very slowly going up because I'm indoors, I'm out of the wind. Well, indoors is in a cave. Would you look at that? See, physical labor and being indoors, it slightly warms you up a little bit.
Sheltered from the elements.
But not from the drifters. They are very much here and very much a threat. Alright, anything else of note in this cave? Apart from men throwing rocks at me? Oh boy. Keep running. Ruins. Ooh. Bony soil. Put the borax in there, our elk stuff in there. Maybe our soybeans and halite. Our unsold gems. And we're cold again. Okay. Oh. We're in a cellar. There we go. My instincts to dig a little bit further were correct. Aha. Well, would you look at that? Profit. That brings us up to 29 gears, so maybe it's okay that we didn't get to sell anything to anybody. We're still making profit. And we got ourselves a nice little treasure chest. And an aged torch holder, alright. Plus, we've got a whole good bit here of different conglomerate material. So the commodities trader is mainly for selling vessels and things like that too, but you never know. There might be something good there. There's a fruit tree. See? Something good. What kind of fruit tree are you? Pear. Ooh. A new fruit tree. There we go. A few pear tree cuttings. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, let's see what this commodities trader has, and let's hope that there's some way for us to warm ourselves up. Hello. What's your name? Stretch. Stretch, can you help me with my monetary problems? I don't think you can. Why do you have the components for a homemade frag grenade? Yes, you do. I'm still getting cold in here. Your home is not as warm as I was hoping it was going to be. Perhaps we will just start making our way back. If we don't freeze beforehand, maybe swing by the other survival goods trader that we haven't already. See if they too want bread. That might encourage us to just do a little bit of baking. Oh, this forest is treacherous. So many holes. It's just not the time to be exploring a cave. It's the time to be getting myself back to safety. Hello, fish. Sorry. Look at that. Like a postcard. But shaky. Well, with a ruin being our most profitable endeavor on this little trip, and the trading not going so well because I don't have any good gems, I think it's time we head home. At the very least, just to warm up. Hold up. What if we made our way over that way? Those hot springs. We could certainly warm up there. Venture on over land and see if there's any other merchants that we haven't made contact with. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was a straight shot, so let's just run straight and see what happens. Okay, maybe not exactly straight. Let's skirt the waters. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh jeez. No! I heard something else tear. I think my gambeson is kind of useless at this point. And apparently I'm grooving. Still trying to place that block forever. Okay. Well, just as long as I'm dancing, let's go get our corpse. A light. A wolf. Very quiet. Oh. Let's just keep on moseying on through this desert here, see if we can't get ourselves to those hot springs, and maybe, oh, we are at the hot springs, nice. Okay, don't need that pinned necessarily anymore. But while we're here, while we're warm, I was gonna say let's take a look at the old map and see if there's a trader nearby, and then I see one right here. They're just not lit up. You stealth camping? What do we got here? This looks like you're a clothing merchant. Okay, so you are not anything that I need at the moment. But you are a safe place to sit and think. Let's just mark Mustafa there. So that will actually help us triangulate. So we've got a trader here, a trader there, and then we've got another one. We've got a furniture trader up there, so we might have one somewhere in this region. That looks like it should be one right there. Okay, and extrapolating from that, the other one would likely have been here if it wasn't underwater. Or it could just be the luxuries trader right there, yeah. Okay. Well, let's head off and check out that mystery trader. And after we get to them, we might have to make our way back because we are close to being out of food. Oh, let's go check out this ruined keep here. We're almost at the merchant. Almost. Bony soil. Basement. Cabbage seeds. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oh, get flint knife. We don't need that. Would you look at that? We also found a blue clay deposit. Okay, but enough playing in the snow. I think it's time for us to head north. Hello? No. None of this. Come on. Let's go to the merchant. Okay. I dig because I must. Okay. There's so many tiny little ruins that I come across and all these very tempting... Well, that's not a very tempting cave. That's just a pit straight down. But there's so many tempting caves. Oh, geez. No. Okay, just over this hill. Just over this hill. There they are. Hello. You are a treasure hunter trader. Okay, so we have our first options here of things we could theoretically buy for resale. So we do have a rough peridot here. However, 12 gears is really on the high side. I think that's either almost as high or as high as that price can go. So that's not going to get us a good profit margin. The cracked vessels here, the ones for the tool vessel and the food vessel for 5 and 6 gears might not be too bad. The seed vessel for 8... It's not bad. It's not... Well, oh no, that is bad. That's the maximum price it can be. That, and we have an entirely full inventory space, and the chest on our back is also full. Okay, let's take a little peek down into this hole here underneath of the trader. See if there's anything fun or interesting down this way, and if not, well, we're heading straight back home. Oh, there's a whole cave system in here. Okay. There's a lot of straight down pits in here. I'm not a fan of this. I think we're just gonna head back up to the surface and go home. You know, running back home while singing the Song of My People does remind me of the first time I played Vintage Story. I figured if I just didn't eat...
Oh, don't get distracted. Why am I getting distracted?
No, get back up there. But anyway, yeah, I figured if I just didn't eat, I could run out, and if I didn't bring anything with me and I didn't find anything interesting, I would just let myself starve, and then boom, I'm back at home and everything's fine. I didn't have to worry about collecting food, cooking, anything like that. And so this constant screaming was kind of the soundtrack of my gameplay experience. Oh, there's a cave. Okay. Is this a direction I want to go, or is it not? Oh, safety sanctuary. Hunger be gone. Oh, just in time, too. Oh, health was getting a little low. Let's just light a little fire here, just to keep ourselves warm. We're gonna take this bony soil, and we're gonna do a little bit of panning before we get to the next step of what we've got planned for today. Maybe we'll get a gear or two. Maybe 21. That'd be great. Maybe we won't get 21. Alright, we are back at home. We are fed, we are warm, but we've also put on display just how incredibly inefficient that one run was. I didn't have a whole lot of things to sell, all of my gems were pretty low quality, and I didn't bring bread. Things could have gone so much better if I had just brought bread. There would have been at least, I don't know, a dozen more gears in terms of sales, perhaps? So I think we're going to need somewhere to organize all of the different things that we could potentially take to sell to different particular traders. That's right. I think it's time the docks got a customs house. Warehouse? Some place to organize a whole lot of different things. And the docks seems like the perfect place to do it. So instead of marking out the build in packed dirt like I usually do, I'm gonna mark it out in the material we're going to be using to build it with. Grab our wedge chisel here. We've gotten a decent bit of limestone, and I think just to have a little bit brighter of a building. We're gonna make a lot of this out of ashlar blocks made out of limestone. Not the whole thing, of course, but a good amount of it. 4.5 stacks, that should be enough for now. At least for the outline, I sure hope it is. Let's get on over to the docks and hope that it's not frozen and snowed over enough that we can't see where the edge of the water is. It's also starting to get quite dark quite early. Got a little bit of light just because it's snowy out, so there's a little bit of that light diffusion in the sky, but 5:20 in the PM. This feels too much like real Canadian winter. Alright, so down there is where the water is. We got water. Very sheer cliff there. So, this is land. Now this building's not going to be small, it'll be decently sizable, so there's some of this land that we'll probably have to get cleared down a little bit. But this isn't just going to be one singular building. It's going to be a small compound. 3 buildings in total, 2 little squarish ones and a long one, creating a bit of a T intersection, so there'll be 3 entrances. One will be an entrance from the docks. To come up, you have to go into the compound to get anywhere else. Then one is going to go over that way, which it's dark, so you can't really see, but that leads over back to where the bridge is eventually going to be to go over to the mining area, as well as the roads that will then connect up to everything else. And over to my right here, or, well, camera right, my actual left arm, that will be an entrance off toward the rest of the market district that'll basically have a little bit of a fenced off kind of thing going on. Maybe. We'll see. We don't want people skirting around our customs building. You gotta pay the toll. The troll toll. Some such Billy Goat's gruff and all that nonsense. What am I talking about? You know what? Starting it right here. There's our first corner. Well, it's dark, so we're not going to see a whole lot. So I'm just going to start slapping down this outline, and hopefully the sun will be up by the time I've got it all done. This ain't no small building. Big building. A big storage. Oh, rift activity's high. Okay. Also, there's a lot more hill I've got to dig out than what I had initially accounted for. Size and scale and scope always kind of gets away from me a little. Bang, boom. We're just gonna sleep this high rift activity night away. Oh, I overslept a little. It's almost 10 a.m. At least it's sunny. Well, it's bright out. And it's calm. That's the important thing. Oh, the Bowtorn is still here. You get off my property. Okay. So, what I've got so far, it's a little difficult to see because everything's, once again, covered in snow here. But we've got the outline of one of the buildings. So this one here is going to be one sort of storage building. And this one here, where, well, it's hard to see with limestone. You could use this to make more walls. But it's obscuring our view right now of the corner. But this is going to be another building that's almost a mirror image of this one. Now, in the hilly terrain beyond it, that's where there's going to be a long building spanning pretty much the entire width of these two. Let's just double check. That's not going to go back and block any of the land, right? No, we still have this little lower bit that I feel like back here. It can't go much further than this, right? We should be fine. We should be good. We should be good. The door, the kind of entryway will be right there. From that block there, there'll be a 5-block gap, and that's where our kind of gatehouse door type thing is going to be. I think we're going to be okay. I think this will work. Also, just look at that. Is that the moon? I think so. Such a beautiful, majestic, yet silly world. Okay, so we've got a gap here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is the corner for our long building. That's a lot of terrain we're gonna have to cut down. Oh boy. I think I'll start by wherever the walls are, I will carve a line through just so I can get the outline, and then I'll know the exact area I have to flatten things down and whatever surrounding terrain. If I knew how much lumpiness I'd have to unlump, I might have started this world a little smoother. But, you know, rugged, rough landscapes being domesticated to our means, that's the name of the game right here. Yeah, so let's keep this going. Okay, and most of this is going to be dirt, which is pretty handy, because we still need a whole metric butt-ton of dirt for the castle. Gotta fill in that land. Gotta land in that fill. Build it on top of a landfill? That can't be safe. So I'm just gonna clear up a lot of this little mess here. You know, take this this old steel shovel and dig down some of this dirt. Get that terrain leveled off. Maybe fill in a divot or two, depends on how much dirt I want to use up. So I'll see you in a moment, once we've got everything all leveled off. Okay, apart from a few floating trees, that is pretty well the interior of the grounds of this compound. All at least dug down. Oh, we still need to raise up a few little bits of the ground there. But we're doing a good job here. This is actually going far quicker than I thought. Steel shovels are fantastic. How did I survive without them? So for some of these, I don't know if I'm actually going to fill them in fully, or if I'm just going to go with the same method I've done with the castle and kind of leave it hollow. It could be dangerous. It'll probably be dangerous. I probably should fill them. Maybe. We'll see how dangerous I want to live. But at the very least, as you can, well, kind of see on the map, it's a little difficult when it's all mostly covered in snow. You know, let's get those trees out of the way. Just make things a little easier to see on our map view. Doing it the less efficient way, just cutting the whole thing down, not trimming the leaves, because we've got, honestly, probably enough oak seeds, I think. Okay, so, on the map here, it's a slight bit clearer, kind of. We can see the vague outline of things. But we've got this rectangular building here, followed by two far more square buildings. So this, I believe, between this peak and this peak is going to be the entrance into our little harbor. So there will be docks going along here, and the pathway is going to come up into this entrance here, or into this entrance here. There'll probably be a way up on both, because here's where we're going to have a bridge eventually going down. There's a little peninsula that connects off toward where our quarry is. But for this, any trade coming in and out of the harbor is going to have to, if it wants to get into our market district here, it's going to have to come in through this T-junction. And for the purposes of a lot of these buildings, this long one is going to have just shelves. Rows and rows of shelves, probably decorative chests, just so we can make them look a little bit nicer, a little bit more varied, and look like they actually have shelves that everything is sitting on without wasting space. Make it nice and compact. And then this one here is going to be kind of general stock. Just things that we need in bulk, a lot of crates and things like that. This one here is probably going to be where we keep most of our trade goods for various merchants. And I hear a rift nearby, so I'm getting inside. So yeah, it's going to be a nice kind of mass storage as well as an organization spot for any of the trade goods that we're going to want for buying and selling from different traders. So weirdly, with wolf pups being one of the decently profitable commodities you can trade, we might end up having barrels full of puppies. They're freeze-dried. Huh. Guess if we never place them down in the world, then they'll never be fully alive and they'll never grow up? Are wolves like sea monkeys in this world? In some strange freeze-dried packet while they remain within our inventory? Very insightful, Shiver. Thank you. Alright, where are some of my extra torches here? I'm just gonna light a whole bunch of these extra torches here, because we're gonna be heading into the workshop in just a moment. Because clearly the days are too short and too dark and too dangerous for us to be working on the docks too consistently, or really outside in general. We got bears, we got drifters, we got snow, shivering, and shivers. We shiver, they shiver, we all shiver me timbers. So let's go to the workshop. It's high rift activity. What could go wrong? Oh, and also, take this extra torch holder. Oh boy. Put up our safety rails so we don't have any unwanted visitors. And so everything in our kiln is done firing. Let's see if they turned out exactly how I'm hoping they did. Come on, burnt and crispy.
Why is it raw?
Well, it would appear that I need to go grab some more wood. Apparently things in there need to cook a little more. Is that because wood just wasn't enough for how much volume we have in there, or what happened? Alright, round 2 of firing. I guess we're just gonna let that cook a little longer. Alright then. I was thinking they were gonna be done. I should have double checked. I was hoping we'd have our bricks there to be able to do the inside of the charcoal pit. I guess we're just gonna have to settle for other forms of interior decorating. By that I mean pretty much the rest of this room. Most of this room anyway. We're already partway through on the floor. So in the immortal words of Kurazar, let's get to it. Doesn't have the same ring when I say it. Oh well. And there we have it. We've got ourselves a little bit more decor done in here. Don't look at this wall, or that wall back there. They're still works in progress. But this wall is looking mighty fine. This one here, I do still need to work out the door here and probably decorate the fueling room down here quite a bit. But beyond that, we did finish the firing here, so we've got some shingles I can use to make a few new roof pieces, which might honestly be a lot easier to find than large amounts of slate, since it's only really that thin layer way off to the east that I've found so far. But blue clay is going to be in high demand, so I guess we'll see what wins out. We'll want a few different roof types anyway for varied buildings that we're going to have around, so having a few different colors of shingles that are now far easier and quicker to throw together will be very, very handy. And speaking of handy, having this permanent charcoal pit here with a fancy kiln door and these really nice irregular clinker clay bricks, which I realize I'm going to have to add into this just to keep it looking very cohesive when we're on the inside. It's almost disorienting how kind of warped and wavy these bricks are, but I really like it. It's a good kind of just shoddily built kind of look to it. Like we just had a bunch of leftover warped bricks and we thought, you know what? Close enough. Just mortared them all together. So beyond getting the texture onto this wall, which we can't really add them on normally for some reason, because when I try to add them in as another multi-material block, they just fall out. So I think we're going to have to rely on chisel tools once again, and I'm going to go grab a paintbrush. Did we make any regular paintbrushes that have not been turned into Jonas paintbrushes? Guess we're gonna find out as we wander around in high rift activity. Oh, and it's December 8th already. The flax. I entirely forgot about the flax. Oh, flax? Oh, you're all dead, huh? Okay. Can I get my seeds back? Okay. Well, we can at the very least get our seeds and then let this replenish eventually. Let me just clear up my failed sadness, and then we'll go grab ourselves that paintbrush.
A lot of Jonas paintbrushes. Any regular? Right, we got our old tin bronze falx in there. Oh, the good that's doing us. Alright, go smith ourselves a brush. Pantograph there. You know what, just to make it a little more worth it, let's just do a paintbrush and a pantograph. Anything else we need well, we need another chisel. Seal up that door before anything else crawls in here. I heard the clicking of a shiver. Don't want one of them running up on me when I'm not paying attention. Okay, so we're gonna let all these heat up right here, and then we're gonna smith ourselves an iron paintbrush, and another chisel and pantograph, and maybe a blackguard sword, because we're running low on all of those. And then hopefully with the paintbrush we can, shift right click to add ourselves those clinker clay bricks right into that wall that won't accept them inside of our charcoal pit. Ooh, they're toasted. And it's a quenching time.
So, with this guy here, shift right click will add the material. Got our rough clinker bricks in our first hotbar slot, so let's try a shift, a right click. And if we check that, we do have our rough clinker bricks right there. Beautiful. Okay, so let's just... Aha. Okay, and then we're just gonna, just for the facade, chisel away a single voxel layer of each of these of the granite. Then, with a single voxel, we're just gonna put in our clinker clay brick. Yeah. And I just have to kind of repeat this pattern for the entire wall, and we should be done in just a moment. Okay, I now understand why it doesn't let you add it. It's just kind of a repeating texture and I missed a spot. But yeah, it does stick out a little bit from the rest of this where it has this nice flowy pattern. I guess it can't calculate that when it's added into a multi-material chisel block. But that's okay, it's on the inside of our charcoal pit anyway. At a glance, I'm sure we won't notice unless we're really paying attention. And honestly, with how uneven all the rest of these bricks are, does it really matter at the end of the day? It's abstract art. I think we should start to at least carve out a little bit of the spot above it, just so we can, well, maybe use it sometime soon. So that's going to involve carving this, and at least we've got all the materials here so we can continue our brick pattern over. And while I'm thinking about that, we can actually add the sandstone into those little stair bits that we did earlier. That's only been a couple episodes. Let's do that. Let's make these stairs proper. There we go. Safety marks. And while we're at it, we're going to put our safety stairs here, which means I think these coke ovens are going to have to get pushed back a little bit. At least they're rebuildable. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now these stairs are good for a little step up and down, but I think I'm going to want something a bit more robust for the back wall here. Since it is still going to be built into, well, basically the wall itself, I think we build it as sort of masonry stairs, almost steps built out of the bricks themselves. I think that might work out pretty nicely. Let's see, this is more of a corner. Corner. You're a corner? Whoops. Now you too can be a corner. Makes this a little easier to work with down here. Okay. So, start by making it a little bit more stair-shaped. I think that'll do. And these guys here, we're going to want these to be flat on the top, but the color, it's subtle. Oh boy, is it ever subtle, but it's going to make all the difference in the world to me. So, Okay. That could work. That could definitely work. Those are certainly brick stairs, alright. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And now we just have to stairify this one as well. It'd be really nice if we could just copy shape from that to this one. However, the shape includes which color it is. So it'd end up turning all of it into materials 1 and 2. Or I guess 0 and 1 if you go by the code of it all. That would get rid of our beautiful sandstone stripes. And we can't have that. So bespoke it is. There we go. It's much quicker the second time when you know what you're doing. The initial designing stage, that's always the time taker. And we've got ourselves a nice little staircase here, and we'll brickify the back wall as well. Let's get ourselves a bit of an alcove dug out just so we can see where the hole is in the top of our charcoal. Right. That's our floor. So we gotta go one more. Our hole. Beautiful. The second floor is at least getting started to an extent. The first step is always the hardest. So now that we've broken ground on the second floor, that's not going to take too long to get that all sorted out. We just have to figure out a roof material. I don't think these smaller rooms are going to have the same decorative arched and domed ceilings like in the grand hall. These are probably going to be flatter. Well, do they have to be? We could be decorative. You know what? I might just be decorative. Who knows? Only time will tell, and hopefully not too much time, because I really want to get to decorating a whole lot of this place and get it all feeling like it's closer to being done and ready to go. Because most of it will be fairly repeating patterns, so it shouldn't be too bad. Speaking of repeating patterns, I'm now noticing where do I rock underneath the bricks here, because I forgot. Can't have that single voxel of green showing underneath our perfect floor. Oh, right, I accidentally chiseled one of those blocks. Okay, I was like, how did I relieve one? So much loose rock. So little cares.
It started out like any other day. I did a little smithing, sat tight during a temporal storm, and got a new batch of iron blooms firing in some new bloomeries. Then heading outside, I cleared up all of the rock slabs that have been cluttering the entry to the workshop for far too long. While I waited for the iron to finish, I smelted a batch of tin bronze ingots to make some more lanterns in an effort to stop the constant monster attacks in what honestly should be a safe and secure workshop. As the ingots solidified, I took stock of the reserves of various rock types we had in the lodge, since one of the projects on the docket for today, we're gonna need a lot of rock of a lot of different types. With inventory levels noted and shopping lists written haphazardly on the back of an old receipt, I set out into the dead of winter. My first stop, the meteor impact site I marked on the map all the way back in episode 1. We've finally come full circle. I wasn't here for the meteoric iron, though, and actually contemplated chiseling it for use as decoration. And that's something I may still do with some of the other impact sites. I really like that texture. But what I was really after was slabs of suavite. Over the next couple days, I ventured out collecting slabs of several other rock types I would need for my plans before eventually returning home, erecting a makeshift safety railing around the lava hole path, and collecting a few stacks of basalt. Not only will basalt be needed for one of the decorative builds today, but it's also what all of the decorative ventilation piping throughout the workshop will be made out of. After collecting a few stacks, I popped back up into the workshop and dug a ladder shaft from the western room down to the basalt generator. This way I could eventually cover up the gaping hole outside and have a safe passage to and from that chamber. Afterward, it was time to hammer those tin bronze ingots into plates, and use some of the new iron blooms to finish our trifecta of Helvhammer heads. I could go for 4 Helvhammers in total, but I think 3 will look a lot cleaner once the smithing room is decorated. So as the sun shone brightly outside, betraying how cold it actually was, I stayed within the warm, darkened confines of the workshop playing with machinery. Despite the constant combat, the work continued, as a terrible flu began to fully sink its claws into me. Once the Helvhammers were in place and hooked up, I took the rest of the linen on hand and got quite a few more of those windmills all sailed up. Come spring, that first flax harvest of the season should finish off the remaining sails, and then some. With all that sorted, I placed the new batch of lanterns around to light up any dark spots. And that brings us to today, where since I'm dubbing this over in post since I was very sick at the time, let's jump straight into a massive decorating time-lapse.
So that's what the sun looks like. 2 months. I was building in there for 2 whole months. Well, 2 days shy of 2 months. I started in there on January 5th. It's now March 3rd. I've been subsisting on onions for the last few days. All of the food that I made from harvesting the Generation 3 pigs, I have eaten it all. Every single bit of it. I don't even have the crock left in my inventory. It's all gone. Used to fuel a building expedition and the likes of which this world has never seen. We got all those crocks back up there. I even had to put a crock on the counter because we ran out of room. Rabbit's still trapped down here. I should make more food. But before I restock the pantry, let's take a little look at what all we've accomplished so far this episode. There was a couple more things that I had that I wanted to get done, but with all of the time it took building what I have built, those are going to have to be for a little later. The entrance, for one, is something I wanted to get done, but I'd at least have all of the design worked out for it, so I know the exact footprint, what kind of blocks, how many blocks I'll need. So when I do work on the entrance here, it won't take all that long. I hope. I didn't think a lot of this other stuff was going to take a long time, but it did. So let's take a look at what all we've accomplished. Let's start at the beginning. So the first thing I want to go over is these large brick floors. Now these were just made with polished granite and regular granite, and kind of just made so that the outline of that polished block looks like it connects all the way over these 2 blocks. Makes for something just a little bit different. And so then slapping this mural design over top while still keeping those 2 wide giant brick textures, that was a bit of a challenge. I don't want to think about how many blocks were used in this, but there's not much left out of what I gathered. I mean, even just looking at this, you can see how many blocks went into a single block there just to get all of the proper shades. I had to stop filming the montage for this about halfway through because I realized I was spending more time looking at the reference art, making sure everything was pixel perfect, than I was actually putting down voxels. That and I ate through chisels and pantographs and even a paintbrush or 2. This has been a lot of building, a lot of chiseling. The staircase here, definitely not the final design. You can see there's a voxel missing there. I'm contemplating turning this into the same brick staircase as I've got over in the smelting room. That's why I haven't done anything with that side yet. Still debating. But the design for this mural is a bit of a mix of 2 different things. First part is this Moradin holy symbol. Found that online. I will link the artist and the link to this image itself in the description. And then the surrounding design is actually from the entryway of the dungeon map that I've used to kind of give a general plotting out of at least the base shape of this. Also, we have friends in the dark room that now leads down to the basalt chamber. But we're going to ignore him for now. These rooms, still not done yet. This is probably going to be where I store all the fuel. Maybe. It might be a little bit far from where we're going to use the fuel, so I am still debating on if that's going to be convenient or if I should add a section in one of the other rooms. This is, well, we're not going to open it. It's just a hallway that leads to a ladder down to our basalt, where the lava is. But now for the grand reveal of the big chamber. Let's make this a bit of a cinematic reveal.
Oh, look at that.
Many chisels have died in the creation of this chamber.
So I created slightly arched designs for all the support columns and little bracings in between our recessed areas here. And we'll go up on the balconies in a second there just to see what plans there are for the walls. Those aren't quite done yet. But this is the covering for our steel furnace. I'm thinking of maybe adding iron doors to the openings there just to obfuscate what's going on back there. And probably replacing the peridotite on the back wall there. And this creative glow here, that is exactly what we were using those Jonas paintbrushes for. The gray dye was to get that cyan color right there, and the white dye was to make it brighter. So they do act as light blocks, which is wonderful, and that's kind of why that wall goes a little bit bluey. There is a little bit of a glitch with, probably due to all the chiseling that's going on around here, where sometimes I have to rotate these blocks after signing into the game just to have them glow again, but that's okay, it's a small price to pay for beauty. The smithing room is not done yet. But the smelting room, we've got a table here with all of our nails and strips and ingot molds. We still need another iron hatch door here for the third coke oven, but we've kind of spaced them out a little bit, give it a little bit of a gap from the door here. And right now, we just have an aged wooden door to the currently undecorated fueling station under the ceramics kiln, but that's okay. Got some decorative columns, some trim. The ceiling is done. It's simple, but it's done. I realize that's not quite done, actually. I added a little bit of a trim around the door just to make it feel a little bit more similar to the window. Someone pointed out last episode how it looked a little out of place without a proper frame around it, and I agree. So that needs a few more voxels to be done, add a block in the corner there, and then, yeah, thicken up that slate a little. But then that brings us to the man of the hour. This is where our crucibles will be, in the elongated lower jaw of this figure, which I'm now realizing really kind of looks a little bit silly, like he's eating them, but I like it anyway. And a lot of these dwarven designs were based off of concept art that I found, which I will also be posting in the description if you want to take a look and see what the inspiration was for a lot of this design. And as I consume an onion here, or several, I do want to talk about design inspiration today, because that's kind of the theme of everything that's been going on so far. But before I get too far into that, we do have these blank walls here, just in between columns. And I'm thinking of putting in maybe pixel art based off of the different tapestries in-game, perhaps. Or possibly even just other custom pixel art, who knows? Something decorative on here. Whether it's schematics or just artwork, I don't know yet. But in any case, this place is coming together quite a bit. Just like back in episode 9, being sick really brings out the building extravaganza. So for the moment, let's go back to the house, cook up a few meals, and talk about design inspiration and kind of just a general build process.
I'm so proud of myself. I didn't even make the wrong things, except for that one time when I was making the steel furnace cover and I used the wrong blocks. Then I painted over them. I fixed that. I don't think I ever fixed the birch windows I threw onto the house. Maybe I shouldn't build between fever dreams.
Okay, so while I'm in the midst of cooking enough batches of food to hopefully get us through the rest of the winter, let's talk about design philosophy. I get a lot of questions asking about my build process, how I come up with a design in the first place, and where things go from there. And well, let me tell you, I'm about to reveal all the secrets, and it's none too complex. I hope. I don't think it's that complex anyway. Oh. So in my day-to-day life, I do a lot of traveling around. And every time I come across something that looks kind of neat with a design of a building that I'm seeing out in the real world there, I take a mental note. Sometimes, if I'm allowed to, I take a picture. Cool fireplaces, feature walls, architecture on the outsides of buildings, anything that just piques my interest as something neat. And I do something that I'm sure a lot of people do when they get really obsessed with the game. Everything I look at out in the world, I imagine the block palette. I look at some nice wooden designs on a building and I don't think, hey, what kind of wood is that actually? I think, what color of wood in-game does that look like? Is it more of a pine or an oak or maybe a walnut? And then even for modern buildings, that plastic vinyl siding? Well, that's just different types of rock depending on what color and tone you want. Chiseled, of course, to have the little bit of waviness. When I'm looking to build something very specific, I'll typically either look through pictures that I've accumulated of different things that resemble what I'm going for, and just search around online using any sort of keywords that resemble the thing I'm trying to make. So for instance, this kitchen. Once I compiled enough images together, searching through cottages, English kitchens, things like that, I got a few different design aspects that I knew I wanted. The tile floor with the little checkerboard pattern, the dry stone, cobblestone type walls, the wooden lintel, that beam there above the window. And once I'd chosen kind of different designs based on different images that I came across, put them all together in a test world to make sure they looked proper together. And that's probably one of the big keys as well, is just testing things out in creative before you commit to doing it in an actual survival world, especially with how long it takes to do things in Vintage Story. Then once I've confirmed that everything looks good, nothing's clashing, once I've built it all together in a creative test world, then I start looking at the practicality of it. And honestly, sometimes with builds it starts with the practicality and the design builds around that. But for the kitchen, there were aspects I knew I needed, like the stove, and a water source for bread, and a place to bake bread, and shelves for crocks, storage, as well as design compromises to keep everything sealed as an interior space, so I could stay nice and toasty inside in the winter. That's why on the outside of the walls I had to add an extra layer to do some depth instead of chiseling inward on both sides, because it doesn't like when you do that. If you chisel in on both sides of a wall, it's no longer insulated. But I think you can remove up to about half the material on a single side, or something like that. Unless you don't care about it sealing as an actual room, then go for it. Do whatever you want. Have fun. Going through my process is all well and good, but one of the best pieces of advice I can give, just copy designs. That's how almost everybody starts. Find a build tutorial, follow along, maybe change a thing or two, just see what kind of little creative tweaks you can do to it. Over time, you start to familiarize yourself with the style and maybe branch out into other styles, and you just start adding more and more experience under your belt, and then, hey, one day you're building a whole bunch of stuff. But always, and I mean always, reference images are so good. So handy for building things, even if you're almost doing a one-to-one copy into a completely different medium, like that concept art to the 3D builds. This is how we learn. I haven't really built in a dwarven style like this before, so it was a very nice learning opportunity, and yeah, I picked up a few little tips and tricks here, and I should be able to make more of my own custom designs the next time I take on a task like this. It's all about learning and improving. I've already stated a couple times before that I've built Blue Nerd's castle from the other block game more than once. Each time I changed things just a little differently here and there, and started to incorporate my own ideas into it while still following along on the tutorial. And I've been able to take a lot of what I've learned from doing that and, well, start to come up with a design for my own castle here. There's definitely still inspiration being taken with some of the aspects, but chiseling has opened up a whole new world of things, and so there's a little bit of design being taken from actual castles, and honestly, kind of just playing around and seeing what I like the look of. That's probably the last piece of advice I have. Play around with things. Spend a few hundred hours in creative mode, just chiseling. See what you come up with. Oh, there's a temporal storm on the way. Oh, I forgot about that. Get out of my way. Oh, it's a good thing it didn't prop up when I was in the middle of talking. And I'm still working on a new bunker, so that was just a little too technical while I was sick to use some brain power towards. I was a little bit cognitively hampered, shall we say. Yeah, this is kind of what my brain felt like. What? No. Do paths not stop spawning anymore? This is unacceptable. Hoist by my own Jean-Luc Picard. Oh, things really are still spawning in places where they shouldn't be. Oh, jeez. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Please fall in the soup. Please fall in the soup. You're all terrible. Horrible, horrible, horrid creatures. Oh. It appears even the bunker is not safe. Shame. Well, first time that's happened. Terrifying. Hated that. Oh, sir. I don't like it. That's, unfortunate. Okay. Hopefully 1.20.10 fixes that. Otherwise, if they are now intending to be able to spawn on wooden paths, spawn proofing for the new battle pit thing is gonna have to... That's gonna have to take that into account. Okay. Well then. Sandwiching myself into a crouching only chiseled block space that is offset from the regular grid. that's going to have to happen. Don't worry, that'll make sense when I'm actually building the thing. So let's forget that ever happened and head on back to the workshop for a second here. Safety. Safety and beauty. So, mechanical room. So I'm sure you've noticed that the mechanics here have grown. We now have 3 helve hammers and a whole bunch of extra chisel blocks back there that I will have to use for something. Maybe I will do that flat roof design for the entryway. I have a couple of the crown molding pieces. I should probably do that. But regardless, let's figure out a little bit more organization for where exactly all of the mechanics are going to sit. And maybe bring that gear over closer here so we have a much closer break-off point for connecting the pulverizer that's still in a chest, as well as maybe hooking up the quern. So let's do a little bit of reconfiguration here. Break a few things here. Move that down.
Get these chests moved out of the way here for just a moment here. This is all gonna have to go. All gonna have to go. All right.
That's looking about right so far.
Gonna have to clear out a bit more of this though. It's
Once I've built the storage room, it'll be a little bit easier to get all this just tucked away somewhere inside what is currently a slab of rock. Okay, you're gonna need 3 more transmission and clutches and a lot more angled gears and a lot more axles. Then we can start to get this all pieced together. Oh, these don't stack. Oh no. Is there any room in this chest? Can I can put some things away? Let's clear out the inventory a bit. We're gonna need a bit of room for mechanical parts now. Pop that there. Got that there. There we go, 4. Now we need 4 clutches in total, so 3 more. Nice, nice, nice. Did I run through all my fat? I'm gonna need far more than 8 angled gears. Uh-oh. Whoops, I made an extra transmission. That'll be for the granary then.
sometimes you do a little whoopsie-doopsie, but then you hopefully can use it for something else. I'm being shot at and chased by Spider-Man. It's like Spider-Man from that one episode back from the 90s one where there was a crossover with the X-Men. Terrifying. Pop you there until I need you later.
Was there another stack of fat in here, or was that my entire... That was my entire collection. We've got a problem. Uh-oh. I don't think we're gonna have nearly enough angled gears to do all of the very tightly compacted machinery that I want to get done. Okay. We're gonna have to prioritize. At the very least, we'll get the Helvhammer set up. It might take until the next generation of pigs for us to finish our mechanical machinations. Let's get in place what we can, and then move on from there. There we go. And we'll just leave the quern up there like a giant skep. So the plan for this little thing here and this whole contraption is from that one spinning gear. I'm going to have multiple lines coming off of it. I left the 4 sides of it free. Would I have any? No, I can't go any closer. Okay. Actually, that is still free. I just have to carve out a bit of the wall. Excellent. There we go. Save on gears.
Make a little bit of space here.
Now let's double check that's all hooked up. Nice. Beautiful. So, for the moment, at the very least, we have the Helvhammers hooked up. And this is going to be Helvhammer, Pulverizer, Quern, and Pottery Wheel. Some of this wiring, well, I say wiring, but some of these mechanics are going to have to go a little underground.
Can I make more? I don't have fat. I can't make more axles. Oh, I can at least get the beginnings of the line going into the transmission for the pulverizer in place, but I need more fat for more axles. Let's just preemptively clear out a bit more space. This access hatch up into the windmill chamber is going to have to be accessed by a staircase of some kind, because we'll have to make basically a roof. There are going to be chests funneled into these guys here, accessible from up top, and so we'll just kind of have a little bit of a room here and build a facade wall around the front. And as all of my ramblings, it'll make a lot more sense once we can actually see it happening. Look at those gears spin. We're going sicko mode. And for those of you very familiar with automation and the quern in general, you're probably thinking I'm going to need spots on all 4 sides to be able to effectively collect everything that's going to pop out. And for peak efficiency rate, yes, you would be correct. But if I wall off 3 sides of it and have just the one side with a shared little hopper between the pulverizer and the quern, sure, every time it tries to pop something out in a different direction, it'll fail and it just will try crushing that rock again. That'll make it run a little bit slower, but that's perfectly fine with how fast this thing's gonna spin. That's still super quick. Don't even get me started with how fast the pulverizer's gonna go through stacks of stuff. Is mighty quick. Mighty, mighty quick. Faster than our helve hammers, I dare say. And this speed, I don't think will matter for the pottery wheel. I don't think it calculates based on the actual speed output. I think if it's hooked up to mechanical power, it just runs faster. Where am I gonna put that? I forgot about that until the last second. Is there gonna be anything right here? Well, I don't want that exposed. I'll just run a line underground somewhere for it. Just like the quern. But since we are out of fat and can't make any more axles, let's go check on the pigs. It has been a couple months since we last looked at them. No, minutes for all of you, but it's many months in game for me. Oh. Why are there so many of you outside? How did you all get out? Why did you all get out? What are you all doing? You silly birds. Pigs? Oh. Oh, they're having a party down there. Look at them, they're raving. Hello? Oh, there's so many of you. Oh, we're gonna have to expand this space, aren't we? We're gonna have to give Dog the Moose his own home. Okay. Well, oh boy. How am I gonna get you all up here? Rope? One at a time? Maybe. Let's grab ourselves a rope and see what we can do. Maybe grab some grain to feed them. I have a feeling we're gonna need more troughs than what we have. There's a lot of pigs. 4 generations of hungry mouths to feed. Alright, piggies. Come eat. Get upstairs. I'm standing on them, there's so many. Okay. Okay. We're gonna use a similar tactic to before. There's a lot of them to rope. I don't know if roping is gonna be the easiest way. Let's try a bucket of water and see if I can just lure them upstairs. Alright, little piggies. Oh, it's chaos. Oh, this is chaos incarnate. Look at all them pigs. They're leapfrogging everywhere. Go on. Get to where the food's at. Please. Please go up the stairs. I'm begging you. I would very much appreciate you to go upstairs. Up the stairs. Come on. Oh, boy. Please, I know it's crowded up there, but it's crowded down here. Please, come on. Let's go. Come on. I can't even get up the stairs. There's too many of them. Come along with me, and I'll bring you to the feed. There's a lot of you already up here. See if I can get more up here, and then I might actually just be able to get rid of some of these, because we're going to be very overpopulated unless we heavily expand this area. If all of these have a litter of, like, what, 4 or 5 piglets, that's... I think they're going to start dying from entity cramming.
I am the shepherd, and this is my flock. My porcine pack. My hog, Herodrim? It's quite a treasure there you've got in that Herodric pigsty.
What am I saying? All right, pigs, come on. Up the stairs, up the stairs. One man is blocking traffic. Leave it to a man to not ask for directions. Get up the stairs. All right, guys, there's a little bit of a traffic jam here. We're gonna have to start moving, all right? Come over to these ones. Everybody, please. Vacate the doorway. It's a fire hazard. I think with each attempt at this, I am pushing more and more of them up the staircase. I don't know if that sound was just my headset, or if that was something. I suppose we really do only need one boar. The rest are, well, little vestigial, I suppose. Let's sort out our little overcrowding problem just ever so slightly.
With a cleaver.
Don't eat. No, don't eat your fallen friend. That's a little morbid. Now, I doubt 11 fat will be all that we need. But it's a decent replenishment, at least for the moment. Let's see how much more we can get done on these little mechanical misadventures. There we go. That's 2 lines.
Oh, look at him spin. Oh, yeah, spin so fast, spin so good.
Oh, that feels good. That feels better than it should. Okay, now for the more complex bits here. So we gotta go under some of this to get to the quern. Okay, so it's going to get very, very tight back here to the point where I probably won't really be able to move around at all. So with these 2 lines going off toward the Helvhammer and the Pulverizer, these 2 are going to have a little bit further distance, so there'll be a little bit more load on those systems, and that's okay. Because they're going to be going on to the Quern and the Pottery Wheel respectively, those ones aren't quite as high demand for power, or at least we're not going to need them to be processing quite as much, quite as fast. Especially since, as I mentioned, the Pottery Wheel doesn't really care about how fast it's spinning. It just cares that it spin, and spin it will do. So each of these are going to get progressively more snaky going around. Because one of these lines, I think the farthest one I'll do for the Pottery Wheel. But from here, we're going to have to come up and over and around into that transmission, and then curve out right away and go down into here, into this little trench to run up into the quern. The Pottery Wheel might have to just go off over here somewhere. Yeah. Because then we can go up and around and in this side, come out the far side, go down underground and pop up somewhere visible where the Pottery Wheel is going to sit. I think that might be the best way to go about it. But regardless, we're going to need a lot more fat to be able to actually finish this. Let's feed the piggies a little bit more. I think one thing that's going to be necessary is having a 2-block lip at the top of the staircase, so once they leave the basement, they can't decide to turn around and re-enter like they have been. Once you have all eaten your fill, and are with child, the men will be culled. I hope this is acceptable. Well, I don't hear any complaints. I guess they're okay with it. Well, alright then. Pig society is brutal.
As long as there's one boar left, everything's fine. We only need one. One boar shall finish propagating the next generation, but not you.
Ah, and you're well fed, too. Good. Good.
Yes. Your weight is low. You live.
And I will leave the last one alive, just to finish the generational processing. Excellent. Alright, please vacate the door premises, please. I have 20 lumps of fat. I could do more mechanical work. I need to put your
Meat, the flesh away. Why must you all yearn for freedom? I know it's cramped in here. It's not exactly the best living conditions, but please. I can't believe you've done this. Go back inside. Go back inside. Good. It's a lot of meat. I think I'm gonna have to salt more of this. You've done well, Cleaver. Hey, with 20 more fat, we might just have a chance at, possibly, almost completing this entire mechanical endeavor. Probably not entirely, but at the very least we can get the quern hooked up. The pottery wheel? Maybe. Okay. Hey, look at it spin. Excellent. Now just the pottery wheel. So this one's gonna be a little tight, I think. So from that up one directly under the ladder, I think we'll have to go. So I'll get the gear there. Ooh, I think we're gonna be just a little short. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be short getting the pottery wheel hooked up, but that's okay. So we can't quite get the pottery wheel hooked up, but that's alright. We can at least get it kind of in place based on where this is all going to go. So we'll be coming out from here, which that will be out one. Have a gear here, bring it straight down, pop it up somewhere around here. So if we have our cover here, our instructions here, could probably have the pottery wheel somewhere about here, maybe there. We'll see once the rest of the mechanisms are in place, but at the very least we have 3 of our 4 machines all hooked up. Gotta say, not too shabby in terms of progress on the workshop today. Just look at that chaos behind me. I love it when a plan comes together. Let's head on back over to the house, have a little sit down, and discuss a couple of things. So, now is the actual time to begin discussing our plans for spring. So as we see outside, it's still cold, it's still snowy, but the temperature's going to be rising fairly quickly and fairly soon. So now comes the time for a decision. Do we build a greenhouse or just wait a few extra days? Because a greenhouse could have been serving us well for getting a head start on the flax growing season. And for a fun little something, we're gonna need a bit of flax to make a little bit of dyed cloth of a few different colors. Is there something very special I want to put together? Something I made. So for those of you who have been scouring the mod database, you may have come across this. I stuck my toes in the water and gave modding a try, and oh boy, I haven't touched coding since 2009. It's been a long time for this lad. But, ironically enough, just in time for spring, when I won't need it anymore, I've put together a Canadian winter clothing mod. It's got 4 new pieces of gear here. We've got some boots, some trousers with suspenders, because of course we need suspenders, a flannel lumberjack shirt, and a nice, warm, fuzzy sweater, sporting, of course, a maple leaf, because Canada. But we'll see what the future holds for any potential more modding that I might try and get on into. It was a task and a half figuring out the coding just to add clothes. Took me 7 different tries to get the boots to not crash the game. And then I immediately redid the boots because I didn't like the way they looked. But now I quite like them. So I'll probably get to crafting these once the spring comes around, but the one thing we're going to need for these 2 pieces here is red cloth. Black cloth's easy enough, we've already got gray dye, we just need to add some more metal to it. We'll portion it out into another barrel and turn that into black dye. The red we're going to need cinnabar. that ever-elusive material we've been hunting after. So once we're able to get ourselves a little bit more flax, oil up some pelts, and track down that elusive cinnabar, we'll be in business. We'll look quite Canadian. But I think with some of those being time sensitive, and since we just used up all our fat on mechanical stuff, we're gonna have to wait on that from the pigs, and wait on the weather for the flax. So the cinnabar hunt begins again. I started the day with a light bit of reconfiguring on the mechanical room in an effort to save on some extra materials. There wasn't much material saved, but it's better than it was. While positioning the pottery wheel and digging out a channel for the axle line, I stumbled upon a tin vein that had been mere feet away from us the entire time. Well, of course I dug it out. I'll worry about filling in some of the new opening once our metal storage room has been carved out. Afterward, it was time for take 3 on Cinnabar. Setting sail once more out to the spot under the ocean, I dove down, suspicious that I might have been searching just a tad too low in the world. My suspicions were soon confirmed when only 10 blocks above where I'd been digging, I got a hit on the prospecting pick. Much mining later and nearly 2 stacks of cinnabar richer, I headed back home. Upon returning home and crushing up some of the cinnabar, I started up a batch of 1,500 units of copper for a hopper, elbow chute, and a bunch more nails and strips for future doors and chests. While the metal was heating up, I popped down to the farmhouse basement to get our red dye going. Quickly running back, perhaps too quickly, I had a little sit down to wait for the copper to finish heating, and then I got everything poured. With ingots cooling, it was time to deal with some meat. I got to cooking up a few more meals to keep myself fed for the tasks to come, the first of which was smithing the now cooled ingots into a hopper and another elbow chute to automate input and output for the pulverizer and quern. With all that in place, it was time to set out on yet another journey. This time in search of the elusive chromite. Having not yet come across even a whiff of chromite so far, I decided to start heading around the mountainous quarry area to the south. Around the southern side of the mountain, in an area that we had earlier deemed Turnip Valley, it got foggy. Amazing for atmosphere, terrifying for footing. Many prospecting taps later, the first signs of chromite were found. Down into the bowels of the earth we go. After only a little digging through a deep copper vein, the chromite was located. Much quicker than I had expected. A good few stacks of the stuff later, it was time to return home, collecting a few pieces of saltpeter on the ascent. Little did I know I'd need far more than that paltry sum of saltpeter. But for the moment, homeward bound we be. And that brings us to an introduction of the very first... Am I reading this right? Yeah? Okay. To the very first sponsor of the channel, Lagless. Okay, commercial voiceover, here we go. Lagless provides server hosting with full mod support for games such as Minecraft, Factorio, Satisfactory, Terraria, and of course, Vintage Story. If you're interested, click the link in the description below to let them know that I sent you. And if you sign up, be sure to use code NOLAG at checkout to receive 20% off your first month subscription. Now, I'll be honest, I was a little hesitant about the idea of sponsors at first. The last thing I'd want to do is be beholden to a brand or have it affect what I do. But Lev and the rest of the team over at Lagless seem like good people. Very community feedback focused, kind of like the Vintage Story dev team. And I've got full creative control over the ad spots, like I wrote that as simple as it was. So that makes me feel pretty confident. So now with all that businessy stuff out of the way, that now brings us to today. Where before we get into chroming all this tan, it's a little cramped down here, don't you think?
I certainly think it is.
So let's remedy that. Let's also put this raft away. We're not going to need it where we're going. Yeah, maybe not there. Let's take advantage of this bright, shiny April Fool's Day morning. Yes, it's April 1st. We're only a month away from completing year 3. Well, the 3rd year, I should say. It's technically year... No, it is year 3. Huh. It's our 3rd year, but that makes it year 2. Surely I haven't lived an extra year. No, it's the kids who are wrong. Anyway, I'm gonna grab myself a little bit of dirt, and we're going somewhere over here. We've got our workshop entrance there, yet to be done. But this is kind of going to be our industrial area. Gotta keep the clangs and the smells away from the city folk. I guess the townsfolk. Me. I'm the only one here. And part of that, because we've got our little hole going down to the lava pit inside, is going to be covering up this opening here, which is very dangerous and could lead to our demise. I can't pick up those ladders, so they'll stay for now. At least it's a bit of a safer spot now. But somewhere over here, nestled in, hidden a little bit behind the ridge to stop the noise from spreading over. I think I will keep that ridge, actually. That's a good idea. We're gonna have ourselves a tannery. That's right, a dedicated place. The first, well, no, forgot about the masonry lodge. The second dedicated building. Forgot about the workshop. The third dedicated building for a different type of craft. Fourth, I guess, if the farmhouse counts for farming. But there's going to be crops spread far and wide, so I don't know if that's going to count. That's more of our starter home. So we've got to pick a nice little spot to put the tannery, and we do have a good little divot out. I think that's a little pond. We're probably going to pave over that. But honestly, not far from the entrance. Right here is as good a spot as any, honestly. What's the backside of this ridge looking like? Like a whole lot of nothing. Okay. Let's clear away a little bit of foliage. A little wasteful since I can't pick up anything. I'm full. Should put this chromium away. Chromite. And copper. But no, let's get ourselves a footprint here first. This divot will probably get filled in just to smooth the land a little bit. But I think right here is going to be a good spot. And not only is the tannery going to serve as a place for, well, tanning leather, it's also going to serve as a spot to hold all of our barrels of dye. So we can dye our cloth, our leather, whatever we feel like. So we can make our cloth red, or blue, or even brown. So let's get a footprint in place, shall we? We use shale stones to mark out something? Yes. That's our entrance right there. Before we get too carried away, yeah, let's clear out this inventory just a little bit. It's a little too full. By a little too full, I mean it's entirely full. Ooh. I have much saltpeter. Look at those 7 pieces I got. That's quick lime. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, might have to remedy that situation at some point. Actually, while I'm here, we do have conglomerate brick. Kind of what I'm thinking we'll make a lot of this out of, as well as some of this dry stone. Yes, we are pilfering a little bit from our castle materials, but we have tons of conglomerate available, so I'm not all that worried about it. What else we need? I gotta put that away. Put that away. I don't need that. Don't need none of that. We are gonna need more saltpeter. That's, should have been grabbing that when I had the chance. Whoops. Is that the sounds of freezing rain? Oh, nature is healing. Spring is on its way. Technically here, but it's still cold. Well, no, in looking through these chests, I have neglected saltpeter. Alright then. So completing chrome tan leather might not be on the docket for today. We're gonna need saltpeter. I didn't put the bricks together. I should have done that. It would have been a good thing to do, a very helpful and handy thing to do that I'm going to need to do. So let's do. Oh, the snow is beginning to melt. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Where the snow it is melting and songs I am belting. I fell on the ground. No, that didn't rhyme, but I don't really care. Alright. I'm just kind of prepping a little bit of a outline here, just so I can see where everything's going to sit. We're not going to build the entirety of this little leatherworking area today, because that would be a lot. But we're at least going to get the platform where we're going to put all our barrels, so we have an outdoor place that, when I say an outdoor place, that actually makes it seem very unsafe. It'll kind of be unsafe, as I already hear a shiver. Shiver?
Are you down the lava hole? Oh, I hope he's down the lava hole, not up here waiting to bite my giblets. Let's work fast. Okay, well that's about all the brick that we've got, but this is going to be the footprint for a little bit of a house with the cooking pots that we're going to need to wax harden our leather. Because once we've soaked it in our lime water, scraped it, and then soaked it in our chromium solution, then we'll have to cook it in some hot wax, which I guess is really, technically, the only reason it's sturdy leather. Because by all accounts, vegetable tanned leather, which is the regular leather that we have in-game, should, in theory, be sturdier than regular untreated chrome tanned leather. Chrome tan might have its pliability and flexibility, but veg tan has its structural rigidness, which technically makes vegetable tan leather better for backpacks. Chrome tan will look nice, but it will degrade with age. Veg tan will create a nice patina and just look better with every passing decade. Unless, you rip it open or something like that. That's just me and my limited leather working experience. I'm starting to shiver, which is not great. It'll eventually start to warm up. I'm guessing a lot of my clothes are tattered, so there's not a whole lot, well, good condition for some of the winter clothes. That's okay, soon enough it'll be time to take them off. But this is at least the outdoor area where all of our barrels are gonna sit, so I think we can start moving some of them out here, honestly. The rift activity is calm, so I will be calm. This oak tree's gonna have to go. We have the room. With spring on the horizon, I am going to have to look at either modifying the whole lot of tree seeds mod or looking for another one to up our tree seed percentage. Wrong room, that's a force of habit. Now, even though I'm going to be moving all of the leatherworking up and outside, this little basement barrel room will still remain a basement barrel room. It's just going to be more for pickling, and salting meat, and housing Larry. He likes it in here. He's happy. I promise. I say, casually carrying an axe. Okay. This is going to be a little bit of a trek back and forth, and hopefully all will go well. I can't open doors. Well, we're going to let the wildlife in. And this will be a couple trips in the dark of the night, so I'll see you all in a moment. Okay, I think that's all the barrels that I had to move from the basement, but we need a lot more barrels to have enough storage space for everything that I want to have here. And though we may not use the volume of barrels I plan to have here, at least having them in place for if we do have a massive batch, that'll be handy. As well as a barrel for each of the 11 different colors of dye, 2 of which will be blue, because there's regular blue and woad blue. But when I'm organizing the colors, once I've got all the barrels in place, I will have the blue over at the side, because since it's an uneven amount, the last barrel closest to the door to the little house we're going to have, that's where I'll put the extra little secondary blue barrel. So that way if it ever changes and they both just become blue dye in general, it's very easy without ruining the pattern that we'll have set up here to get rid of it. Got a plan for eventualities. Except I didn't plan by counting the barrels to remember how many I have to craft. At least 17 barrel. And then probably more to fill up the basement again. Let's go for an even 20? 20 sounds good. Finally close this door, stop letting the heat out. Saw? You've seen better days. You're gonna see worse days soon enough. Let's use the rest of our walnut. There we go. In the light of day, and as the snow, unfortunately, begins to reaccumulate, our barrels outside are in place. Now, before we can get to making that chrome tan leather, the saltpeter situation. I know we found bits of saltpeter here and there, but we're gonna have to go collect a bunch of it because I didn't realize but we were going to need it, because I didn't reread the crafting recipe before beginning this episode. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. But I merely plan to be delayed. How you doing, Larry? Like all the extra room? Okay, goodbye. Alright, inventory is clear. Let's get that saltpeter. To adventure! Ow! Smacked my head in the wall. Before we actually get on to all that adventure, though, I just looked up to double check that there was nothing else I was missing from the recipe. And it turns out there was one crucial aspect I failed to read. Those medium scraped hides that we have are completely useless for chrome-tanned leather. You can only use large or huge. Why? I'm guessing to stop you from being able to mass-produce it with domesticated animals. But it's unfortunate. Most of our hides that we have available are all medium. We have 3 huge, so we can at least use that to make some leather. But that means we're going to have to do a little bit of hunting while we're gathering saltpeter, so let's stock up on our arrows and spears again, and, well, hope we come across a bear or a dozen. Not at once. Never at once. That'd be dangerous. Deadly even. Foolish. And we are not fools here. Who am I kidding? I totally am. That's what I live for. Tomfoolery is my bread and butter. Alright. Armed with knowledge and spears, now we set out for hides and this Peter of the Salt. And hopefully not fall down any massive holes in the earth. So, close the door, and away we go. Now there's a couple holes under the castle, and I can't remember which ones I've gone down before and explored, but I know I've come across saltpeter quite a few times in my travels, and I just never really thought to pick it up. I didn't plan on making bombs, so I didn't think I'd ever need the stuff. Where are these pits? That's one of them. Hey, Peter!
Let's take a little trek down here.
Ooh boy, okay. Well, we got sulfur, so that's good. Ooh, that goes down deep. We'll mark the sulfur, but I don't necessarily... See, this is what I'm afraid of. I don't wanna go down too deep into something that's tricky to get out of. I'm gonna try and find the smoothest and easiest little cave to go into that probably has it, because the stuff is everywhere, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's a polar bear. Did the bear fall down? I've been down here before. Bear? More sulfur. There's a bear. Well, this is precarious. Ooh. I'll take that. It's scared. It's confused. This feels kind of cruel. This feels like an episode of Lost. Why is there a polar bear here? I'll take the 3 large hides, or the 3 huge hides even. That's fantastic. Thank you. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Okay, now where did I come from, and how do I get out of here? There's things here now. I would very much like to not be down here anymore. Saltpeter? Peter? Hey, I'm not seeing any around here. There's snow. Those were the 2 there. What do we have? Cave entrance? Worth checking out. Just gotta avoid the wolves. Their skin is too small for my skin collection. Okay. Oh, is this the cave? I've definitely explored it before. Peter? Oh, cool. Big empty dark abyss. Love that. Peter? Oh, okay. Maybe not as much of an abyss. It's just real dark here. The light does not travel very far. Terrifying. Hey, our first little bit of saltpeter. Beautiful. Apart from the neighbors coming in to, you know, show me their punching collection. 3 caves to hit our first bit of saltpeter. Not too bad, not too bad at all. Now look, you guys, I don't want any trouble, okay? I just want my beater. I remember this cave. The last time I was here, I ran panicking, and I'm probably going to do that now because I'm realizing how low my health is. What was that? A stack and a piece?
You know, that's good enough for now for me. Okay. Well, apart from if I can happen to come across another bear, the saltpeter expedition was actually fairly quick. Didn't expect it to take very long, though. I mean, it's fairly common in a lot of places from what I've seen. Now, one question I have is that if there was a male polar bear, is there a female polar bear somewhere? Is there a Mrs. Coca-Cola that I can skin? Sure, it'd be pretty obvious if there was one. A big white bear would be a little difficult to be stealthy, I would imagine. Especially not in a Arctic tundra. I'm not hearing any other bears, so it might have just been the one. Unfortunate. I could do with more skin. Ah well. 3 huge hides is 3 huge hides. Get that soaking in some lime water. Because let's see. Salted hide. Oh, you can just preserve them. Okay, so I'm going to need 30 liters of lime water. There's the saltpeter. Let's pop that in there since I'm not going to need to worry about that. So, stacking 8. Not terrible. Got a bunch of sulfur I can grind down too. That's quick lime. I need slow lime. Just give me regular lime. My hammer's in the workshop. Running around, going back and forth. Some things never change. This is my favorite game of roulette. I know exactly where it's going to land. It's going to land on lime. Okay, that is such a nice, convenient thing. Just coming straight out of there, right to here. I also realized that I made a little bit of a miscalculation with these barrels here, and a couple of these can honestly probably go back into the house. Since once we've got scraped hide, the 2 stages for getting our chrome-tanned leather, they all require doing it in a cooking pot and not in a barrel. So really, I could actually just reorganize this where instead of having 3 weak and 3 strong tannin barrels here, I could just have 6 lime water barrels, and then 4 weak tannin, 4 strong tannin. And then the chromium ones go into the house. That's gonna be here. Eventually. Soon. Very soon. But in the meantime, let's grab ourselves... Ooh, it's wet. Bit of water. And we'll just fill up this barrel here. There we go. And just to use up the rest of this lime, let's just prepare ourselves another bucket. And there we go. And there we go. Just getting the last of our lime that we just ground up. Put all in there. And amalgamated into 1 barrel of 48 liters. And with those, let's just pop that there. Let's reorganize these barrels just a little bit. Pop that there. That there. And that. There. And that. There. There we go. That makes a lot more sense now. And I could put little labels above the barrel sections just so I have a bit of a visual guide if I ever forget. I've never forgotten anything in my life, though, right? Never. Not once. Okay, let's move on before the truth is revealed that I forget things all the time. Ooh. So speaking of not forgetting, before I forget, let's actually make a few more bricks so I can make that little house to prepare our chromium. Chromium sulfate in particular. I'm gonna need a hammer, aren't I? Maybe. We shall see. Dang it. Do I have a spare hammer in here? No. No, I don't. Alright. Back where we just were. Back and forth. It's always back and forth. Never forth and back. That would be ridiculous. Starting to realize I'm gonna need multiple hammers in multiple places, I'm thinking. That's a backup hammer. You know what? Good enough. Also got a shovel here. Why do I have another shovel here? Got shovels everywhere, but not hammers? What am I doing with my life? There we go. Bricks extraordinaire. The way it should be. The snow has melted from the door. Nature is healing. Ah, that wonderful moment where you actively see the snow melting. Spring returning to the land. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I've already mapped out the ground here. Good. That will be a chimney there. I'll sort out the details a little bit later on here. This is just kind of a basic framework, so I have something. And once I've solidified exactly what kind of wood I want to use for this structure, then I'll actually replace this all with wood here. But for now, pack dirt floor because it's a floor. You know what? No. Even for the moment, I'm going to pick a little bit nicer starting material for where our cooking pots are going to sit. Do I want to line the walls with them? No. Let's go grab something a little bit different so it's not all brick. After I put up a little bit of a wall here. Yeah, just to start getting a little bit more of the shape, because this will be our pelts area where this is all of our dyeing and leathery area. Everything to do with dye and cloth and skin. I'm in my skin era. It's skin-teresting. Okay, that was a little bad. Not every joke lands. That's okay. Take a few of these extra cooking pots. Do I have any others? Just 4 extras? No, I can't take the decorative ones from the table. Unless... these bowls. Yeah. Yeah, that works out nicely. Bowls make a lot more sense to sit on the table. Now I have my 6 cooking pots. Do I have 6 grass? I have 3 grass. Let's further delay our grabbing of the actual materials to put our cooking pots on by grabbing the grass we're going to need, and then some, to make the fires that we're going to put on top of said blocks. And, ooh, aged polished rock. You know what? Those could look pretty nice. Maybe with some aged conglomerate underneath the countertops? Now, I don't know what temperature this is going to have to get up to, so this might require a little bit of experimentation. Not sure why I brought these. I did not bring a chisel or a hammer. I've never forgotten a thing in my life. Can't even say that with a straight face. Let's just put the fires together here. There we go. And I'll have a little bit of a smoke hood or a covering that goes over it that will connect in, or at least make it look like it connects into the chimney that's going to taper as it goes up. And I'm still trying to figure out a roof design that I'm happy with. I do want to use some of the new wood shingles for this little tannery building. Only problem is, I don't necessarily want it to be the generic 45-degree angle we've had for all the other roofs so far. I want to try and use the less steep roofs. Only trouble is, all of the disparate pieces of it that would work very well if they connected together don't connect together. So a perfect 27.5-degree roof slope is a little out of the question. So we're going to have to get creative. Probably with chiseling. It's part of why I've got this as just basic blocks for the moment, and I'll do all the detail once I've sorted out the detail. Have a little snack. There we go. And now let's take a look here. So we're going to need sulfuric acid at first. To make sulfuric acid, we're going to need, for every liter of water, 1 saltpeter and 2 powdered sulfur. And that'll give us 1 liter of sulfuric acid. And then from there, once we've got the acid, it's 2 liters of the stuff with 2 crushed chromite to get us 1 liter of chromium sulfate. And then from there, with our total of 6 huge scraped hides, the 3 that we have and the 3 that are currently soaking, and it'll take 3 liters each, so 3 times 6, we are looking at 18. We're going to need 18 liters of that, which means we're going to need 36 liters of sulfuric acid, which means we're going to need a stack plus 4 of powdered sulfur and 36 saltpeter. And to figure out, I guess, how many liters we can fit in a cooking pot. Does it have to be in a bowl? I haven't cooked much with water. Never made a soup before. It's not in Vintage Story. Oh, wow. The snow's pretty well almost gone. A couple little bits of ice here and there still, but I think we're going to be ready to plant some crops soon, so we'll get to that before the end of the episode for sure. Get ourselves a little bit of flax going. Making sulfuric acid and then planting crops. Don't put the crops with the sulfuric acid. Hello? Oh. Oh, there's a Bowtorn in the attic. We'll leave him be. Okay, 6 there. 6, and we're gonna need a lot of this. Can I just grind you with a hammer? No, I cannot. So, 36. There we go, and we'll grind. It turns into 2 powdered sulfur, so I'm not even gonna need. Okay. We've got our saltpeter, we've got our sulfur, and we're gonna need to crush up a bit of chromite here. When pulverized turns into 0.3, so we're not gonna get 1-to-1. Well, we're not gonna need chromite for much of anything else. Okay. Chromite's literally just going to be for our leather, pretty much. Unless they come up with another use for it, like, I don't know, chroming the front end of an elk amino. Okay. So luckily I've got the storage options here all squared away, so I can very easily just... The wind is calm. Of all the times the wind could be calm, this is not the time. Well, I suppose we'll just kind of let that sit for a moment. And let's cook up this sulfuric acid first. Should be close enough that if that begins to do things, we'll be able to come back to it, and it should stay loaded because it'll be fairly close. I needed the sulfur pulverized. That's what I needed pulverized. Alright. Okay, so let's put that on hold. I'm gonna need that pulverized first, please. Thank you. Okay, can't proceed unless you start moving. We've got light air, come on. Oh, it's back to calm. Oh boy, okay. Well, I guess I'll just sit here a moment and see if the wind picks up.
I need to do chemistry.
Or I could just preemptively get everything else in the cooking pots, and once the sulfur's ready and the wind cooperates, then I can put it all together. Oh, we're at medium rift activity. That's no bueno. Light air? Please, I can't do this manually. At least I don't think this... Does this do it? The quern does it. Alright. Quern it is. There we go, when I'm halfway done on my own. Yeah, I see. Okay. I had to earn it, did I? Oh. I see. That's going to require steel pounder caps. This is very, very demandingly complex for chrome tan leather. There are many facets to this new sturdy leather that, oh boy, did I not take into account. Okay. Steel? Nope. Don't have any steel. Okay. No steel ingots? I used all my steel ingots. We're gonna need to do a batch of steel. But that's all well and good. Okay. Can I at least make all the sulfuric acid I'm gonna need? A torch. I need a torch. Fire? Fire? Oh, jeez, why did you startle me? Get out of here. You don't belong here, boy. Okay, let's start one of them first. Just so I can see at what temperature this will actually cook at. So we know what kind of fuel we're going to need for our sulfuric acid. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. If I have to guess, that was probably 135, 140 Celsius that it started to cook at. Will this 4 firewood be enough? Hey. I'm dealing with dangerous chemicals here. Careful. I'll be your friend here. You have anything good in his pockets? Ooh, bits of string. Okay, I think that'll do. I'm sciencing. So the initial 4 firewood in the construction of this is definitely enough. So we'll get these. Can you please? Sir, science waits for nobody. I can't believe this. I refuse to die on my own property like this, not to a bear. Where are my bandages? I don't have any bandages, do I? Nope, no bandages. Gonna have to heal from this the old-fashioned way. Time. Patience. Grievous pain. Maybe I'll just sleep. Maybe in the morning it won't be so dangerous outside. 2 in the morning? Don't want to sleep too long. A brisk 5:30 start. Alright. Still medium, but at least it's daytime, so hopefully it'll be bright enough that there won't be constant visitors interrupting science. I was intending for these blocks to be the base, under a little platform of this aged polished, but for the moment, they're gonna act more as rain covers. Once we've got a roof on here, then we can get everything looking all pretty. This is just what we've got on hand for function. Speaking of function, I think it's about time we get ourselves another batch of steel going, don't you think? We can get those steel pounder caps, so we can pound down that chromite, so we can make that chromium sulfite. Then we can make our leather, finally.
I just wanted a nice, pretty Prada bag. Is that so much to ask? Probably. It's the price we pay for fashion and storage. Mostly storage.
Steel time. 4 iron ingots. We're going to need far more than that, aren't we? Hello, blooms.
Every step leads to more steps. It's like walking. You just keep stepping.
Alright, well, I guess we have to fill up the charcoal kiln here and give it its inaugural firing, because apparently black coal is not good enough. Unless... Where's my coke? Where'd my coke go? I didn't use that in the firing, did I? Did I pop it in a chest somewhere? Hope I didn't accidentally use it instead of black coal. The pixel art is very similar. Oh boy. Outcome's not looking all that good. Eat a snack to cover up the panic. Nope, that's cassiterite. That's other stuff. Uh-oh. My coke is gone. Whether it disappeared or I used it, I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Well, in that case, time to do a little bit of math. And we are going to fill up the charcoal pit for its first inaugural firing. Give me a moment while I calculate numbers. Okay, 5 times 5 times 4 layers is 100. Need 100 stacks of firewood, which is 50 stacks of wood. Do I have that much? Let's see, there's 16 logs in a stack, so 800. I have, say, 2, 5, 19, 629. I don't have enough wood to fill the charcoal pit. Okay, well, what do we have on here? 890 durability. I guess we're gonna go cut down some trees. Alright, between the empty inventory and the chest on my back, we should hopefully be okay. Now, where to go? I think there was large oak logs somewhere across the water. Is it smart to swim, or should I take the raft? I should take a raft. No, actually, you know what would be a smarter use of this? There are a lot of trees over by the edge of the castle, in that foresty area, and those are gonna have to get cut down at some point if we want to make a pathway over to a dock area, so clear-cutting that area, at least to an extent. It's going to help us build up a supply of wood right now, as well as clear-cut and prepare an area for later. So we're going to be doubly productive, and we're going to go cut down a forest. Also, we can make that sweet, sweet firewood, so we can light up the charcoal pit, so we can make more charcoal, so we can use that charcoal to make more steel, so we can use steel to make steel powder caps, so we can use the powder caps to crush up our chromite, and then we can mix our chromite with our sulfuric acid, so we can make our chrome-tanned leather. There are far more steps to this leather than I ever anticipated. Alright, log. Wood cutting time. Part of the reason why I'm doing this out in the forest here and not just cutting down the logs that we have in our little tree harvesting section out in the field closer to home. Oh, jeez. Why? Why? Go away. Oh, it is a spawning ground under there. Just go a little further into the woods, out of his line of sight. Nowhere's safe. Can't a man cut trees in peace? I just wanted to make leather. Is that so much to ask? But anyway, as I was saying, the reason why we're not cutting down the trees closer to home is because the tree seeds mod still isn't working. And so these wild trees that I'm not all that attached to, those are the ones that are coming down. Deforestation is my favorite ecological crime. That'd be weird for someone to have a favorite ecological crime. Don't you come up to me, Drifter. I hear you. You smack me, I'll be quite cross. You leave me alone, I'll give you candy. Guess who just lost Halloween? Alright, boys, come on. Come now. None of the grimble grumbles. No, shoot. Don't shoot! I'm unarmed. Ow. Not so brave once I run up on you, huh? That's what I thought. Coward. No. No. I see nighttime during a medium rift activity was not the smartest call. Oh, hello, Larch. You can stay there. You're not my quarry. You're not going to stack with the other stuff I've got. Ooh, that's a large drop. Ow. Alright. So one of the beautiful things about this is, as much as this is very roundabout where one task leads to several more, at the end of the day, it really shows how beautifully interconnected all of the systems in Vintage Story really are. Because every time we do one thing, there's another system that we need to touch upon. So this has already touched on several mechanics today. Let's pop a couple stacks here. And now one thing I'm always going to want to do, just to make it more visually distinct while I'm, firing different loads of logs in here, is I want to make sure the logs are oriented so that the ends are facing toward the window. That way, when I look inside, I can see if it's the ends of logs or if it looks like charcoal, and it makes it just that much easier to tell when it's all done. Not that it won't already be obvious when the wood color turns into just charcoal, but just a higher contrast seeing the lighter ends of the logs. One log leads to another. Well, we're starting to get there. I don't really want to cut up the stack that's almost complete, because the last thing I want to do is forget to put the extra couple logs on the top and have one tiny little air gap that makes all of that burn right up. That'd be tragic. That'd be sad. I'd cry. Not a little, but a lot. Like a lot. So let's go collect more trees, maybe when it's morning. Or we'll just take our maple reserve from the basement, I don't know. It's probably a safer idea. Until the sun comes up. Or rift activity goes down. We'll just take these from the basement here, because, well, we do have a lot of maple in there, and we're going to need a lot of maple when we start doing walkways and such on the castle walls. It's not going to be too difficult once we've fixed our tree seed situation to just grow a whole lot more trees. Especially considering the stockpile of seeds that we already have. Okay, we're close. We're close. We just need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 more stacks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost 7. And a new axe. We also need a new axe. 7 more stacks and a brand new axe. And we'll get our first batch of charcoal going. Ooh, I mean, our first batch in the new charcoal pit. Okay. That was not much. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's call that 9. We need 5 more stacks. Oh, there's so many of you guys outside. The drifter harvest is coming in nicely. Spring is here. Nature is healing. Alright, let's take 1 of these ingots. 2 of these ingots. 4 of these ingots. That's 32. That's good for 2 batches of steel. Alright. And now, as much as I won't need them right away, I'm gonna make 4. That's right, 4 new axes.
Then we'll have a few that we can store away and have just for when we come across a situation just like this where we're gonna need to cut down a lot of trees. Because, oh boy, as we start getting into the interiors of the castle and places with a lot more wood, we're gonna be cutting down a lot of trees. So eventually we will go through 4 axes. It'll be nothing by the end of it. We're just prepping for the future. That's what spring cleaning's all about. I'm not exactly cleaning. It just happens to be in spring. That was a bad analogy. Still doing it. There we go. 4 axes. Ready to go. And let's christen the first one by getting the rest of these stacks all chopped up. Okay, and so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more stacks. And then it's full. Well, and then a single log to light the thing with. Back out to the forest. Gotta make our way to the trees so we can anger the Lorax. Lorax ain't the boss of me. I'll do what I want to those trees. If he speaks for the trees, does he pay their property taxes? Really? Why you hurt me so? This is what I've been reduced to. Pain and... Hey, resin. It's pretty neat. I should check on those buckets. Not now. Task at hand. Now, this wasn't exactly my intention going into this and clear-cutting basically almost every maple that I see in this forest, but since there's going to be a lot of maple incorporated into the castle itself, the forest surrounding it being devoid of most maple would kind of start to make a lot of sense, or at least the maple is diminished. I might leave a few stumps here and there, or place them as decoration later, just to show how much maple was cut down in the making of such a large-scale castle. Then again, replanting and having an abundance of maple would also indicate why maple was used. Maybe I'm just making up excuses now. Am I just trying to justify deforestation? Does that make me bad people? There's a good chunk of forest that is now not all that foresty. Yeah, we're starting to get a much clearer line of sight. Gonna have to make a pretty smooth path going down out to the coastline. We can kind of see the ocean there. Eventually we'll carve a path down, make a little dock area there. But that is a bit of a ways off. Alright, back to the workshop it is. Let's get this charcoal pit firing. And instead of going through bumpy terrain down below, we're gonna go across this lush, open field that is our castle courtyard. I'm looking forward to making more progress on that castle now that we've got warmer temperatures. Speaking of that, the temperature's warm enough we should plant flax. After charcoal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's full. Take the torch, take a grass, and a single log to make enough firewood for a campfire. Okay. Get out of the way, lantern. There we go. Charcoal pit unlit. Alright, it recognizes it. That's a good sign. It's lit. Okay. There we go. That should, in theory, be cooking now. Yep, we got smoke on the floor. This is a good sign. So we'll give that some burn time. And in the meantime, let's finally go plant some of that flax, because we're going to need a lot of it. Real soon. Today truly has been the trials and tribulations of fabric and leather. All sorts of clothing materials. Let's replenish some of our wood here. Gather our flax seeds. And cabbage. We're going to want to put our cabbage in. Really? I want to start farming, and you spawn right above? At least you're above the bees. Bing bong. This field hasn't really fully recovered. Let's check up top. Maybe one day put an actual gate there. These are also not great. Okay, some of these spots are okay for potassium. This farmland needs some banana. Okay, enough of this is actually pretty well replenished. There's a couple spots here where the potassium's still down at 66%, much like the lower field. I don't think it's enough of a worry. I'm just gonna start planting ourselves some flax. And if a piece here and there takes a little longer to grow, well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Here we go. Oh, get off my farmland! No! Okay, we gotta plant these quick and get back inside. They'll fertilize the fields. Oh, poo. Nah. No! I was so close to home! You know, they do say that the majority of accidents happen at the home. Now, with our cabbage and flax planted, what else might we need? Maybe more soybeans? Maybe onions, since that's really the only phosphorus crop that we have. Apart from parsnips, but you know what? Yeah. We'll do our soybeans, and then whatever's left over, that'll be onion. Oh. I still have spots left. Alright, something else. I guess these will be parsnips, since we don't really need the phosphorus for much else. You know what? We could do some rye. Why not? The nitrogen is just for the cabbage, I believe. So there's plenty of room still to rotate our cabbage around. A little bit of rye, and I guess no parsnips. And there we go. And I guess throughout the spring here, we're going to need to expand our fields a bit. Add more farmland, and maybe set up a proper actual rotation for the nutrients, since we're going very heavy on the flax. Though once the windmills are done and we've got some clothing, the flax demand is really going to slow down. So then we'll actually have the room to be able to do some proper rotation and keep our nutrients all well and good. Maybe at some point make a greenhouse, and maybe at some point use this compost we've been putting together all this time to make some terra preta. That'd be terra pretty good. I'll see myself out once again. I'm stuck. So anyway, now that we've got a bunch of passive things on the go, we've got our crops growing and being rained on actively, so they're well moisturized, they're in their lane, they're thriving, happy. Some of them are lacking nutrients a little bit, but we won't talk about that. We've got the charcoal burning away, or at least the wood that's going to soon become charcoal. And beyond that, if I'm not mistaken, I believe everything else is just waiting on parts, really, for being able to finish up our chrome tan leather, so we probably won't get to that by the end of the year. It's April 5th right now, so we've only got a few days. And a batch of steel? Well, that's going to take a few days in and of itself. So the chrome tanned leather is probably going to be a start of next year kind of deal. So what do we do in the meantime while all this is going on? I say we pickle. I did start this series way back in episode 1, finding that salt spire and saying, hey, we're going to be the pickle kings. And what have we done? Nary a single batch of pickled anything. It's a shame, really. So much salt. So much potential. Pickle potential. Did I just push up my glasses? Like that guy from Evangelion? I'm anime now. I've never watched Evangelion. Don't be mad. Okay. Now, Larry, I don't know what we're going to do with you. Do you want to just stay there? We just have to barrel around you? Regardless, let's make some more barrels. Oh, Larry, I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to crush your legs. There we go. Larry's going to need a new home. You know what, Larry? You can... There you go, dude. Be cozy. Pop a couple extra barrels there. Now, apart from the opening to the doorway and the spot here for our water source, we've pretty well filled up barrels. What shall we pickle? Pickled pepper. Those haven't been implemented yet. So I'm pretty sure brine plus one vegetable. That's pretty well the recipe for all of these, I believe. 1 liter per vegetable. Yes. And brine is 2 liters of water for 1 salt. Okay. So if we want to set these all up as brine, do we want to set them all up as brine? How much do we have in terms of vegetables to actually pickle? These ones are going to go bad soon. They might not be a bad candidate to put in there. Oh, those are starting to spoil. Got a lot of onion. Ooh, these are... Some of these are going to have to go. Okay. You know what? Let's start pickling everything that's about to go bad.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is 250 salt. Whether we have enough vegetables to go into all that brine, I don't know. Do I have any of that salt on me? Did I just use all that salt? I believe I used all that salt, didn't I? I probably used all the salt. Okay. Halite grinds into 2. 250 divided by 2 is 125. So we can fill all those barrels with brine with 3 less than 2 stacks of halite rock. Let's head on out to the salt mines. Oh, there's creatures abound. We got shivers, we got wolves, we got cattails need harvesting. We got our ice bridge that's melting. Oh no, we're gonna have to touch liquid. My socks will get wet. I hate having wet socks. There aren't many things in life worse than wet socks. Not sure why the first thing that popped into my head at the mention of wet socks was they have a bad mouthfeel. I've never put wet socks in my mouth and, I have no intention of that, no. Apologize for that mental image. Don't eat wet socks. It shouldn't even have to be a PSA. Why does my brain put such horrid images in my mind? You know what, while we're here, get ourselves a little bit of sylvite, why not? Yeah. Powdered sylvite. That is an ingredient for potash, which actually increases potassium. Oh, we're going to grab some of this for certain. It seems this venture was twofold in its productivity. You know what? Even though I only really need 2 stacks, let's maybe grab a little bit of extra. Save ourselves a bit of a trip the next time we need salt. Okay, grabbed a couple extra stacks. That'll be good for now. And now it's time to get back over there and finally pickle things. Oh hi, nice to catch up with you. We're here in the basement. And now it's time to make the brine. Do I have my bucket? Where's my bucket? I think I left my bucket at the new leather station. Alright, let's make a new one. I have cattails for rope. I have cattails for rope. Rope. And bucket. Okay, let's start filling these up with brine. There we go. So now for the all-important part. Let's preserve some vegetables. We'll grab some of them that are about to start going bad, which I think we're over here. We've got, 10 days left on a lot of these. Okay, so we can put 50 per barrel. Okay. You know what? I've got enough crocks of food. I'm gonna brine everything. Why not? 41 carrots, doesn't matter if it's a weird number, I'll just do it anyway. That is already salted meat, good for 11 years, we're fine, we're good. I don't think I can turn those into alcohol, but I don't think I can pickle the apples. And even if I could, I really don't think I'd want to. That sounds disgusting, so let's never do that, and we will never speak of pickled apples again. Okay. So all but one of the barrels is sealed, and that's pretty much all of the vegetables that we had that hadn't already started to spoil. So we've accomplished something. Let's go see if we can accomplish more. Alright, let's check on that charcoal pit, because I can't quite remember how long that takes. Really, the charcoal pit is kind of the crux of everything that we're doing at the moment, and that looks like charcoal to me. Shovel? I knew I kept you here for a reason. Look at that. Look at that coal. Alright. Oh, sweet charcoal. Let's see how many stacks of this stuff we get. Oh, such a glorious day. And the fact that it uses proper gravity and isn't just falling over in piles is so beautiful. I love it. This is how shoveling coal should feel. Yeah. It sure does take a little while, though, when you've got this much volume of it. I mean, look at all that strewn on the ground, and that's not even counting what I've already picked up. There we go. It's all dug up. That is 8 and just shy of a quarter stacks. Look at all that. That's beautiful. That's so much charcoal. Now let's get our steel furnace up and running and get ourselves one step closer
to that chrome tan leather. I keep calling it chrome tan leather. It's called sturdy leather in-game. But I mean, let's be honest, it's chrome tan. Also, I just want to point out, this is what happens when I relog to the lighting here. I do have to adjust these blocks above the eyebrows, and then the glow affects the room again. I don't know if that actually has any bearing on the light level. I think these are still illuminating the space from a technical standpoint, even if we can't visually see the light. That's the sound it looks like he makes. Just Alright, enough goofing around. Let's do this. And we're gonna put some charcoal and some ingots and some charcoal and some ingots, and we're gonna keep layering this like a lasagna. Coffin lids. Coffin lids. Excellent. Okay, receives heat. Do we have the refractory bricks needed to finish this one off? 21 blocks missing. The door is 2 of those. Let's make our grates first. Then as many of these as we can. Which is not a lot. Oh, we're surrounded. I don't happen to have any hidden refractory bricks hiding out in the kitchen, do I? I had a few hiding out in the masonry lodge, but I don't think I've got any more sitting in here anywhere. Nope. Okay. Got beanades, though. Alright. Oh, you get out of my home. We'll just put together as much as we can of the second steel furnace. The grates in place there. 17 blocks, and I've only got 10 to make this happen. Okay. There. There. Just need 4 refractory brick blocks. Do I not have any more? Seriously? I've got so much fire clay. I blame you, Bloomeries. You did this. Oh, I see. I never finished picking up everything from the last batch. Alright, let's pop these shingles. Just right here. Why not? I'm sure we'll find a use for them at some point, probably in the near future. It's kind of just been a little bit of a game of trying to do one thing and have to do 2 other things before doing the one thing, and then having to do 2 things before each of the other 2 things before doing the one thing. And then we're kind of just letting the tasks expand, but I mean, that's partially the name of the game in all honesty. And plus it's that time of year, you know, get those spring chores all done. 3 more vessels and we'll have this place all full, 4 more vessels rather. So if we want to focus on getting that second steel furnace up and firing, there's a couple different options. One, we start firing more refractory bricks, which may or may not require a little bit of a resource run. I'd have to double check my supply, specifically of olivine, which I guess there's some right down near in the lava hole, so I could have just gone for that the last time. Alternatively, we could cannibalize some of the ceramics kiln, temporarily, of course. Well, as I contemplate that, I'm actually going to go double check our stock of supplies, because honestly, I'd probably actually rather just make more bricks rather than take from an already completed build just to temporarily build one where we still honestly have to make the iron door. So we've got plenty of bauxite. That's no problem. Good bit of fire clay. Gemstones, we've got all of it. Quartz would be the one thing we'd have to go get. And our pickaxe is looking a little worse for wear. Do we have a spare? We have a spare head. Beautiful. Look at me planning ahead. Hey, flax. Okay, do I have a stick on me? I don't. I'm going to want to clear some of this up. We don't have room. This is going to become our little charcoal chest. We're going to pop that away over by where we're going to need it. I was wrong. That is actually quartz. Well, all right then. How many iron blooms do we have? 3. That's not going to be enough. Oh, and I need those 16 for the batch. Oh. We're gonna have to make more iron blooms? Yes, I think we will. We're actually going through the stuff at a decent rate now. We're gonna have to do stuff. Things, even. So we might not be able to get the second one firing, but we can at least make the components to get it all up and running. And then start another batch of iron blooms. So we'll actually have something to put in there. So these 12 of these ingots are going to get turned into the door for our second steel furnace. That was the quickest, absolutely the quickest I've ever made plates. Especially 6 plates. That fast. There we go. Just 4 blocks are missing up top. Are we looking close? Any of the stacks getting dangerously low? We got 3. We got 5 on that one still. Okay, 3, 2 on a couple of them. Okay. Not bad at all. I think we are good on the amount of fuel we've got down there. Because these need just under half an hour, I think. Pretty sure 2 hours is the timer for these to finish cooking, but hey, you know, I've never been wrong before, have I? Don't answer that. While that's finishing up, so I'm going to grab some more hematite nuggets here. We're going to fire up a batch of blooms just so we've got a little bit more material for our next batch of steel. Let's just get these all filled up and fueled up and then fired up. As I have forgotten to eat, I need to go grab food. Get so caught up doing chores, I forget to consume food. You know, spring's a busy time. We've had a nice slow winter, not a lot of extra chores to do. So it's kind of nice to be really busy. Are we? Yeah, we're out of peat there. What if I put a small bit of charcoal? We'll see how that plays out. Who's growling? Oh, there's a man inside. What did you do? How are you in there? Want me to cook you alive? I'll cook you alive. Okay, we've got charcoal already done. We've got several stacks. We're going through it pretty quick, though, with all of this, but we've got 8 bloomeries firing. We've got our bricks firing there in preparation to finish the steel furnace. And once those iron blooms are done, we can turn them into ingots. So once the bricks are done and we finish the steel furnace, we can take the iron blooms, make them into ingots, pop them in there, make steel, and then use more of the charcoal to fire that into steel. And once we've got our batch of steel, then we can make our steel powder caps and take those powder caps, put them on the pulverizer, use the pulverizer to crush the chromite to make crushed chromite that we can then mix with our sulfuric acid. And then once we've got that, then we can cook our huge scraped hides in the chromium sulfate. And then we have our sturdy leather. One thing I should check though, how much sturdy leather do we get from a huge hide? 6. We have 6 of those. That will be 36 leather. Is that enough? Backpack. We're going to need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. So we need 40. We're going to be 4 short. Oh, we're going to be 4 short. What a cruel, cruel world. Although luckily, getting the steel pounder caps is really kind of the big hurdle. And that's mainly only because we've been neglecting steel making a little bit here in favor of building, which I would say has been 100% worth it. Absolutely. But it means once we've upgraded this, we can just crush the chromite. Well, everything else is going to get a lot easier from there. We're just going to have to hunt down some more bears. How's this looking? They're still going away. The coal is lasting a lot longer than the peat. Maybe the peat just wasn't good. I'm gonna stick to wood and charcoal for this from here on out. The peat really did not seem to go very far. So once again, as I wait for several things here to cook, I'll see you when all the fires have died down and we have ourselves some materials to work with. These are all fired. And they're glowing hot. Okay, so I really only need a few. Didn't even need that many. Okay. Let's pop those in place. I have some extras, and I have a lot of extra brick. But hey, that's going to be good. The structure's complete. Now we just need the ingots to pop in there. And these are done. No, they're not. They're not done. But they are. What temperature are these? These are still up at 900, I think. If we go quick, we might be able to process a good chunk of them until they go cold. Come on. This is productivity time, right at the tail end of the year. Ooh, can't dilly-dally, they're getting cold. Well, at the very least, before they got too cold, we got all 16 that we're going to need for our next batch of steel, and 2 extras. Pop those there. Pop the extra 22 iron blooms there, plus the 8 we have there. That's 30 more blooms to get through. And charcoal. Need 32 for below. Not nearly that much for inside, but hey, you know, let's do the thing. And we're just going to fill this guy up right here. And I realize we're going to have to do a little bit of chiseling, because we don't have a fueling station down here, like the one we have here. Let's go see if we have 8 shale cobblestone to mimic what we have on the other side. Cutting it down to the wire, we've got one more day until the end of the year, and we're going to get our second batch of steel running, or second concurrent. Simultaneous? That's the word. Simultaneous batch. Not second ever, just our second batch of the current load. Where am I going with this? Let's pop these bricks in here. The mortar in there. The peridot stones in there. The rot in there. Shale cobblestone. Just need 8 of you, sir. And we're gonna wanna, not that one, the used pantograph. Chisel. And I've got my hammer. Eat my little onion snack. Finish off this crock here as it's 33% spoiled. And we've got ourselves a temporal storm on the way. Which I think, honestly, I might sleep through this one. What? Get off of the coffin. I want you to come back in here, sir. Because I think this will be funny. Sir? Sir, please come back in. It'll be hilarious. Trust me. Ready to be fired. Yeah, he's dead. There's another man down here. Is this room not bright enough? Is it too dark? Probably. Or is it this stairwell? The stairwell does get absurdly dark right in that middle portion there. We might have to put some lights down below. But okay. Okay, we've got a lot done so far. I should try making a batch of coke. I did get a comment regarding these coke ovens. Somebody tried to recreate them, and the coke never got made. The coal they put in just simply burnt up. So I'm going to double check that this actually functions as it's intended to. Light that up, close the door, and we'll wait and see what happens to it. Because I remember quite some time ago seeing a tutorial video on the coke ovens themselves, and in that video, I'm starving again, sorry. In that video, they were able to be chiseled even down to basically a single voxel, and still function just perfectly fine, as long as you started with fire clay bricks or refractory bricks. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab more food. But if something's changed in the meantime, it'll be good to know so I can adjust that design to make it functional again. If it does work though, anyone who's copying that design, just be sure that you start with fire clay or refractory clay bricks before you chisel them, because that's kind of the key component of it. Those are already quite spoiled. These aren't lasting all that long. I made these a little while ago, and the heat of spring is starting to make them go bad. Yeah, those are almost spoiled, and these are good for days. Okay, I should probably seal up some of those crocks, but I need the beeswax. I'm gonna need more beeswax. I gotta harvest bees, because I need beeswax for waxing the chrome-tanned leather. I almost forgot about that part. Good thing it's spring. How many skeps do we have? Not enough.
This is an episode of a million different tasks. Cattails, we got some, but probably not enough. We've got a little bit of time before the storm hits. I can maybe go gather some more. Alright, and how are things growing? They're going. They're kind of growing. Let's grab ourselves a bit of clay and slap some skeps together. We can get a little bit more honey with some more beeswax. Alright, bees. You're gonna have some new neighbors, some new apartment complexes ready to be moved into. Alright, I'm good with that, yeah. We'll just let these guys populate, and then we'll harvest them once they've, well, spread around. I'll have to keep a little bit more on top of the bees, since we're probably going to need more beeswax going forward. And I really wouldn't mind being able to seal crocs just a little bit more liberally, especially now that we've got some food that's getting preserved. It's going to last for a long time, and if we seal those crocs, well, we're going to have many, many years of food stocked up, and that's going to be fantastic. So I won't have to worry about cooking very often, or even growing particular crops for more food if we just have a whole bunch of preserves. Although once all this flax is done here, depending on how much more we need, based on the last few sales, what little bits we need for clothes and clothing repairs, as well as a sale for an eventual sailboat that we're going to have to start working on the docks next year. By next year, I mean probably next episode, because that'll be the start of our new year. Oh boy. Right. Storm is imminent. I should probably sleep if I'm gonna sleep through it. Just gonna eat my rotten carrots here. They're not very filling or tasty. These are good for a few more days. Let's just have our last batch of rotten carrots. Gross. Pickled vegetables are well underway. The meat is almost halfway there. We're doing okay. We're doing quite okay. It is high rift activity out there in the dark of the night. That's a lot of men at our door. Oh. They're gonna try and shoot us on the... They can shoot us at the balcony. Okay. Okay. Whew. Alright, Botorn, you've made your point. Let's evacuate the home and go check on progress over at the workshop here as we prepare to round out the last moments of our third year. How are we doing on fuel? It's going. It's going okay. Carburization, 34. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And the new batch, 9. Okay. So. Wait a minute. It's spring. Let's get out of these winter clothes. Don't need no fur-lined nothing when there's no snow and ice about. We're in a nice warm season now. Okay, clothing. Let's pop our wrist back on. Pop that over there. Take that off. Put our boots back on. There we go. That looks proper now. Now back to the workshop. So, what a year it's been, huh? Got a whole bunch of progress done on the castle throughout several building stints. Broken ground on the docks and got a little bit of a plan in place for what that's going to eventually look like, as well as a little bit of a storehouse that's going to be there. A customs house, if you will. We also took on the Resonance Archives and got started on the main story of the game. And of course, once I get a few more gears, we're gonna go get an elk and make a long trek out and complete the rest of the story. And from everything I've seen, hopefully I'll survive. And for each of those, I'll try to keep any story-relevant stuff contained to singular episodes. That way it's easy for people who want to avoid spoilers to, well, hold off on that episode until you've experienced it for yourself, and then you can come on back without having missed much outside of that. Although with most of the story content, I'm presuming going to be several hours of travel, I don't think there'll be much of anything interesting going on there, so keeping it all contained to single episodes should be fairly simple. But beyond that, last and not least, for what we've gotten accomplished this year, how can we forget the workshop? Oh boy, was that a lot of work that we got done. I should get sick more often. Just kidding. I really shouldn't. But I do get a lot of building done when it happens. It's weird how that works. But in any case, I just want to thank each and every one of you
so much for following along with this journey. I hope you're enjoying the ride. I sure am. And I'm super excited to continue working on the castle and keep going on a lot of these big projects we've got on the go. Maybe, just maybe, like I said at the end of last year, maybe we'll finish the farmhouse's second floor? That much neglected upper floor where the bedroom and some sort of living room type area is? Maybe that'll get done. Maybe I'll call in some external help for interior decorating, who knows? I have thoughts, nothing concrete. I don't even own concrete. What? But as the sun shines above on this glorious final day of our third year, thank you all so much once again. I hope you've enjoyed it. And a super special shout out to all of our channel members. Thank you all so much for your continued support. You're all the greatest. You mean the world to me. I've had a blast. And I can't wait to see you at the start of our next year. So you take care. Have a wonderful morning, evening, day, night, other type of time that exists outside of a regular 24-hour cycle. You do you. And remember, be safe, be seen, wear a safety vest. I don't know what you're doing, but wear a safety vest anyway. It couldn't hurt. And I'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye. Should carve a throne out of this. Nah, I'd probably just take it for granted. How was I so worried about OSHA safety violations? Lit this place up. They can't audit me anymore. Pop the old ingots into the forges. That's right. See, they function. It's beautiful. Ah, now it's lit up. Dang right, it's lit. Fam. Where you going? Are you trying to show me something? What are you trying to show me? Very nice flowers, yes. No, don't pee in them. Don't pee in the flower. You'll kill the flowers. It's laughing. You're peeing in the flowers and you're laughing. They'll never be the same. You know, they always say wear clean underwear just in case you get hit by a bus. What they never tell you is to wear clean underwear just in case you get smacked to death by a 20-foot-tall robot crushed under rubble. It's a rainy morning. After doing battle with eldritch abominations. Man, I love eggs. Come to think of it, this guy's looking a little lonely. Maybe he needs a happy little hammer friend. Remember when you were younger and you'd run up the stairs on all fours to get out of the basement so the monster wouldn't get you? You think that's what the Shiver's doing? Do you think they're scared? I think they're scared. They should be. I keep hearing a Shiver somewhere in here and I don't know where. It's not like he can hide in the roof. You in here? Nope. I don't know where it is, but I'm hearing him. He's in the walls. I remember seeing in a montage. Am I missing? Oh. That's not right. Yeah, it's supposed to look chiseled in like that. How did that get past inspection?